it's officially Championship Sunday, and today we find out who has what it takes to be the best of the best and be crowned our Dreamhack Valencia Singles Champion. 180 plus competitors, 2 long days of competition. The time has finally come. The stage is set, the players are gearing up, and it's all about to go down here in Valencia, Spain. Welcome inside one last time for this weekend. I'm your host, Winan, better known as White Sheepy. And alongside me, of course, once again, I got Duke, I got Sparky. Guys, we saw some crazy matches last night, and of course, we can't go without mentioning the outstanding win from Akeno and Blaze last night as well in the doubles champion. Guys, I just want to know, how are you feeling today? And then we'll talk a little bit about yesterday too, but Duke, how are you feeling, man?
Well, I know I'm in EU territory, but I'm really excited for an NA win. The more EU loses, the just happier I am. So I'm kind of sad that yesterday happened, but you know what? We got today. NA's had time to sleep,
okay.
And we'll see how well they do today.
Yeah, I think today is going to be a much better day for the North American region, given that these players that are in the North American side of the one, or really the North American group of the 1v1 bracket, they're more 1v1 players here. We're talking about Impala. We're talking about Luna, since his normal teammate Snowy isn't here. He's arguably going to be a better 1v1 player. So North America as a region, I think, has a better shot today, a much better shot, significantly better shot than they did yesterday of coming out on top in this tournament. I know we're looking forward to that, but you know, if there is an EU victory,
don't put this out in the world,
we can still have an okay timeline, because then we get the run back at BCX, North America wins, and we put that to bed for good.
Well, we're gonna have to wait and see how that turns out today. Let's talk a little bit about yesterday and kind of recap our doubles highlight. Duke, I mean, what are we seeing here? We got Akeno and Blaze versus Wes and Loris.
Yeah, I mean, it was an amazing day, of course. All 2v2 action all day. Wes and Loris had to make that long run through the elimination side of things because they got knocked down relatively early on in the day and then ended up making that run all the way into the grand finals. Even got the reset, spoilers for anyone who didn't catch yesterday, and then ended up going down in the grand finals after Akeno made that swap to the Bryn. But man, like, so much props to honestly the only team that wasn't European in the top 8. A lot of Europeans came out and did well in the doubles space, but Loris and Wes, you know, they held their own.
And there were 2 really important switches that happened. You mentioned Wes and Loris losing early on. That kind of caused the swap for Wes onto that Tesca from the legend who was playing previously. And then after Wes and Loris got the bracket reset in grand finals, Akeno also made the switch himself onto the Bryn. So 2 major important switches that had just huge ramifications on the actual results on the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, it was, and I agree with you that change really, I feel like, solidified what happened. And also, I feel like they kind of just downloaded the data that they needed to really gain and just secure that win for yesterday in our doubles championship. Now, I do want to talk about the prize pool for today, because we are doing our singles tournament. And here you go, $7,500 for first place. And a total of $35,000. As you can see, we go all the way down to 49th place. At least 16 of y'all will get some change, maybe buy a nice meal or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, you can get quite a bit of paella with that $50 payout. So I think pretty nice payout all the way. And also, you don't have to split it with anyone, which is always nice.
Yeah, that's true. And honestly, the paella here is like so good. The paella is so good here. But that's the prize pool split here for today's singles tournament. Let's talk about the format real quick too. Sparky, break it down for me.
It's what you know, it's what you love. It's a double elimination, best of 5. 35,000 singles prize pool that we just laid out for you. Over 130 competitors. EU came out to this tournament. Of course, we know what a double elimination is, but for those who might not know, double, that means 2. That means if you start out on the winner's side of the bracket, and then if you lose a set, you move down into the elimination side of the bracket. It's called the elimination side for a reason, because if you lose there, you're out of the tournament, your run is finished. But it's not just bad news. You get to sit out in the audience, have a good time with your friends, watch some of the rest of the amazing games that are going on.
Yeah, for sure. Honestly, the audience has been great because you guys have been filling up this little area all the time. It's great. Hi, Taza. Hello. Hi. Okay, but hey, let's talk about the players that we're going to see today in the singles tournament. We're going to break down some of the, I guess, most notable here, and I'm going to actually start off with your favorite, Luna. Duke, tell me about Luna.
Look, the text says first up, it's the favorite, and I think that's true. He's definitely my favorite. I absolutely adore
Not me.
Luna. An amazing 1v1er. Definitely has a chip on his shoulder. He's been needing a win here in the 1v1 space, in these offline environments. He's been close. He got second place at Dreamhack Dallas. Guess who he lost to? Yuz. Guess who's currently on the elimination side of things? Spoiler alert, it's Yuz. Luna has potential here to make that run. Of course, had a pretty rough day yesterday. He went out on Twitter and said, oh, you know, maybe I ate too much, which is probably the weirdest Johns I've seen in a while.
He had Burger King.
Okay, but still,
John's
I mean, like,
accepted.
there's like so many different excuses. Jet lag, had to travel, maybe, you know, he had sand because he went to the beach or whatever, but he said he ate too much. Hopefully he ate lighter today, because he's definitely my guy. Of course, has a lot of potential character picks, could be coming in with the Lucian. I know Delta played the Taros, he was tweeting about that. Also has the Caspian that he'll run into as well that he'll bring out on occasion. So pretty large pool of characters he can go to.
Well, I will say that Luna is he's already qualified in the top 32 on the winner side, so he's looking pretty good. You might be saying some real things here, some real facts, but we're gonna jump over to an EU player, and I'm actually gonna pick you again, Duke, because Sparky, I know you want to talk about someone later, and I had to make this pattern all nice and neat for you, but Duke,
Why was I the dude? You were the
really
one
just
who
called
cared
you
about the
out of
pattern. You were the one who cared about the pattern.
Well, anyways, Duke, I want to hear your thoughts about Godly.
Godly, it's such an enigma of a player in the sense of, like, for so long, so many people put him as the guy to win for EU. So many people point at him and they're like, if EU's going to take home a 1v1 gold medal, it's going to be this guy. And time again, he has not quite been there. He hasn't been hitting those top placements in the offline events. At San Diego, didn't make it into the grand finals. At Dallas, didn't make it into the grand finals. Yes, he got second place at the World Championship, which is something I cannot take away from him, but still, he's been falling a little bit short this year, which means that he's really got a hill to climb. He said earlier this year that he is going to be going home with a LAN victory. This is his last open LAN opportunity to get that victory before the World Championship. So you know he's gunning for it. This is his home turf. He's an EU boy. He wants to take it home for the EU, give them their first ever 1v1 gold medal. It's just a question on if he can do it.
Now, I also selected you for Godly because, spoiler alert, I saw your predictions. So, you know, maybe you also have some truth in what you're saying as well here. Sparky, any quick thoughts about Godly before we move on?
I don't know about Godly, man.
Okay.
I don't know about Godly. Because it's always like with twos, it's like, oh, Godly was with Fozey. Amazing 2v2 player. He's going to win a twos tournament, right? Didn't happen. It's always like, oh, okay, well, that was just twos, right? Tomorrow is 1v1s. He's going to do fine. That's his real mode. Then it doesn't happen. And, of course, with Godly, the way we talk about Godly is we always talk about, like, first place being that ultimate goal. Other players, we may not talk that way, but that's why we talk about, like, him not measuring up. It's because we all thought he was going to be the number one guy. Not just a top contender, but the number one guy. So we always have to look at that relative to Godly and what his potential is and what we expected from him. So I don't know about Godly.
Well, today,
I don't know if he's got it.
Today might change. Today might be the day, so we're going to have to wait and see. But now I'm going to move on to this next player from South America, Sparky. I do want to hear your thoughts about Yuz.
Yuz was going crazy in South America. He was one of the top contenders because there were a lot of top contenders in South America. There's Power, there's Yuz, there's Wes, there's Sack, there's Lores, there's Kaina, there's Fiend. They're like, their top 8 is almost probably as good as like the top 3 of any other country on any given day. And Yuz was one of those players. He came out to the Spring Royale and won Spring Royale. Very impressive, and we were all excited. It was a great timeline, but we also had to step back and say, okay, this was a Royale. It's a very small, controlled environment with a handful of players. Then he came out and did it at Dallas, and we realized, okay, he's really got something here. He did it in an open tournament against the rest of the world here at Dreamhack Dallas with all of the other players here together. Then all of a sudden, this tournament, he gets rocked by Delta. Not a game 5, not a game 4. 3-0 for Delta, and Hughes finds himself in the elimination bracket. He also had a rough day alongside Fozey in 2v2s yesterday. They may have had fun, but their placement was also kind of lower than a lot of people, myself included, would have expected. Football teams go out and have a bad weekend. It happens all the time. It's almost, it is impossible to play consistently top shape every time. This could just be a rough weekend, or going down in the elimination bracket was the wake-up call he needed, and he's going to fire through and have a legendary run.
Yeah, I do think he can and is very capable of doing that elimination bracket run because we've seen it before. I feel like he's definitely proven himself to do that. Now, I'm going to go back to North America. Duke, tell me your feelings, your thoughts about our world champion, Impala.
I mean, you said it yourself. He is the current world champion. You cannot sleep on this guy because for so long, so many people did, and then he snuck out there, won at the world championship, and then people were like, oh, well, it's one. Sure, it's the world championship, but maybe he's a one-and-doneer. We've seen that happen where people win in the world championship, but then don't continue that. But went out to San Diego. Guess who went home with the gold medal? None other than Impala. Didn't go home with the gold medal at Dallas, though. Instead, that was Hughes who ended up going home with the gold. But still, Impala, an amazing 1v1er. He said online that he has put more hours of practice into going into this event than he has in the past. He's put out, I think, 96 hours is what he was saying. So he's definitely been putting in that time, that practice. Likely will be coming in with that Kaya. He's kind of put Kaya back on the map for a lot of people. So very excited to see how well he's going to do. And I guess seeing it, I mean, he's a great guy. Super excited to see how well he's going to play this weekend for sure.
Impala is a blobfish.
What?
He's the blobfish.
Are you going back to this metaphor, allegory?
4,000 feet
all right, dude.
below the surface of the ocean under immense pressure. You know what one of the ecological roles of a blobfish is?
What?
To prevent explosive growth of other species. He's here to prevent the explosive growth of an EU victory in the 1v1 bracket.
All right, dude.
He's going to keep them from reaching that top spot.
You got Polly saying
under
boo.
all that pressure.
But
Impala is a blobfish.
All right. Well, thank you for that detailed info and metaphor about blobfishes and Impala. But let's go and move over to a player that you're excited to actually talk about, Sparky. It's Lores.
I'm about ready to go all in on Lores. The only reason I didn't go all in on Lores with my predictions today is one, Impala is a blobfish. We have settled this. QED, we know this. The second thing is his bracket run in the winners quarterfinals. No, it's in top 8. The projection was that he was going to have to go up against Hughes. He has trouble against Hughes. I was expecting Hughes to win that game, sending Lores down in the elimination bracket. Now that Hughes is already down in the elimination bracket, I think Lores has, I'm not going to say guarantee because there are absolutely no guarantees, but I see Lores going into the top 3. I could see Lores coming out on top, hoisting that trophy over his head in first place. I am very, very, very close to going all in on Lores. He's surprising me every single tournament. His performances are getting better and better. He's consistent. Now that you're in like second place, it's really hard to get better. So just having those consistent second places, that is just as impressive, or almost as impressive as coming out on top. Lores, I think, is he's truly an amazing player. I really thought it was just going to be Kaina from South America, and I'm so happy that Lores is out here as well, showing everybody another player, yet another amazing player that South America has in 1v1 and 2v2.
Yeah, definitely fantastic representation coming out of that region, and Lores is super stepping up to the plate. And had definitely a fantastic run yesterday as well with West. So maybe you're right. Maybe he takes the #1 spot here in Dreamhack Valencia. All right, now I'm going to go back to EU here because we can't forget about this player. Duke, I want to know your breakdown on Nees.
Nees is fascinating. The absolute explosive growth that has come out of Nees in this year alone is just absolutely amazing. He's come out with some new picks. Of course, you're seeing the Princess Bubblegum that was on the screen just a moment ago, and that worked amazingly for him. He's done so much this year, going from just barely qualifying and doing well and getting last place at the Winter Royale to doing amazing at the Spring Royale. I mean, since then, his 1v1 plays have just been elevating. The one criticism I always have of him is sometimes he goes a little bit too close to the sun. Sometimes Icarus's wings will melt, but still, he is an amazing player. And to some degree, people will give him a little bit more potential to win this out than Godly, because Godly has been struggling a little bit more. Nees has been hitting higher highs. He's kind of a volatile player, but there's still a lot behind this kid, and if he continues the growth pattern that he's got, I think he's got a real potential to go home with that gold medal.
Sparky, any quick thoughts about Nees?
No, Duke pretty much covered absolutely everything I would have said.
Yeah, I was like, we still got the
one
highlight.
thing is when you were talking about Luna earlier and talking about one of the people who Luna lost to was Hughes, and Hughes is down in the elimination side of the bracket. Another person that Luna lost to was Nees, and Nees is still in his way right now. So that's something that could potentially play really well for Nees. He has a history of victories against Luna. He might be able to move on past Luna, sitting Luna down in the elimination bracket.
I'm glad you brought up that point. That's going to be definitely interesting, a player to definitely look out for. All right, but last but not least, we got to talk about one final EU person, the champion of yesterday. All right, Akeno. Sparky, tell me about him.
Akeno's in an interesting spot now because I feel like originally, like Akeno and Blaze were winning 2s when we were all online during COVID. And he was also winning a lot of the 1v1s as well, like pre-Godly's unbanning. So everyone was like, yeah, Akeno is going to be like one of the top 1v1ers once we get lands back, once we get to a normal schedule. But really, it's just been the 2v2s continuing on, of course, having 2 land victories here. They've won 2 of the 3 lands that they have entered as 2v2 alongside Blaze, of course. But Akeno in 1v1s, he's like a top 16 player now. If we're looking back, if we're just talking about like actual world global competition and not just necessarily Europe. Dreamhack Dallas, I mean, he got 13th. Dreamhack San Diego, he got 17th. So I think he's in this like really interesting, almost maybe reverse spot of someone like Impala. He's like a blobfish, but for 2v2, where he's winning 2v2 lands. It seems like they're all but unbeatable in 2v2 right now. But then you put him in 1v1s, and that's just not his environment. That's a blobfish taken up from the bottom of the ocean on a boat, and it's, you know, kind of looks a little bit weird.
He's just not the blobfish for singles.
He's the 2v2 blobfish.
If Impala is a fish out of water, then Akeno has to be like a bird that's just been thrown into the water.
This is very interesting metaphors that we are learning and doing today. Well,
we're doing violence to sea life. I know.
Well, I will say Akeno is currently on the upper side in top 32, but he is going to be going against, I believe, Godly when we get to that match. So that's going to be really interesting to see the turnout of that, since these are 2 players that we just talked about and broke down, you know, what we wanted to see. But, of course, guys, before we get into the first match of the day, we got to talk about some exclusive things like merch that you guys can be purchasing actually here on site. Look at the merch booth. It's right over there, right behind the cameras.
I can throw a rock at
right
it.
there. Hello, hi. So, merch, yes, exclusive merch here. So you can actually buy both on site and online the exclusive Valencia shirt, I believe, and then the new logo, logo Brawlhalla shirt.
Yeah, people were walking around wearing the new logo shirt.
Yeah, the new logo shirt.
Awesome.
We got mouse pads, we got pins. A limited number of mouse pads and pins. But either way, you can buy this on site here if you happen to be here. And I totally said, I would say do it if you are here. Just get it. But if not, if you're watching at home, you can go to brawlhalla.com/merch to get all this official stuff, to get this exclusive merch. You want to get the Valencia tee. You were here, you were watching, or maybe you were actually just present here in the audience watching it. Please commemorate with us that you were here for Dreamhack Valencia. So brawlhalla.com/merch. Get that tee before Monday. I believe the Valencia tee is available only until Monday. That's tomorrow. So grab it before you can. Got some nice audience members here. All right, so I got another exciting announcement besides merch. Let's talk about BCX.
Oh.
real quick, right?
The World Championship?
When is it?
got
Where
some-
is it?
What?
Yeah, we got some information.
I actually don't know.
Yes,
so.
yes, that's fine. This is our first announcement about BCX this year. So I'm excited to talk about this. So this year, November 3rd to 5th of 2023 is when BCX, our World Championship, is going to happen. We actually have a video that's going to kind of talk about some of this information, and we can kind of explain it a little bit more. So let's take a look at that video right now.
There goes Luna, another staring experience with back-to-back 1v2s. 3-0s, Luna and Pavelski.
And he still has a chance to get the W. It's just struggling. Zare doubling up. He goes all the way out there. What a ridiculous.
One of those barely situations.
team
combo. Oh, the down stick into the neutral stick. And Pavelski.
Ryu holding on the down air.
In the middle of two gauntlet players, this could turn bad, and there it is. It's gonna hurt. It's the worst. And you are gonna lose game number 2.
String so many things together, both of his weapons looking good. My man is still sweating. He's dead. He's dead.
Hughes has done it. He has unseated Luna. Samo Brasil.
Oh my, oh my, oh my.
You didn't need the extra hits, but he wanted them.
Headphones on. Impala. What an incredible performance. He is your 1v1 Brawlhalla World Champion.
Alright guys, November 3rd to 5th, you can come join us, be and live the World Championship of Brawlhalla. You can go to bcx.live right now to get all the information you need. It's going to happen in Atlanta, Georgia, of course, at the Cobb Galleria, just like last year. And we got a $250,000 prize pool. Come on. Of course, singles and doubles competition. But wait, that's not all. It's not just a competition. We also have an expo. It's going to be a fun expo experience just like last time. There's all those like little fun games and pictures and things like that. It was so cool. We're also going to have some on-site exclusive BCX merch as usual, and then a developer panels, possibly, maybe a few of them. So we got a lot of stuff coming for BCX this year. So we are going to be updating bcx.live when we get all this information, more information to come. So always just check it, but you can literally go get your badges now for like the competitor and the spectator badges. So bcx.live. One more important thing to talk about bcx.live is a very exclusive thing here. So tickets are on sale right now. The people who purchase their tickets by Wednesday the 19th, so that's like next week, not this upcoming one, next week, Wednesday the 19th. If you purchase your badges, your tickets, you will receive an exclusive BCX swag bag that has a BCX shirt that you can customize your name on it, a limited edition pin, and of course a custom keepsake bag. So if that's really important to you, if you want that customization, get it before Wednesday the 19th. You can go bcx.live right now to get your competitor and or spectator badge. So just want to make sure everyone knew that. We got some customized stuff for those who buy their badges before Wednesday the 19th. All right, guys. So let's go into predictions now. We're going to go back into the singles competition that's happening today. I'm going to start with you first. Duke, what are your predictions, and tell us about them?
I hope I remember them correctly.
I'll
We'll
tell
start
you
there.
if you want.
Well, okay. Number 3 is an elimination bracket.
Oh.
Is that right?
Let me see here. Your number 3 was used.
Yeah, so he's in the elimination bracket of things. That's fine. Number 2, I'm giving it to Godly. I got to give him a lot of hope. I really, honestly, like, part of me wants to say, like, ooh, a Godly win here would be really cool, but I'm always going to put Luna on top. And also, it's still funny if EU doesn't win. So, Luna, I got to put him in that number 1 spot. But Godly's my big hope for the EU region at the very least.
All right, and we can see here all the predictions from everybody, not just you two. Sparky, tell me about your predictions.
I have in third place, as you can see on there, Lores. And that's because I thought it was going to be Yuz and Lores running into each other in bracket, and then Lores was going to lose that based off of history, move down into the elimination bracket and fight through. Maybe Lores is having just a little bit of a better day, so who knows if those will swap. I still believe in Yuz. Our predictions are made before the tournament starts. We do not change them unless our name is Taza, and he uses extra information because he's a coward. But I got Yuz in second place. I still believe in him, and that's because in first place, the 1v1 Blobfish, Impala is going to come out on top. He's done it before. He is going to do it again. He is going to win here in North America. You exactly said all the practice he's put in. I think it's going to pay off.
I like how Taza actually came out
He's
of the back.
He's got words to say.
And looked at us.
What?
And he's literally talking to us
Yeah,
right
you
now.
waited.
No one can hear
You waited.
No one's listening.
Coward.
No one cares.
Nope.
Yes.
You're coward.
Arguing.
Yep. Yep, that's what you get for not being on pre-show. You said you didn't want to be on pre-show. Later.
Should have put in your predictions earlier.
Well, we can see the rest of the predictions here for Taza and Polymato here. And
Taza putting Sandstorm first is crazy.
I feel like there are some similarities here in what you guys are predicting, but we'll see what happens by the end of it because I will say we're going to keep track of these boys for me too, you know what I mean? Keep them honest. All right, so I want to hear any final thoughts before we go into a short break. Sparky.
It's very important. Everybody watching this weekend, I know you're excited for Brawlhalla competition. Some of you that are here may not have placed as well as you wanted to, but you're still hungry for competition. All the people at home who are also excited for Brawlhalla competition. Next weekend is a very important weekend. It is stacked with community tournaments. Bearded Brawls, Insig Brawls. I can't remember who else Levstick told me because my brain doesn't work very well, but there are a lot of community tournaments going on next weekend. Make sure to go to start.gg/BH community so you can see the entire list to see what tournaments are going on in your region. I know a lot of people are excited. They're fired up. They want to get their hands back on the game. They want to play. They want that competition. Next weekend is absolutely stacked. So many tournaments going on.
That's awesome. Dude, really quick, final thoughts.
Today is going to be an interesting one. Again, it is all 1v1s. We've gone from pools all the way in through the grand finals, and we'll be crowning our 1v1 champion, and that means that it's going to be a marathon, not a sprint. It is going to come down to who's got the most endurance out of the players here today, and we're going to find that out in just a little bit. It's going to be a great time. I hope all of y'all watch it with us.
Well, we're going to take a very quick short break here to get the players ready, get things set up, and then when we come back, we're going to have Polymato and Taza calling the action for the Championship Sunday at Dreamhack Valencia. Stay tuned. Welcome back, everyone. We're about to kick off our singles tournament here at Dreamhack Valencia on Championship Sunday, and I got Polly and Taza with me to break down the action. Guys, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling very good. You know, I kind of got bullied on my way up to the main stage by Duke. I did not expect to be bullied on my own home grounds, but you know,
man.
I'm embracing it. I'm embracing the hate.
What did they say?
It's
It was
okay.
because you picked Godly for first?
Yeah, because I picked Godly for first.
Yeah, but I think that's a great call. This could be. Now, I know that my predictions have
I was about to say.
Look, what my predictions are is just what's going to happen. It's not what I want to happen, right?
Ah,
Having the
okay.
Godly win for EU here would be fantastic. So I don't think it was totally right for Duke to bully you for that one. But, you know, I can see where it's coming from.
I can also see where it's
I
coming from, of
appreciate
course.
your firm stance on that. Those are your predictions, and that's
And
what
they
you're going
happened
with.
before the bracket started.
All right. Oh, Taza's trying to look at
Duke
you,
and
Sparky.
Sparky. I don't know where he is. He's usually sitting there. but-
He's trying to look at you. All right, guys, but let's actually talk about this upcoming matchup we're about to have here. Now, this matchup is going to be Fozey versus Akeno. Am I saying this right?
Akeno, yeah, so, yeah.
Akeno, thank you. Akeno. Fozey versus Akeno. Now, this is a top 32 qualifier match on the elimination side in pools. Polly, what are your thoughts about this head-to-head?
My first thought is, who knocked down Fozey? Like, what
Ooh, good
happened? What
question.
happened
Well,
there?
I've been hanging out in the pools area quite a bit. Met tons of amazing EU fans today. And I got to watch some of the matches that Fozey's had live, and he has been having a struggle against a lot of players today in singles. J44L, shouting out to him. He's a player that Sgrape has been coaching and brought him to like the Brink Game 5 last stock. I can't remember who it was that knocked him into the elimination side, but I
It's
know
J44L.
J44L definitely didn't knock him down.
No, wait,
though.
where is it? Oh, Machete.
Machete. Okay,
Machete.
that makes
There you
sense.
go.
That makes
Machete has
sense.
been playing the J-Yun all day today. He's been playing great sword. He has the Teska on the back burner, but that's what he's been leading in. So he's definitely, he's been playing so good. I can't believe I didn't think about him after twos yesterday. Anyways, back to this matchup that's coming up here. Yeah, Fozey been struggling against a lot of the players that are here. And in general, I think it's remarkable how good everybody here is at Valencia when playing in singles, where it's like, okay, if your elo's like above 2,600, you're kind of just have a chance to upset anybody. It's been really fun to watch.
Yeah, 100%. And this matchup is really, really exciting. I was kind of talking to a little bit about who Akeno is.
Yeah.
Right before we went live here. Akeno is kind of, you know, one of the players in the front line of what I call the new Lance movement.
The
Lance
Okay.
movement, the Lance players are coming out of their ranked cave and they're going into these competitions
Okay.
and they're
You call it the
starting to
new
place.
Lance movement because EU's kind of always been in the Lance movement.
But they're
right?
placing better, dude. They're placing
Yeah,
better and
yeah,
better
yeah.
and better. And
Would you
Akeno
say
is one
Sgrape-
of those players.
Would you say Sgrape is part of the old wave or the new wave?
The new wave.
Okay, all right.
Yeah,
so you say he's part of
Sgrape just
that.
blew up, and
Yeah.
Akeno is right there next to him, and he's been getting better and better placements, and he's the real deal.
Okay, that makes this really exciting for me to watch because Fozey, when I was watching that match against J44L, he switched legends every single game. He's been playing.
That's
he
Fozey.
went,
That's Fozey
Went,
for
went
you.
between the Nye, and then he went to the Orion, and then he went to the Koji, and I'm pretty sure, I don't know what else I saw. He's starting with the Nye in this game as well. That's what he's been leading with a lot of his sets. Okay, and we were talking about what Lance legend that he might possibly pick, and we both speculated it would be Ulgrim, and that's what it's going to be here going into game number 1.
And Fozey on that Queen Eye. I feel like Queen Eye players are very split on Queen Eye. It's either Queen Eye is the best legend in the game or Queen Eye is literally unplayable. No one should ever touch Queen Eye.
You know, I've had more people today say that Queen Nye is actually the best legend in the game, and that people have to stop saying that the low movement speed matters. And so that's something that's been interesting, right? And Fozey's been kind of pushing that the Queen Nye is good narrative because he did the double Nye with use in doubles. And he's been leading with it so hard in every single game. Now, does he stay with it after that charge Lance was kind of crazy? Does he stay with it after losing a game? No, he doesn't. So that makes me kind of doubt it. But it's definitely being pushed by more players, I think, more now than ever. And with the addition of what we're seeing Fozey do right there, which is that on this patch, you can dash cancel your landings, that makes up for the weakness that Nye's had in the past, I think, with some of those movement speed deficits.
Yeah, and you know, you also have, of course, the massive strength and the massive defense, but the massive defense isn't going to help you in a situation like that. Fozey is going to be the first player to drop a stock in the 1v1 tournament.
Oh, and he got some
Dream,
reach!
and
Is that going to be a 0
Akeno!
knockout? He has to use the recovery to make it all the way back. Okay, great damage, but when you get 4 land strings at 0 like that off the side of the stage, just waiting for Fozey to jump, and he never did it. Okay, Fozey, what are you doing? Charging that side stage? Okay, volley. I'm like, I'm kind of like wondering what's going on with Fozey here. This is game number 1. Okay, he's trying to get an opportunity here. Does the slide charge down signature. Weapon throw was so close to knocking out.
Ooh, this is dangerous. Akeno isn't going to be committing to something massive there, though. Fozey is able to get that spear up, and you can see he's starting to perhaps get a little bit desperate for these signatures. He's using desperate measures, throwing out a lot of signatures, trying to predict the movement of Akeno.
Like the anti-air with the downlights, but Akeno was just sitting there waiting for the landing. He got the neutral air effort, sidelight nair to wait on the recovery. The poke over there is pretty great, but the ground pound gets dodged through. He manages to make it back. It's going to be another down sig knockout? No, I think he just needs the end light and the weapon throw. No dodge. Sidelight could be huge here. Oh, downlight doesn't get through, but he's still, Paulie, it's still 3 stocks to 2.
He's able to get that stock off, finally, though.
Finally, yeah, but it's like, I know Queen Eye never died, but I feel like anything that Akeno does here is just going to be able to knock him out, right?
I mean, Queen Eye is tanky, but we're also talking about an ogre here.
Right. Doesn't even need to charge on that recovery to be able to take him down.
That's a full stock lead. This is a difficult position to play out of right here.
I'm looking at this game 1, and I'm like, is Fozey just feeding into the Nye is bad narrative? is that what he's like, every game 1, I lose on Nye. That way people won't touch this character. And then he goes back to a
about sending a message.
No, in all reality, Akeno's doing fantastic. And it is actually all on Lance, which is what you said. He's like in that new wave of EU Lance players that are really trying to say, hey, this is the weapon that they believe in singles and in doubles. And besides that axe down sig knockout, it's actually just been Lance the entire game.
Yeah.
He's on the verge of 2-stocking Fozey here. That disarms him.
This is not Akeno the Ogre player. This is Akeno the Lance player we're seeing right now. They do have that axe in hand, though, and they're able to pick up some good hits here in neutral. Unable to find that knockout, though, or scratch that. They're going to be able to find that Seer.
I mean, Axe Seer is like Lance Seer, but without the propulsion, right?
Yeah.
It's basically the same weapon.
I think one thing that's very interesting in that game is Fozey, obviously you're against Lance. Lance neutral is incredibly strong. Fozey, a lot of times where he got punished, he's trying to predict the attacks and the movement of his opponent. And when you're on a player like when you're on a legend like Queen Eye, you can't really do footsies. Like you have to be one step ahead.
I don't know if charging those side sigs at center stage was predicting anything, Paulie.
I think what else was it?
I really think it was just him going like, it's like maybe I shouldn't have picked 9 on Lance, and now he's going to switch. Most likely to match him with Lance.
3, 2,
no. Okay,
1,
this is something I wasn't expecting. I haven't seen him play the Caspian yet today, but that's going to be coming out here in game number 2.
While talking around at the pools, I also heard Caspian is quite a popular pick today. A little bird told me Belize might be on Caspian today as well.
Yeah, I mean, Caspian, for a lot of players that like to play guitars, it's always been a pocket pick for certain matchups where you want to get the knockouts a little bit earlier than usual. But seeing Fozey go right that into game number 2 is a little interesting. He's been doing mostly on the gauntlet so far. D-Light, Sidelight, Nair, nice job getting some extra damage there. And I'm wondering if he's just going to go straight over to the guitars once he's got Akeno in like Darkhorn so that he can get that side sig knockout. But so far, it's just all gauntlets actually.
This could be big. He wants to go for a follow-up, but Akeno, nice weapon throw to secure his recovery, and the Seer into weapon throw absolutely sniped. That is going to be the first stock off again. Yet again, in favor of Akeno. This is a really strong showing from Akeno right now.
Yeah, crazy reversal there too, because I feel like the stock was all in Fozey's favor there with the gauntlets. Damage being racked up, and then Akeno gets 3 strong hits into an edge guard, and with those jumps being gone, Fozey can't make it back. Ensig catching the landings, not going to take him off the top, and he's putting up the side sigs now, but as long as Akeno stays stacked, I think he's less afraid of getting hit by the Qatar neutral sig than he is by the side signature.
Oh my god, that's so clean.
How many jumps did he get? That's it.
That's so good.
Whoa, and Akeno reeling back after that. Knowing how much of a lead he's got over Fozey right now, that was crazy. I mean, look at how dialed in he's in. 3 stocks to 1 over Fozey. I know Fozey was having some tough games today, but I wasn't expecting Akeno to be up this far.
Akeno is doing well, and Fozey is already thinking about game 3 here. He's able to pick up that stock though. Maybe a little of hope of glimmer is re-sparked, but he has a long way to go. He picks up those Qatars, and he knows that he's going to need something big. He's going to have to look out for these dodges.
Yeah, starts off pretty strong with a Nair and a recovery. Trying to land back onto the stage, and Akeno falling with the axe Nair and a recovery. He's getting so much extra damage here, Paulie. I don't see... okay, this is the chance that Fozey's got here. No dodge, though, and Akeno just a wake-up end light.
Super good wake-up from Akeno there. He knew Fozey. He knows that Fozey is always going to be looking for follow-ups now, so he's just going to try to wake up all out of them.
Okay.
Going for the GC sideline. That could have been massive.
Oh, slide charge and sig. Gravity cancel side sig. I thought Akeno was going to take him down for that one. No dodge in that position against Lance. That would be so rough. Do you like recovery? One more recovery. Can he get the snipe? Can he do it? Akeno goes low. Fozey dodges in place, and that recovery actually disarms him. That's huge.
That is so big.
I thought he was going to do the chase dodge up second there. Akeno's just got complete control. Is that a 2-stock? Yeah, that's a 2-stock in game number 2, and Fozey's 1 game away from, I believe. Let me double check. We were talking about this as if Fozey was in the elimination side. But
It is elimination side.
This is
believe.
elimination side? Let me double check. Because I believe you, for sure. I just want to know how he got knocked down by. Anyways, Akeno's playing fantastic.
Also, Akeno, other than a player called the Yi guy, the only Belgian representative here at Valencia.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think that's the only two Belgian players here today.
Definitely the highest placing Belgian player so far, especially if he knocks out Fozey. That's crazy.
We have another curveball coming out from Fozey.
What is this, a Surrey pick? Okay, I'll believe in it.
Okay.
I mean, it has nothing to do with the pick yet so far.
Yeah, no, that was just good unarmed.
I think that the terrifying thing about Akeno is that, like, he's been doing just as good on the axe, if not better, than the lance as the matchup's gone through. I think Fozey's been picking more and more of these characters to go up against the lance, and Akeno's just kind of like, you know what, I'm going to end like you 5 times. He's been standing his ground so well, reacting to Fozey's approaches, and Fozey not overshooting a lot of his aerials is getting stuffed for it.
We're talking a lot about Akeno's lance, but his axe is looking strong, and as you mentioned, it's getting better every single game.
Yeah.
Able to make some key plays with that lance as well.
Fozey's stabilized in this game 3, however. Going to the side of the stage, the down 6 there, Akeno uses them in a more interesting way than I've seen other Ulgrims. Like, if you watch plays, he'll only use down 6 to cover landings, and Akeno's actually using it to cover recoveries from the side of the wall. So he's like saying, if you jump over me or if you dash through me, my Ulgrim down 6 will catch both, and that is a crazy knockout there for that first stock.
Very clean there. Akeno recognizing it. Because Fozey loves to be in your face off stage, but Akeno does not back down, especially when he has a lance.
I think he's comfortable with people in his face in game. That's what I'm noticing. And when he has a lance or an axe, he loves hitting those stacked hitboxes. Look at him. He's waiting. He's like, I dare you to try and open me up.
Akeno just looks comfortable. I feel like that's the key word right now.
Yeah, which is like not something I'm used to saying when someone's got their first straight set. Are you kidding me? That down sig, he pivots it, gets it every single time. Slide charge forward with the side sig. He's up 3 stocks to 1 against Fozey again in game 3. And if he takes this stock, I mean, Fozey's out. Do that recovery, second enough. Okay. Is this the start of a reverse 3-stock, Paulie? He needs it. We see that this is the elimination quarterfinal, right? He's out here. Fozey's out at 3/3.
Fozey's clinging on to the last glimmer of hope he has right now. Yet again, he knows he needs something big on those Qatars. But Akeno with the dares!
What?
3 in a row and the recovery to follow it up. Fozey's already so damaged. He goes offstage for the ground pod. It doesn't connect. And Fozey knows that he needs to pick up the pace right now. He's looking for some things to get offstage. He wants to probably get an early stock, but is not able to find it. Akeno is staying safe now.
Yeah, putting up the chainsaw, they're just going to be like, okay, after 5 axe down airs, I mean, what are you going to do here? Charge the recovery there. Fozey staying airborne. Does start something with the down air and the end light. Second end light. Could go for a third. Jumps up to that top plat. Akeno switches right back over to the axe. Fozey hurting, right? Those down 6. If Fozey plays around those, it might work out in his favor.
He got the GC punish, but wasn't able to get a big punish off of it.
That's it.
DC comes out and that's it.
Wow.
Akeno is going to be 3-0ing Fozey in elimination.
Yeah, that's a huge win. Definitely an upset as far as seed goes. I know that when I was talking about how Fozey's sets were going throughout the day, he was looking a little shaky, but it wasn't so shaky that I would see a dominant performance like that from Akeno. And what was cool about watching Akeno play, especially with that camera, the player camera, is that like every time that he got a stock and he hard read Fozey, he like did a pop off that like got him back into focus. And that's the cool thing, right? Because I sometimes will see players who will celebrate too early, and then they'll get reverse 3-stock because they're thinking that the game is already over. But every time that he got the stock, he was like, I'm sick, but I still need to win. And then he kept going and double 2-stock Fozey, and that is not an easy feat to have. Yeah, he's now just completely on my radar as far as players go. Those down 6, he dominated Fozey the entire game with them.
Yeah, it looks so easy, but I mean, you're against a player like Fozey. They're not going to be giving you any free hits. Whatsoever.
Yeah, and then we see the fist bump there right at the end after how dominant the game that was. I mean, Akeno's got to be feeling good about that, going to the elimination side of top 32 after that one.
It's a sad day for Fozey fans, but it's it's a feast for all of the Belgians.
Yeah, and possibly even doing better as we get further into this bracket there, right? Really, really cool match. The matchups that we got coming up next. Let's see what we got. Let's talk a little bit more about this game. Fozey and Akeno.
Look at that axe. Like, we were on about that lance for so long.
You can see the chunks of dares happening on the graph, actually.
Yeah.
And then Fozey never getting a hit in neutral again. That's crazy.
For every single game that went by, like Akeno's lance, he started playing it a little bit less, and his axe got a little bit better.
Well, I really think Fozey was counterpicking the lance alone. And then Akeno's like, I'm not a one-trick. My axe is fantastic. I was just using lance against you game one because that's what I felt like was the most comfortable. And as the weapon matchups got more and more axe favored, we saw that he could absolutely play it. The Ogrim was just a very well-rounded pick from Akeno.
Yeah.
That's terrifying. Because
That is terrifying.
I think I was talking with NA players and European players alike. I think that the general opinion is that Axe is very good right now, but it's very underrepresented. We were talking about like who plays Axe in North America. We've got Stingray sometimes that picks it, but nobody really mains the weapon in singles. And so seeing somebody that can play it dominantly in singles outside of the 2v2 space might be really, really strong right now. Because I know that they talked about it on the pre-show, but we saw that Use versus Delta upset, that 3-0.
yeah.
Delta did that all on Teros. And I think Axe is going to suddenly see a huge resurgence if everybody keeps talking about how good Lance is at the moment.
Yeah, 100%. Again, Akeno, man. I feel like Akeno is such a tough like case to crack because Akeno plays, like, I don't want to say a simple way, but Akeno plays kind of a simple way, but he does it the best.
I'm not really sure I would call it that. Like, he was really just dominating all that space, right? Because like we were talking about how Fozey likes to play.
He has the fundamentals. I think that's what I'm trying to get at. He has the
Yeah.
fundamentals on just like such a high level to where you're gonna need to either beat him at his own game or do something really fancy to try and take him down.
And when you've got fundamentals with Axe, it's kind of destructive. You win neutral 5 times and then you lose your stock, which is not how most weapons in Brawlhalla work. Even Hammer in that case, right? You have to get those stop Sarah conversions. I mean, if you get hit by 4 nairs in a row, it's going to be pretty rough. But we saw that damage record with the down airs, and it was fantastic. But back to this matchup that we got coming up next. We were talking about this before. We've got Skeldra versus Spectre. And so Utah told me, because I didn't watch Skeldra in pools. I watched plenty of Spectre in pools. He's been having game 5 sets all day today. An incredible run from him. Skeldra is one of the few great sword mains. In fact, I think what I was told is that he mains Mako, but he has been playing Jaeyoon. Now I remember, I actually watched the Skeldra game. It's all coming back to me now. So he plays Great Sword, mains Mako, but he's actually been playing Jaeyoon today.
Okay. Skeldra, of course, one of the few greatsword pioneers in EU.
Really?
I don't know much of Skeldra's gameplay, but I know that he has been on the grind. Recently, there's been a Discord server made for top EU players to find people to practice against.
Oh,
and
interesting.
Skeldra is actually the one that started that initiative. He owns that server.
Okay.
So he is obviously very involved, very motivated player, going up here against Spectre, which really had a massive run like 2 years ago, 1 year ago.
And this could be another massive run for Spectre right now. I've watched several games that ended up being really close last hit, game 5 sets. I'm trying to think of the last one they just had. I'd have to check the bracket for it. But this is something where I feel like Spectre's playing so fantastic that this matchup I currently give in favor to him, but I have not seen him play against Greatsword because there's like, what, 3 Greatsword players here? Machete's been locking in Jaeyoon. I don't know if Hughes has played it in the elimination side after he is lost with Vector. And then there's Skeldra. So this will be really cool to see what kind of brand that he's got here. And if it's on the Mako, I mean, Mako, I think I've casted maybe 3 sets of Mako in my entire Brawlhalla career. And I've watched a lot of Brawlhalla. So that would be really cool to be able to see Skeldra break that out here on the big stage.
Now, of course, since they're both European players, I'd love to mention the nationalities. I believe Skeldra is the only Austrian player attending today. I'm looking at the Germans in the crowd for confirmation. I believe he's the only Austrian player here today. And of course, Spectre coming out from France. We spoke a lot about French players yesterday, me and Taza. The French players, you know, we really just waiting for which land is going to be the French land.
You know what? I was sitting on the desk here in the like at the very start with Sheepy, and we were talking about Machete and how he had that huge win on the winner's side, and I was like, uh-oh, I may have forgotten that Machete is here today. Like
the NA Grim Reaper.
Machete is actually a constant top 3 threat, no matter what the meta is and what character he's playing, because he's able to play so much. And after how well him and Sgrape performed yesterday in twos, there's a possibility that this could be a French land, right? Like that. It's there. It's not high enough in my brain where I'm thinking absolutely, but what do you think?
There's a joke in EU that every single time Machete wakes up, he flips a coin to either be a gold or the best player in the world. So, you know, that's kind of what we said, you know,
that makes sense when I think about it.
At mid-seasons, he flipped a coin to be the best player in the world, and he tried his best. And, you know, so you just day to day, land by land, you don't know what is going to happen.
Right, Teska comes out, he's just like, flipped a coin, okay, I'm the best boots player in the world. Right, that's just something that happens. And today, maybe he's just the best greatsword player.
Maybe. Or he's a gold. Let's hope he's not a gold.
I don't think with the way that he's been playing this weekend, that's
I mean, he's been turning up, that's for sure.
I'm going to double check.
Machete is such a fascinating player because I think, mechanically speaking, like fighting game-wise, Machete is one of the most skilled players. I think, like, when he had a lot of his early success, he did that while having like 15 hours past 2 weeks in the game.
Into this game, okay, this is the set that I watched. There was a huge pop-up from Spectre because he got a 3-1 over J44L, who brought Fozey to game 5, right? So this pool has just been completely stacked the entire time. And now going into game number 1 here, Spectre on the Ulgrim, and then we've got Skeldra on the Jayun. So the Mako like hover there, his most reported legend is Mako, but the Jayun's been what he's been playing for the majority of today. So I'm going to be interested to see if that's going to stay that way as we get into the game number 1 here at Miami Dome, and that neutral stick disarms Spectre right off the top of the stage.
Again, a great sword main that is right now kind of having a super strong start with sword only, and as you can see, he is going to be picking up that greatsword for a change of pace right here, and now we're going to be able to see what this greatsword is all about.
Oh, I'm super excited to see if Skeldra's implemented any of these dash cancel or pivot dash cancel openings with greatsword to be able to get some of these sidelight openers, because people have talked a lot about how, like, oh, with a new dash movement, you can get out of a lot of greatsword strings, but how many more opportunities to open opponents up are there? That's going to be exciting to see.
And Spectre, I feel like Spectre is kind of more of a player, like Spectre needs to find the flow of the game. Like he needs to find what kind of flow is my teammate playing, and then or my opponent player, he matches that, and then that is where he really starts to shine. And so seeing a, you know, quote-unquote weak start from him, I don't think is very unexpected.
Yes. Yeah.
I think Spectre will be turning up.
Like I said, lots of pools matches today that I watched from him. Lots of game 5 for a reason. It's because he needs that ramp up to be able to get into it, and it's looking like that's going to be the case here in game number 1. But Skeldra playing fantastic himself, mostly on the sword, like you said, despite being that great sword main. But the delay recovery comes through. I think that's 2 sword knockouts that he's had so far this game.
Yeah. Swapping over to the greatsword though, but I mean that is kind of the play with Jayun. Like you wanna get that damage build up on the greatsword and then swap over to that sword. It's just like, you know, he got Spectre's orange and he's swapping to that sword. Like how much of a greatsword main is he really? Maybe this is just, you know, he does not want to play greatsword into axe lance.
Right, and because we just happen to have such a lance-heavy bracket, that just might be the case. Goes for that recovery back to the stage, holds on. Okay, that's going to be the stock, and Spectre might be warming up here in the middle of game number 1, getting that knockout off to the right side. Now waiting to see what weapon's going to come through here. It's the sword that's been primed up, Spectre on the lance himself. Let's see how this moves forward here, going into game number 1. Really close footsies being played right now.
He threw that weapon throw without seeing a new weapon come in. He completely gambled that he was going to get the next one.
Yeah, and it didn't cost him too bad. Oh, no fastfall on that dare. Second dare works out, though. Good read on the down tick, but that's the 3-piece coming up from the greatsword. That's a ton of damage and knockback. When you get that finisher after the opener and the bridge, the greatsword does just that much more damage. So we've got ourselves a very close game 1. Weapon throw pickup. Doesn't get the recovery, though. That was a great attempt coming out from Skeldra.
Spectre now on the land as both players.
I love when you see that. You dodge, and then use the tail end of the dodge, gravity cancel in the end line unarmed, gets that extra bit of damage. Great play by Skeldra, but still so close, Polly. Oh!
Spectre starting to look for these knockout moves, as Skeldra has the advantage, though. He's knocked Spectre so far off. He's looking for a D-light.
D-light recovery will just do it, right? He's looking for that right now. Down airs him. Oh, I was surprised he didn't bounce him into it. He looks for it. Spectre knows that he's fishing for the downlight. Gets the side air. This could be the edge guard, Paulie. Spectre playing so well around the moves. He didn't touch. He did. Okay. Gets the jump back. Gets the dodge back. It's now a one-hit game for either player. Recovery hits.
He knows the Sears are coming out. He knows that the Sears are coming out.
Wow.
As soon as you're in rid, I mean, that's what you're going to be looking out for if you're against the lance player.
I mean, it was truly a one-hit game there because we were looking for those D-light recoveries coming out from Skeldra. And Skeldra kind of shaking his head there, being like, it should not have been that close.
It should not have been that close.
And Spectre over there, I feel like he's kind of in that situation where he's like, okay, I figured it out. Every game after this is going to be a 2-stock. That's how I feel like the energy's coming out from Spectre. So I would be a little worried if I was in Skeldra's position right now.
Skeldra was like, I feel like during this game, Skeldra was very, very good at setting up, like winning positions, but then he just didn't play them that well. Whereas Spectre played them super well whenever he got them.
I love that moment on the camera there, because you saw Spectre literally look to turn to the side and put his hand over his heart because it was beating so fast. Really intense game one coming up from there. And yeah, Spectre definitely really gets into these games here. So we're going to Apocalypse, still in the Olgrim, still against the Jayun. I wonder if the Mako will come through here, but I honestly don't think so. It's been so divided between Sword and Greatsword here that I think that Skeldra's game plan is to stay with the Jayun the entire way through.
It looks like it so far. Like, he's not really leaning towards any kind of weapon right now. And also the signatures, the N-Sig at the beginning of the last game.
Yeah, right.
So far, though, he had a really, really good start last time around, but now Spectre is turning up the heat. He's looking for those Sayers.
Nice
We're seeing a lot of whiffs right here.
I love that he used the D-Light bridge to dodge the attack from Spectre. That was really sick. Oh, is that going to be the stock? Ooh. Nicely done. That slight neutral light finisher didn't always used to hit at that knockback angle. That was something that got adjusted rather recently. And that angle of knockback is just a slightly earlier KO when you can get that finisher there. So really nicely done by Skeldra. Taking the lead here again in game number 2.
Taking the early lead. Spectre able to find that Sayer though, able to get that stock off. He has Skeldra still has that small damage lead.
It's so small though.
Spectre has the weapon opportunity, and just like that, he's able to even it out.
D-Light and Light pretending like that he's playing Frax on 9 decks there, right? I mean, coming out there, and now with that sideline and the down air. Another sideline of dare. Cider comes through.
Oh my god.
Has to dodge just to stop the momentum of the knockback there. Gets it back, manages to make it through, but if Spectre was able to get that N-Sig, that could have been a great edgeguard opportunity. Perfect weapon spawn, but Spectre's actually punishing them. He's waiting for the weapon spawns, letting Skeldra go to it, and then getting the hit afterwards. Working out so well here, and I feel like Spectre's about to steal the lead. Cider comes through, one more edgeguard. This could be it.
Oh, he's chasing. Gets the recovery. It's not going to be just enough though, and Skeldra's back on the ground. He has
that angle
the
from the
edgeguard is set up.
Recovery.
Able to find the recovery.
Knocks out the weapon.
These are the opportunities that Skeldra needs to start winning though.
Yeah.
He had like 2 really, really big opportunities. Here's another one. But Spectre just steals it from him, and he's able to find that knockout. Skeldra could have gotten a knockout on maybe 4 or 5 occasions there.
And now I'm a little worried for Skeldra in this sense, because Spectre has shown to me in multiple sets today, okay, great, my worries are gone. I was wondering if Skeldra was going to be able to clean up after that last stock there because of how close it was, and he goes straight into the D-Light recovery, brings it down to an even game, lands with that side air, doesn't go for anything afterwards, but there we see it. That dash cancel right there, that's what I was looking to see what Skeldra was going to be able to do here with the Greatsword, and he was getting those hits, repositioning, and trying to get more off of it, but Spectre, unfazed,
oh my god,
loves that down tick. That's twice that we've seen him connect with that.
And Skeldra had a small damage lead, but if you're against an Olgrim that knows what they're doing in the neutral, they're going to steal that from you real quick. Skeldra now, big opportunity, has the anti-air set up, isn't able to catch the landing, but he gets a follow-up instead.
The N-Light stacked, he didn't know what to do with it. But I think he's had enough damage where the D-Light recovery's not going to do it, but the next one will. The Cider goes all the way up there to catch the landing, is trying to babysit his recovery, and that ground pound, oh no way, Spectre tried to go out there with the D-Light.
That was too greedy. He's so lucky Spectre wasn't able to punish that. He goes for the preemptive N-Sig.
He doesn't have a recovery, is that it?
That could be it. It will be indeed. And that is 2-0 on the scoreboard. Skeldra is still in the game.
I gotta admit, I feel like Skeldra is just barely scraping by with a lot of these wins.
He keeps shaking his head.
Yeah, and
every single game.
Because I think all the games are starting off with a really solid lead for Skeldra, and then Spectre starts to figure something out, and then he just claws it back. I loved how Skeldra played with the Greatsword and neutral there. That landing nair is not an easy thing to connect with. And then being able to get that gravity cancel D-Light recovery, so fantastic. And then we saw the D-Light recovery and the big change up here. I thought the combo was over. He chases Spectre all the way up into the sky, and then stares him right afterwards. Really fantastic edgeguard to be able to get that 2-0 lead, and it's a 2-0 lead.
It's a 2-0 lead. And Skeldra, I would say Skeldra is feeling good, but Skeldra has been he's been shaking his head between every single game, and we are seeing the legends well.
Huh. Okay. I wonder if this I can't really make much sense out of this.
I can't make much sense out of this
I was looking at Brawlhaven, and I was like, wait, Greatsword players love Brawlhaven. He could be just picking the Akuma because he's up 2-0, but let's see how this plays out here. He's now got the gauntlets. The sword, I think, has been doing a lot of work while he was playing the Jaehyun. He's up 2-0, and now he's got the Akuma. Epic crossover for Val, so we'll be seeing gauntlets and sword coming out here against Spectre, who has got to win 3 games in a row to have a chance to not be knocked out here, because this is on the elimination side.
I just figured it out. He's a greatsword player.
Yeah.
Greatsword players hate greatsword. They all think it sucks.
That's too meta for me. I mean, you might be onto something, but oh my goodness, that down sig, little hopeful. Spectre ends up siding area for it. D-Light recovery. Could chase him all the way up to the top of the stage there, but he does not quite get it. And now with the gauntlets in hand, try to gravity cancel sideline. Spectre barrels right through with the down air. Recovery takes him off the top, and he's got the first lead on the first stock of the set. Usually Spectre goes down on the first stock.
Yeah, but it's those encounters, man. When they're both starting to get red, Spectre is so much more efficient at finding those knockouts. And I mean, he is on Olgrim, so you know that definitely helps him in that regard. And he's actually getting quite a large damage lead right here, trying to land Skeldra, but it's not going to work.
Yeah.
There's also one thing. Skeldra is kind of immune to getting lands. Like, we haven't seen any like crazy 0 to death, any like 6 hits in a row.
Yeah, but I don't think Spectre's playstyle is really refined around that. I think Spectre's got, if we were talking about like the new wave of Lance versus the old wave of Lance, he reminds me a lot of how Olgrim was played in EU back in the 2018 and 2020 days, where you get these solid 1 or 2 piece hits and then a huge signature read. Sidelight side air, not enough knockback there, but he's going to be able to get this edge guard pretty soon, I feel like. Yeah. That could be it. Dodge forced. I mean, okay, that's a little too hard on the read. Playing
yeah,
like
that's
Fozey.
that's a little too much. Able to find that Sarah though,
Yeah.
and that's just the thing, man. Skeldra.
Dude, I'm losing my mind over this Akuma pick. I'm wondering if it had something to do with the fact that he saw Brawlhaven that was picked, but that's not really the case.
The sword is working out well, but I don't know what to think about these gauntlets.
Yeah, we'll just have to see as the set plays out. I've been expecting him to go back to Greatsword after this, but Spectre looks so much more comfortable now that he doesn't fight against the Greatsword. Nair does not punish that gravity cancel down signature, but Spectre still almost has him in orange at this point. Oh. Nice side air.
Spectre able to get back. Now controlling the ground, but Skeldra gets that D-Light recovery. It's going to be a knockout, and please killing onto the sword.
Yeah, and this is technically close enough on Brawlhaven where I think it could go either way. It's going to be a matter of Spectre being able to
well, now, you know. Also with the double recovery, and that's a quick knockout. Spectre,
I mean,
still in the game, and Skeldra is scratching his head. He's either wondering, why did I pick Akuma, or he's wondering what comes after picking Akuma.
It could be a case where games 1 and 2, because he was shaking his head, he was like, oh my god, I shouldn't have won that, and I need to find an answer to the fact that Spectre's about to reverse 3-0 but I don't know about that one. Spectre
I feel like you're onto something.
He felt super close, because we were watching those games where it was kind of like, oh, he was losing until he won on the last stock, and he didn't look too happy with how he was playing. But Spectre in that matchup was super comfortable. I mean, sidelight Nair recovery, and then he gets this recovery on the falling here, right there, baits him out, he dashes forward, dashes back, jumps, gets that recovery in there, and Skeldra's just kind of like, okay, my stock got deleted. And he's right back to the Jaehyun here on Apocalypse. He could be a weird, like, I've always, because of North American Greatsword, I was like, oh, Demon Island and Brawlhaven every single time, but he might actually just like playing Greatsword only on platform stages. I don't know. We'll have to talk about him afterwards, because he's right back over to the Jaehyun, and we'll see how this game 4 goes as Spectre shows signs of life.
And I feel like still we're probably going to be seeing a sword heavy Skeldra coming out here. Spectre with a beautiful offstage though.
That's
and another hit. That is actually, yeah, that is going to be it. Almost thought he had a chance to get back.
Yeah, no diagonal dodge is going to come back in Apocalypse. I mean, if we didn't have like the slants on the walls there at the very end, like if this was like Mammoth Fortress, maybe, but no, that was a phenomenal edge guard. Several side airs, and then the dare at the very end to get the angle to where the dodge back wouldn't be able to do it, and Spectre's running away with game number 4.
Yeah, that is really Spectre's strong suit. Those edge guards and finding the knockouts. Man, he's good at that. Oh, he tried to go for the recovery, but Spectre preemptively throwing out the dare beautifully.
Spectre's He's destroying him with unarmed. Lance comes through, no dodge. That sidelight stare guaranteed. Goes up the sider again. He has to use that dodge to be able to get the momentum back.
And not again, dude.
Oh.
Spectre is still in the game. 3 stocks against 1, and Skeldra has a mountain to climb ahead of him.
I mean, this is exactly the narrative that you were pitching to, right? Where Spectre tends to be that ramp-up player. We see him go down 0-2 in a lot of these sets. He now loses his first stock of the game, but this is against the character that he's lost 2 games against, and this is the best that he's looked so far in the set. I mean, his Lance is playing incredible. And you were saying we haven't really been seeing Skeldra get lanced. Well, that's how he's been getting all of these stocks, right? 4 stairs to a down air, side air into a ground pound. Has the lance once again. Skeldra can't get anything started, Paulie.
This also just mentally is where Spectre has just such a massive advantage. He has the momentum. Skeldra also potentially maybe haven't been playing on stage that much, maybe starting to get a little bit nervous right now. He feels it slipping out of his hands, and he knows he needs to do something right now.
Yeah.
He tries to go for the signature, and it connects.
Side stick does connect, not early enough to knock out there, but it was a really great read. I guess he was hoping for that stuff recovery.
Oh, he has no options.
Yeah, that's it. That's like
that is a wonder hit.
I felt like it was like a jump stuff recovery too. That was a phenomenal stare. Those are the stares that you wish to have in it. And a great sword side air. Wow, that chase dodge right afterwards was phenomenal. After that stare came through, but the down stick breaks up the pressure. It looks like Skeldra's trying to have a little bit of that comeback potential here, Paul. He's looking good. He just has to avoid every single move in Axe's kit.
And he's doing so very, very, very well. He watched out the D-Sig isn't connecting, the Sares, the recoveries, none of it is connecting. Skeldra is finally doing such a good job at avoiding all of these knockout moves.
Recovery.
And he is building up his damage very well.
Oh,
looking out for the Sares, and he dodges it. He gets the string,
Goes to the
but it's
down
not
air.
enough to find the knockout. He gets the second one.
He dodges the
it.
instant misses, and then he doesn't have the dodge, and he puts his hands on his head. I think his dodge was up to be able to dodge that. That was just a moment of like after the second sidelight comes through, he just wasn't ready for Spectre to do it again.
And they're both laughing. They know that was a crazy game. It was any man's game.
I mean, that was the best I think we've seen Skeldra play on the greatsword there when it comes to the reads that he was going for after his openings. Seeing that side air, at the moment that I was talking about the, because you get the diagonal down knockback, and at very low damage, he chase dodged diagonally afterwards, waited until he landed on the ground, and then tried to convert it into a greatsword string there with an opener. It was fantastic play. We're going to see this edge guard here where you just can't make that dodge back. Yeah, so close. But when you know, Spectre didn't even go that for that edge guard. He was already getting ready to weapon star for that situation. This is interesting.
Skeldra at the end, man. He blew up.
Yeah, he did. But we're on Brawl Haven now, and he's staying with the Jaehyun. So, like, oh man, Paulie, imagine that random Akuma while up 2-0 just completely throws out the momentum of the set. Like, look at Spectre go. Down sig down air. Could get another down sig here on this landing, and without the platform there, Skeldra's kind of playing he's having some trouble getting in.
Yeah. Spectre's movement is looking very crisp right now, and he's finding a lot of damage, and Skeldra can't break that neutral bubble that Spectre has formed.
Okay, opportunity here. Tries to go for it. Okay, gets 4 hits. Doesn't get the finisher on either one of those hits, and the weapon throw forward just gets dodged out of the way. Good recovery. Sword picked up. He's got a few D-Light recoveries before he's able to knock out Spectre off the top, and Spectre's just looking for that one opening that will get him that knockout.
He is catching up in terms of damage, able to find that weapon throw. Recovery isn't going to connect, though. And they're just chasing after each other.
Yeah.
Rather, Skeldra is chasing after all of the misses Spectre's doing. Like, Spectre's winning the mental game. He's just throwing out attacks because he knows Skeldra is like so shaky, he's not able to find these punishes.
The thing is, though, is that I feel the same level of nerves from Spectre now that his back is against the wall. With this Game 5 and how Game 4 went, I think both players are actually playing more careful than we've seen all set. He drops a D-Light recovery at red. Okay, Skeldra is actually just nervous as heck. Recovery dodges as well. Spectre taking advantage of that. Sidelight, side air coming
not
through.
Not true anymore.
Not true, but I mean, if you're not dodging, if you're hitting sidelight stare on Lance with a dodge up, you might as well go for an axe as well.
Good Sare, though, able to throw him off stage. And this is it right here. Skeldra giving off the advantage position and letting Spectre get back up. And he's going to have to pay the price.
Okay, nice pickup recovery there. You fade down right before you land, get the recovery to start into the stage, and then you rise up afterwards, be able to get that knockout. Greatsword's so great at being able to do that. But he's got a mountain to climb here on this comeback. A Spectre, okay, that's a good side air punish. I want to talk a little bit about what makes Greatsword unique compared to most weapons. Besides like a axe down air or a cannon dare, most moves don't have landing animations when they come down onto the stage. But with Greatsword in this case, all those moves, if you land with them, you can combo them into bridges. We haven't seen Skeldra do that too much, but right there, he gets a great hit there, and he's able to bring this back quite well. Doesn't like to go for those down airs, but that side light finisher could have taken Spectre stock.
He's finding a lot of damage here on the Greatsword. And he's able to get the Dare Nair as well.
Oh, the Nair hits! Skeldra's brought it back. And now with that knockout off the top, that's a crazy early stock for how far he's been behind. And Spectre's now at his tournament stock. This is an elimination quarterfinal. Loser of this is out 33rd. Winner of this goes in the top 32.
And Skeldra, in one of the most deciding moments of the entire set, finally has a lead over Spectre. But Spectre, we've said it time and time again, he's so good at finding these knockouts, and he's looking for that D-Sig.
He might be pushing a little too hard for it this time. Two Nairs in a row. Those down sigs might be getting a little obvious. Side there. Lands on the ground.
Skeldra's maneuvering has leveled up out of nowhere here as well. Spectre able to find that Seer though, taking that stock off. He's in the orange, but he has the weapon advantage. All it takes is for Skeldra to fail getting that weapon, but he gets the good.
Spectre takes a moment to take a deep breath, and now we've got ourselves a last stock situation, and it's close enough that I feel like it could go either way. Skeldra getting in there without the sword, lands with the recovery, D-Light recovery. Can he babies to the landing? Cider hits. It's all Skeldra here on this last stock. Has to throw the weapon up to cover his landing, and he goes for an N-Sig read. Recovery comes through, and Pauly, I think one more hit off the top of the stage could be it.
He's just throwing out the anti-air. He just needs one more super good hit right now. Spectre not able to get that weapon off. Scratch that D-Light into Axe Nair.
Lights to go and pick up the axe. That was crazy creative. Oh, Sidelight Nair. Sidelight Nair recovery.
He gets the weapon, but it's not enough.
Okay, one more recovery will be able to do it. He's looking for that downlight. Another unarmed Nair comes through. One last Nair. He's not able to hit. He's one hit away for Skeldra.
Yeah, but Spectre is getting closer and closer, and he has a lance in hand. If he sets up a good advantage, which he will.
Goes in for the downer. Skeldra recovers
though.
high. Does he go for the edge guard? No, there's no way. He's going to wait for Spectre to come back. Dodge is gone. Recovery hits, and that's it. Skeldra clutches
it. Skeldra is taking out Spectre. He's still in the game. His run is still alive. After a valiant effort, Spectre is unfortunately not going to be able to proceed in the bracket.
Oh my goodness. I wanted to turn around and be like, what was that Akuma clip in game number 3? Well, you know what? Hey, he made it a close set.
I'm going to have to ask him. I'm going to have to ask him later in the crowd.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm not sure what was going on there.
Wow, that was a great set.
That was a really, really good set.
That was about as much as I could hope for, especially for a qualifier for top 32. Between two players, we're having a phenomenal run. And from one of the few players that is experimenting with Greatsword and also just pushing the competitive meta in EU in general, to be able to have such a great win over a player like Spectre like that is really awesome to see.
Yeah, but Skeldra was killing it on like for dear life. That was close.
Yeah.
That was really, really close.
And every single game, Spectre's like my heart, and then we see Skeldra on the other head, and he's kind of like my head. They're just actually losing their minds while playing. Definitely going to need a breather and a
This is what Brawlhalla is all about, man. And this is why I love these, like, I wouldn't say lower level games, but these games, like a little bit further down into the bracket, they're clinging on for dear life just to survive one more round.
I mean,
and that's what Brawlhalla is all about.
When you have, and this is actually something that I think that, I don't know if it was you that was talking about it.
Look at how flat that is. Sorry, look at Spectre's, man.
Yeah, Skeldra went into just a crazy mode there. That was phenomenal. Spectre did his best to be able to get, he was like chipping away with little nairs here and there, had that edgeguard opportunity. Oh, I couldn't believe it. I thought that Spectre was going to win the game. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that was an incredible set. I'm super excited to see how Skeldra plays with the Greatsword moving forward, because I think we've got 2 EU Greatswords now in top 32. We've got Machete on winner's side, and then we've got Skeldra now on the elimination side. And I think there's a few other players. I haven't seen how the bracket's been pulling out with like Hughes and such, but there are other players that I think that will pick Greatsword. They just haven't been leading with it. Still, what a set. That was a lot of fun to watch, Pauly.
Yeah, and we are going to have way more entertaining sets coming up right after this short break. The players need a little bit of a breather. We need a little bit of a breather. That was a crazy game. Yeah. So don't go anywhere. Get yourself some popcorn, and we will see you in just a moment.
And we're back here, Dreamhack Valencia. I'm Taza, Polly. We're going to get into some more matches here. These have been some crazy top 32 elimination matches, right? Like the 2 matches that we just watched were players going out at 33rd just to be able to get in the top 32. And we've got one more of those coming up. And it's actually a very interesting matchup because we've got probably the definition of a fan favorite here in Europe going up against a player who has actually made a really incredible run for himself, but we're both pretty unfamiliar with. It's Pavelski versus Muguwara.
Yeah. Of course, Pavelski. Does Pavelski really need an introduction? I mean, you've either seen him play in tournaments. You might have seen his streams, his YouTube videos. He is he's the fan favorite. You already said it. The flashy, sometimes inconsistent Mordex extraordinaire.
Reliably inconsistent. I actually
inconsistent.
love watching because he's like, I have no idea what I'm going to get from a Pavelski day, right? He's going to be like, for a while it was possible that he could win any event that he entered into. And I think recently it's kind of fallen off on that regard. But he's had an incredible win today. It was a 3-2 win over Wave God. And so Wave God is an Asuri player who makes waves at LAN when playing with Asuri. He's one of the best Asuri players, in my opinion, in Europe. Yeah. And so seeing that 3-2 victory, I think Pavelski switched to Mordex in the last 2 games when I was watching that set, is a really huge upset for me. That's making me think, okay, Pavelski might actually just be able to get in the top 32 and go the distance. He's been playing really well this weekend. Not on the Blasters, which is what he was known for after Paris Games Week, right? He made that debut, played the Lucian, and now I'm thinking, like, it's actually still a really good character. Why isn't he playing it right now? But he's just really believing in Gauntlets inside.
Yeah, I feel like just seeing Pavelski beat Wave God also is telling us like which Wave God we're seeing today, or sorry, which Pavelski we're seeing today.
Yeah.
Like we're seeing a little bit more confident Pavelski, perhaps a Pavelski that is feeling good, ready to compete here at LAN, at Dreamhack Valencia, and it makes me a little bit more confident in his abilities. Again, Muguwara is a wild card for us. We are not very familiar.
We're waiting
with
to see the
player.
lock-in. We saw that the most reported legend was Scarlet, so it could be another member of the new Lance Wave.
Yeah,
that we're
I mean
about.
we're in Europe,
and they're just so new that you just haven't seen them play.
Yeah.
There because I was looking at their bracket run. I think there was a player. Oh, the name's escaping me of who he knocked out, but it was somebody that we both knew. And I'll worry about it later when I look at the bracket.
I will worry about it later.
But it was a thing where it's like, I don't think he's knocked out anybody where I'm like, whoa, that's huge. But we're going to find out in just a little bit as we get into game number 1. With Pavelski being here on stream, first time in singles today. And he's going to go up against Muguwara.
And it's always a pleasure to watch Pavelski
Looks like
play.
Scarlet.
Looks like Scarlet indeed.
I don't know if Pavelski's leading with the Mordex. We'll find out in a little bit.
Pavelski has a lot in his arsenal.
Over here. Is that Fate? I think I see Fate on the screen. We'll find out in a bit.
If it's Fate, I'd be very, very happy.
From Pavelski?
From Pavelski, the Orb. It's a long time ago to see Orb on main stage.
I asked if Fate was played by him in pool so far, and the people that were watching his run said he didn't play it, but I wouldn't be surprised if he did pick it. But it's actually Muguwara that's locking into Fate, which is still cool. Seeing a Scythe Ditto in Brawlhalla in 2023, that's a rarity. You look.
That is Scarlet.
Scarlet?
That's a Scarlet
Dude,
skin.
I got tricked with a hat. Dude, I got so tricked. You looked at me with the most. You looked at me with the most pity that I've ever seen. And I was like, I deserved it. You know what this happened with before? I think Hattori and Koji have a similar hat on the same skin, and I see that, and I get so thrown off once the lens gets picked up. Anyways, back into this game number 1. It is actually going to be Scarlet going against Pavelski, which does fit that new Lance Wave narrative. And then Pavelski leading with the Mordex is very cool because it's something that he ended up counter-picking earlier on, and now it just seems like he's comfortable with. Edgeguard opportunity here. Stairs out of the way of the weapon throw instead of dodging. So dodge was still up, D-Light and recovery. That was a little too much on the edge of the downlight for that follow-up to connect.
Able to find that knockout, getting that early lead. Probably going to be clinging onto that Lance here as well. Pavelski on the respawn.
I mean, this is looking great for Muguwara. Pavelski's gotten him off stage a few times, but hasn't really gone for any of those crazy off-stage plays that we know about. Side lights, down airs, okay. The wall on Demon Island's a little weird. You don't get that classic down air ground pound combo that Sandstorm popularized just yet, but he gets the knockout regardless and evens it up 2-2.
Yeah. But I also feel like Pavelski, more than any player, is like he gets a lot of his damage in very short bursts. And we haven't really seen too many of those bursts happen yet.
We could have one now?
We could have one right now. He's not able to find it just yet.
I like when those mix-ups come through, right? Because when you hit the downlight and then you don't use the active input and you actually bring them back on stage instead of going off stage, that's when you can really throw off your opponent's dodge options. Yeah. Gauntlet's picked up now. Nair in the side air. Weapon throw forced the dodge. Can even make it back. No, Muguwara just goes down. And that's a stock lead from Pavelski, just snatched away with a really great edgeguard on the Gauntlets.
Great showing from Pavelski, and yet again, you gotta be on the edge of your seat while you're fighting Pavelski.
Oh.
Muguwara.
Oh, recovery stuff, recovery effects. Sarah forces
No
the dodge.
options.
Nair comes through. He has
gets
no
that
options.
jump back, but it's not enough.
Sarah's up into the down air, and he goes to the gravity cancel side stick.
But
No
it's
chase
over.
dodge.
It's over.
Okay. You talked about how it could be suddenly be an explosive option. We saw 2 back-to-back. The Gauntlet's not as flashy, but that Scythe knockout there at the very end, definitely very much so. I wonder, Muguwara, if he chase dodged directly up, could he have made it back? I don't think he could have. I don't think he had the weapon to be able to do it. I'm thinking about when he hit him with the hammer sider. If he had, Lance,
so.
maybe
No.
he could have done it.
I don't think so.
Even with Lance?
No, even with Lance.
Oh, that's rough.
He was so far down.
Yeah, Pavelski, those are the kind of highlights that you like to see, where it's kind of like he's already gone, but you might as well dare him 3 more times.
Yeah, you might as well just go down and, at that point, you're just warming up.
Yeah.
You're just making sure you still know how you're supposed to do it.
And interesting pick. It's rare that we get the small Enigma counter pick coming out here. I'm really excited to see how that the dash movement comes through. I'm talking with you a little bit about. Oh wait, we gotta be careful about this.
Oh
side.
my God! 8 seconds into the game, Pavelski, let Taza speak.
I didn't think that it was gonna have enough knockback. That was the Sarah that ended it, right? That's what? Okay, Pavelski. I'm pretty sure Muguwara has a dodge. There it was. Okay. Is he going to use it that time? Wow. Oh, dude, when Pavelski's playing like this.
Oh, got the GC.
Oh, the dare weapon throw gets the Granny, gets the haymaker. Oh.
Pavelski, and he's still alive. He touches the wall.
I thought that was going to be a Pavelski stock.
How many hits did Pavelski take? 1 hit?
1 hit, I think.
That's another dare.
He was going for gravity cancel down tick, and I think the mid animation got caught by the dare. That was wild. Okay, Muguwara. The weapon throw actually stops the end of the animation. He gets the second one. Go for the third. You have to.
Go for the. Yeah, you have to. You know it.
Okay, great. Recovery comes
He covers
right
it
yeah.
with the recovery.
Pavelski's smiling and laughing after that because honestly, Muguwara is taking Pavelski's craziness. He's responding on another level, which I don't think I've ever seen anybody do in bracket. What was that? Did you see that chase dodge Nair follow-up? After the sidelight? Okay. Pavelski gets that sidelight on stage. Strong hit was actually just enough.
He finds it. Yeah. Pavelski doesn't like when his opponent is red, because then he can't hit them with 18 and scythe attacks. He prefers it this way.
Yeah. He's just like, okay, come on, get on this next stock. Okay, here we go. Neutral leg, dash jump, gravity cancel, pivot, sidelight. Oh, he waited and Muguwara just called him out. That was fantastic.
Yeah, just waiting and trying to spot dodge it.
Oh, need a little bit more drift on that. Uses the steam. That was amazing movement. Did you see Muguwara use the... So that's what I was looking for the most on Enigma, that enables this new dash cancel behavior. When you're rising above a platform and you use the dash cancel. Do you like ground pound? Get to another ground pound.
Yeah, that's going to be it. It's over.
Oh, Muguwara just didn't have the jumps, right?
Yeah, no. I think he wanted to find maybe the
because I saw him ground pounding after Pavelski went for his own ground pound. Yeah, this is I think this is kind of what we were expecting.
Look at this, dude.
Oh, it's just like that stock? I can't wait for this. Oh yeah.
Look,
let's
so
get this.
Now we're on
dodge,
5
right?
seconds.
So that
look at the time. Keep an eye on the time. That's 2 seconds.
Yeah, and the knockback.
That's a 2 second.
And the key factor there was at the very beginning. I was wondering why Muguwara didn't dodge, and it was because he got dared out of a gravity cancel downlight, right? He might as well have just given his stock to Pavelski on a silver platter. That was destruction. And they're going back to Enigma here for game
Oh no,
3.
please, not again.
He still has his dodge though. And Muguwara's actually been dodging out of these strings quite well from Pavelski. Pavelski's been trying to get these dodge up reads with these gravity cancel sidelights, and Muguwara's just not been giving it to him. The nairs and the recoveries and the nairs. Okay, he's stuffing Pavelski's options out of the way here, and he's actually taking a damage lead for it.
Very well played. And the thing, I'm sitting here thinking, please not again, and Muguwara is thinking the same thing. Pavelski already has such a big mental lead, and that is actually going to be the knockout as well. Pavelski with the early lead yet again. He has the scythe in hand. Muguwara has a fresh stock, and again, Muguwara has to be so careful.
Yeah. Sometimes you just have to wait to see what your opponent's creative recovery option is, because occasionally it just won't work. That gravity cancel side take almost enough distance, but didn't quite go far enough. Muguwara putting up the down six to Pavelski. Not off stage to be caught by, but this time, never
That's
mind.
Big.
Look
That's
at that
big.
recovery. And he was sweating on the way back there, so Pavelski only had one option to cover, and Muguwara covered it perfectly.
Yeah, very, very clean offstage from Muguwara. Cleanly taking out that stock. But now he still has a lot of work left to do. It is quite even now. He's throwing out these nairs.
I kind of love Muguwara's lance. It's just when Pavelski catches him being too crazy. That was a gravity cancel down tick, Pavelski. What was that? I think side tick would have just worked there. What are you doing? Jumping off stage unarmed. What were you possibly looking for? That's what it was.
Gets the ground pound. Ah, the haymaker!
Slide charge, side stick
Pavelski.
under the stage.
This
no
isn't
jump pad.
experimental.
Look at Pavelski grinning ear to ear there, trying to contain himself.
He's
oh my
laughing.
God. Dude, he can't stop when he's on stream.
This isn't experimental. This isn't ranked. This is Dreamhack, Valencia, and Pavelski. This is a destructive showing so far, but look at that
They're
scoreboard.
down light.
Muguwara is still in the game.
Yeah.
He's proven to be able to take out those stocks
I mean, these
quite
recovery
efficiently.
down sticks have been really fantastic. He goes for the second down stick. Pavelski waits it out, and the recovery actually stops that ground pound. Nice recovery. Down tick comes through again. Is that going to be the second down tick knockout? I mean, that's like on the level of Bodvar down tick when it comes to craziness. You just don't see that move used primarily. Recovery comes through. Is this going to be it? Stuffed recovery? Edgeguard up with the recovery right here. They gets the scoop. Not enough damage. Oh, he's doing
Chases
so good.
for
Chasing him, and Pavelski's punishing him.
Throws away the weapon again. Is he looking for the unarmed finisher?
I think so. Do you like ground pound?
Am I in a YouTube video right now?
I don't know. These haven't been that great. I mean, you go for the slide charge down heavy unarmed. Okay, Pavelski. You got the unarmed nair.
Is he
off
trying
the
to
top.
knock out with the nair?
I mean, at this point, I think he's just trying to knock him out.
No, dude. No.
Side
No,
leg.
this is
Go for
this
side
is
leg.
this is something completely else.
There it is.
This is something completely else, Taza.
You know,
This is
that
a
was
statement.
that was like the most anti-hype Pavelski finisher I think I've ever seen. Eli recovery, didn't even do the neutral sig. 5 out of 10.
Well played. Did you see Muguwara? He's smiling. You know what? there's the-
Muguwara matched the craziness in such an awesome way.
Yeah.
I'm actually just a huge Muguwara fan after that. Look at that. So happy after that matchup. Because like when Pavelski styles on you and then you hit him with a hammer recovery Scarlet down sig, I'm feeling pretty good. That was a really fun set to watch.
Woo! Heart Pavelski. Yeah, Muguwara took it like a champ, dude, and he was matching that energy.
We get this, that edge guard off of that gravity cancel downlight. Such a fantastic 0 to knockout. We rarely see that with side players anymore, but Pavelski's the one that you can guarantee is going to be able to do it. Do you like ground pound? Into the second ground pound, and Muguwara just had nothing back. He was like, I might as well dodge it, right? Is this going to be the moment where we get the slide charge haymaker? I don't remember.
I think so. Yeah, I think
Where
this
he
is
goes
it.
off, he goes off stage unarmed? Okay. No. Oh, is this
Oh no,
the
this is
down
the
sig?
D-Sig. Yeah.
Dodged straight up. That was so fantastic.
I think he could have dodged diagonally to touch the wall there, but who would do that? You're not gonna do that because that's like I feel like that's more obvious.
Yeah. No, it was just a really great read. Oh,
This is
here
the
it is.
yeah,
Boom.
yeah, dude.
Oh, I didn't realize that it bounced off the bottom of the stage. That's the only reason why the knockback worked that well. If he didn't bounce off the stage, I think he would have been able to dodge up and recover.
Yeah, no, I don't think Pavelski also had enough options to go for like something a crazy follow up there
Yeah.
either.
That was a fun set. And Pavelski's going to be getting into the elimination side of top 32 after that win. Most of his damage there on site, and then 128 damage unarmed compared to 34 on gauntlets. A Pavelski classic. Why not, right? Almost did as much damage as Mugiwara's lance or hammer. Now that I'm looking,
You know,
at
when
it.
you say it like that.
Yeah, that was a match to watch indeed. Pavelski fans, I mean, gotta love that, right? Anytime that he's on stream, he definitely owns it. Really, really cool set. And the set that we got coming up next, Polly, well, that's gonna be a very big change of pace, I think.
Who do we got?
Sandstorm versus West.
Sandstorm versus
And
West.
so I stand by my predictions here. When I was looking at how the bracket was rolling up and how I thought things were going to shake out, I was predicting Sandstorm getting into this top 3 even through South America because it was a West U's run. And with U's going down so early, I think XJ Cool J, who's on the Asuri this today, is going to be in his path. I think Sandstorm actually just has some very great comfort matchups moving up. This is going to be the toughest matchup that I think he's gotten in the day. And it's going to be going up against West, who I believe is playing Thea. I don't know. Is anybody in EU really pushing Thea right now? You
I
would
don't
know
think
better
so.
than me.
No, Axe Ray, Dimitri.
Okay. Is he here today?
Yeah, he's here today. He took out Hermison actually.
Oh.
But this is I'm not sure. I would love to see
if
them.
he's still in.
I would love to see them on stage, but I don't know if they're still in the tournament.
Yeah, I have to take a look. It doesn't look like it made it out on winner's side. There's still a few players I have to get through. Fun things to call out while we wait for this matchup. Blitz, Haslegs, Cap, Akeno, Adam Cool 178, Isaiah player from North America, who's just here on vacation, that's just competing, and Kazumi, all in the elimination side of top 32. Kazumi having a wonderful weekend, right? Like before this,
Dude,
kind of
I
this
saw a
relatively
tweet.
unheard of
I
to me.
saw a tweet. I don't remember who it was from, Well, someone in EU said, I'm so happy that NA players also have to deal with Kazumi's lands now, because he's just infamous.
Is Kazumi another one of the new wave
Yeah,
for
and
you?
he is a very, very, very frustrating and difficult to play against. That I just do you
know what Lance Legend that he likes to pick the most in singles?
No, I'm not aware.
Okay.
But I could give you an educated guess that it's probably maybe Olgrim.
Okay, yeah. I mean, when it's in Europe, man, what happened? It was like one day in 2018, I casted a single tournament where everybody picked Olgrim because at the time, Olgrim was considered the worst character, and then they never stopped playing him.
Yeah.
And it's still the case here, 5 years later. It's actually kind of crazy to think about. But the matchup that we got coming up next, there's a chance for Olgrim, but I don't think that it's going to happen. So West does have a very good Olgrim. A fantastic Lance. He's been playing a lot of Teskas and 2s, but the Thea's been what he's been playing in singles. And this matchup against Sandstorm's interesting because Sandstorm is actually going full Teska first. That's what he's been playing all weekend. I know that he's got the Mordex and he's got other characters in his back pocket that he prepares for things, but he believes that his boots are his best weapon at the moment. There's a chance that we could have a Teska Ditto coming out here, and this is going to be one of the first high-level boots Dittos that I think I've ever casted.
Where are we right now in the bracket? Is this to enter top 16
No, this
winner
is
side?
so.
Or?
Yeah, this is winners round 1 of top 32.
Okay.
Yeah.
I feel like this is an early matchup.
Yeah, but there's just a lot of early matchups here.
I mean,
stacked, right?
just-
you know what else is a winners round 1? Godly Akeno.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, that's brutal. When you just looks at all of it, once you get into top 32, everything's early at this point. And it's something that's why all of those elimination side top 32 matches were so hyped, is because there are 32 players here who have gotten top 8 before, and you can only have 8 of them make it. like when you think of it that way, oh my goodness.
Fun observation here. Both of these players have more top 8 placements than top 32 placements.
Oh.
That is something.
Wow. Wonder how that works. That's got to be a stat thing. I'm looking at you, Creed. Figure that out. Anyways. Oh, you know what that might be? It might be because of Royales? I don't know if that skews it. I'm not sure if the Royals are included there. Anyways, we've got a little bit of a history of the matches that we've got so far. The Akeno versus Fozey upset, really huge. We've been seeing a lot of different brands of Olgrim, where I think Akeno actually had a really well-rounded Olgrim in terms of how his Axe was playing and how it just became all Axe towards the end of the game. And
We've
then
had a
Spectre-
Lance every game so far.
Yeah, well, it's the EU wave, as you said. This is going to be the first time that we... Oh, wait, no, I'm kidding. Thea actually technically a Lance Legend, even though I think Thea plays more different than any other Lance character that I've seen so far, with that super high base movement speed and the
signatures.
The signature kit, which might as well be a bonus light attack kit, honestly,
Yeah,
in the
it's
sense that how
crazy.
fast they are, but also that they're not really high damaging. You kind of have to catch somebody at the very edge of the stage like you would with the Scythe Sider to be able to get knockouts like that, unless you're really good at getting the boots, side zig, tipper hitbox, which gets that straight horizontal knockback. It takes a while to knock out with Thea.
Yeah, it does take a while. Sandstorm and West, I mean, just look at the PR numbers.
Both 5 in the region.
Yeah.
No.
Just to like give you a taste of like how this is a big boy match. This is a big boy match.
Funny thing, actually, now that I think about it, 25-9 in that upset against Fozey. That was actually just incredible. Akeno's like, I can't wait to see what the rest of this run's going to be.
Also, Spectre not having a PR. I believe I saw Spectre at this point, maybe it was a year ago, Spectre saying, I'm quitting Brawlhalla.
Oh, interesting. I know that I've seen and casted Spectre before, so not having a PR there is actually interesting. It must just be like from an activity.
Yeah.
But
yeah,
regardless.
we've been talking a lot about it. Of course, PR lands being weighted heavier in PR.
Yes. Well, and recency as well.
We're gonna have a lot of changes in PR here. Like looking at Akeno, that is that's gonna skyrocket.
Yeah. Absolutely. And this matchup's going to probably decide the difference between their PR and their local regions between Sandstorm and West, right? And to clarify why they're both number 5, you can check it out at Brawlhalla.com/rankings, right? And we have power rankings on that esports side. You can look at the players that are ranked in each one of the regions, and even though we have these lands that are international, players are ranked first and foremost in their region. So Sandstorm's number 5 in North America, and West is number 5 in South America, which is why they can both still have those numbers.
Yeah.
Which means that they're just very, very good players. And we're going to have that Thea versus Teska opening.
Oh,
so
boy.
this is the two boots legends in the game that are currently tournament legal going head-to-head here, with the difference being the gauntlets coming out from Sandstorm, which are so tried and true from the Mordex, and the Lance from West, where we're going to be seeing plenty of that down sig, which can be very nuanced with how you play it. Gravity Cancel Neutralite, though, from Sandstorm. Great start here. And we're already off with a ton of attacks coming out here in the game number 1, Paulie.
And I have not yet been exposed to that much high-level Thea gameplay. I'm really excited to see what Wes is going to be able to
we've had Boomy at Dallas, and that was it.
It's not been much.
Siders are coming through. Wes has got Sandstorm off the right side of the stage.
The Thea meta has time to marinate.
Yeah, and now we can find out if it's real or not, right? There's such a 50-50 blaring sound of nerf Thea or buff Thea, depending on who you talk to. And look at that. That's the thing that I'm talking about. When we talk about how she basically has a bonus light attack kit, nice recovery, gets that knockout at the top, it's because her force is low, and the signatures just don't really hit that hard. That was a signature hit at red on Brawlhaven, not knocking out. Had to rely on the Lance recovery, but he does take the lead.
Now the Battle Boots trying to get back up. Sandstorm is going to be able to find that edge guard with a recovery. Trying to knock this stock off as early as possible.
What?
Signature isn't connecting though.
That dodge was
and
so
Wes gets so
clutch.
much damage off of it.
Got so much damage and almost gravity cancel downlighted him so that he could get the recovery off the top. Actually, I don't know if he would have had a recovery with how exhausted his jumps were. But still, the damage was great regardless. 2 end lights in a row. Sandstorm low on jumps. Has to make it back to the stage, and he falls pretty low. Has to recover his head with the... Oh, that's so beautiful. That's so hard to do when you get that pivot down tick on the Lance to be able to get that to fight off the side of the stage. And Wes gets the hit for it.
Sandstorm setting up the edge guard. Not going to be committing to it too hard. He wants Wes to come back up so he can find those openers and set up for a good string.
Interesting
able
choice
to find a couple of hits, building up this damage.
Oh, nice weapon throw pickup. He used the active input on the side light, on the downlight sider there, on the boots, traveling further instead of opting for the stronger knockback. Ensig could get punished by his own Ensig, but it's not going to be enough to knock him out. Gauntlet's not picked up. Sandstorm fishing for something, but he can't get anything to connect. Now he's weapon starving Wes. He doesn't want Wes to be able to get back on any weapon here in this game number 1.
He's going to find those battle boots though, and that could be a knockout now as Wes sends Sandstorm off stage. Sandstorm gets an opportunity to get back up though, and that's going to be Wes paying the price.
Yeah.
Now Sandstorm also having the weapon advantage. This is a dangerous spot for Wes, especially with those battle boots. The damage is real.
Yeah, the damage is real, and Thea is not exactly tanky, right?
That was a very, very important play from Wes.
But I do think Brawlhaven serves as a very great equalizer in this matchup when it comes to Thea being able to actually knock out at a reasonable amount of time.
It is just the equalizer, man.
Yeah. Where it's just kind of like, well, you're an orange, anything could happen. And Wes popping off with the boots here in game 1 against Sandstorm. Sandstorm landing with that downer does get a little bit of damage with that side light, but Wes is just naring him back on the stage, falls to that side air, goes up to the side stick, and that's a great punish coming from Sandstorm. Edgeguard opportunity here. What do we get? Does he dash forward with the downlight? He does. Doesn't get the end light afterwards as Wes jumps right before landing, and that's 3 nairs. Oh, I thought that was going to be the recovery. Oh, not the Lance down sig, right? That's the boot side stick. You don't travel backwards after that one.
Both players not really committing super hard whenever they find an opening, but Wes is starting to turn up the heat, and there it is.
Oh, was that Nair in a recovery there at the very end? I want to see that.
I'm going to have to see that replay.
And Sandstorm nodding his head in approval after that one. I got to say, Wes's punish game on the boots looking much better than Sandstorm's.
Yeah, he is. His neutral is looking pristine.
And the thing that I think that Wes has got above Sandstorm so far is that the nairs from him, while they don't true combo into anything, he's covering so many of these landings coming out from Sandstorm here. It's phenomenal. I don't know. So we're going back into...
We're going back into the game.
Yeah.
The players aren't waiting around. They want to play.
So I'm wondering, Paulie, what does Sandstorm do to get around the fact that Wes is like staying?
Oh
okay,
no!
Let's hold that.
That's dangerous. He uses the weapon throw though to be able to get back up safely.
Okay, makes it back.
He's still on the wall. It's not over yet, and Sandstorm knocks him off again. He's all the way down in orange.
He's still edge guarding him here. He's taking damage for that blunder.
You asked what can Sandstorm do? I feel like he's
I
super strong at the edge guards.
I was thinking about the finishing of that sentence was the boot snares coming out from Wes were really hard for him to land through. And so now what were you saying?
The edge guards from Sandstorm are looking so strong. I feel like that's so far throughout this matchup, that's the one thing he has over him.
Oh, that was a great position to use that Ensig. Not super strong, but when you catch him off the side of the stage, no matter how you pivot it, Thea Ensig will always take you to that left side, right? And so being able to use it over there, much better than being able to use it over here.
Throw Sandstorm back up there in the edge guard, looking for, I'm assuming just looking for the damage.
Yeah. I'm not sure.
Oh my god, he's getting a lot of it.
Down air into
He's
recovery.
getting a lot of it.
Sandstorm reads that that's not true there. He goes for the recovery. He manages to get some sort of wake-up attack, but he can't get these knockouts, Paulie. And I mean, I'm pretty sure Thea is a 3 defense legend. That down air will finally do it. And Sandstorm kind of taking a deep breath, being like, I can't be taking this long to take out one of Wes's stocks.
gets a good start as Wes respawns. He's going to get that lance in hand though, and that means that Sandstorm is going to need to retaliate a little bit. He's able to find that GC punish though. That's going to be a lot of damage.
Yeah, Ron's signature there for Wes. I'm expecting a down sig into a down sig, but Sandstorm's actually been non-stop pummeling him with the boots. Ground pound comes through, second ground pound forces him to recover all the way around. He does not get the ground pound himself. Boots recovery, not as strong as sword recovery, but still going to knock out eventually. But if he goes for a downlight here, I'm almost expecting him to go for a Saren. Wow, the Haymaker just coming out there in neutral, catches him completely off guard.
Sandstorm on the respawn now. Wes with the battle boots is going to knock him over. Sandstorm is able to pick up that weapon though, and that is going to be the knockout, equalizing on the last stock here, but Sandstorm has that weapon advantage. If he's able to find just 1 or 2 strings before Wes gets that weapon, but
Perfect
it's a good spawn.
Yeah.
And he's finding a lot of damage right now. Sandstorm down in the orange.
Yeah, that clash not working out in Sandstorm's favor either. Has to dash back out of the way. Good little nair punish on that neutral signature, but that's all he gets. And these weapon throws in neutral are not leading into anything. And Wes gets the nair to recovery, chases him all the way up to the top of the stage. And Sandstorm having so much trouble landing after Wes gets 1 good hit. That's a D-Light. Uses that active input to get back onto the ground. Punches him away with the end light. Loving it. Does 2 end lights in a row. Sandstorm on the verge of being able to bring this to a game 3. With it being a 1-1 set scoreline.
He's going to knock him down, and that was a key moment. Sandstorm wasn't able to find just that 1 extra hit to completely turn the tides of battle there, and we're back on stage, and Wes is poking Sandstorm with this anti-air. That's been working out so well for him the entire time.
Of all weapons to get the knockout, the ground pound hits, and Sandstorm caught off guard by he just went for that dash down pivot ground pound right off the rip, and that was so fast from Wes, and now he's up 2-0. Oh, I think Sandstorm believes in the Tesca the whole way through, but I'm wondering if he stays with it. There was that down air there, which was such a great edge guard, but Wes is looking solid, Paulie.
I really want to see, like, whenever Sandstorm gets Wes off stage, I want to see Sandstorm wait and chill on that ledge, because that is where Sandstorm shines. He's able to edge guard so incredibly well. Every single time we've seen Sandstorm run down there and try to grab Wes, you know, with a classic gimp. Wes is just able to throw up their weapon and get back safely, and you know that's a lot of opportunities where Sandstorm potentially in a different world could have found those knockouts. But we're now on Demon Island with those shorter walls.
Yeah, shorter walls, but way larger blast zone than Brawlhaven. And I don't think recovery has been an issue for Sandstorm in any of these sets. Wes has been knocking him out with sheer force. You take away a lot of the force because you just have to have that much more knockback to be able to take him down, and maybe Sandstorm is a little bit more comfortable with the stage. Like on Brawlhaven, Sandstorm would have been in the reticle off the top of the stage there. And on this stage, he's going to need a lot more than just a single nair into recovery from Boots. Oh, the swing on that side stick sends him flying. Wes has the lance to make it back.
And he will stay on that ledge. He's not able to catch Wes all the way back, though. Gets the end light, throwing him off again. Will he chase? Goes for the GC side light.
And I think he wasn't expecting the angle of knockback from it clashing with the wall there. That was weird.
Yeah, that was a bit weird. But he's going to find that knockout. He is getting the early lead here, and he is sticking to those battle boots. So you were wondering, is he going to try and anchor on these gauntlets? It's looking like he has a lot of faith in these battle boots.
Yeah. Oh, that reversal. I'm surprised he didn't active input there. I think it was because of his jumps. Ground pound, could go for a second ground pound here. Wes does make it back, but he dodged. Stare to stare. D-Light Cider takes him all the way off the side of the stage, and you love to see that. That's like Sandstorm on Scythe, but with the boots. That's so incredible. And those combos to me have only been hypothetical. I've not been seeing players being able to execute to that level, and Sandstorm's now 3 stocks to 1.
Oh, and he catches the GC. This could be big. He goes for the double dare. He wanted to go for something massive. He's not going to connect, but he's still able to get back safely.
Wow. I wonder, if Sandstorm keeps Brawlhaven out of the picture, Wes might be in trouble. This is like, Sandstorm has so much more room to play with. Doesn't have to worry about getting knocked out. That N-Sig barely knocked out. He was so deep in the red, right? That he might be on the verge of making a reverse 3-0 here. But Wes, let's see what he can do here on Theo with the boots.
It's too early to say anything, but I will say one thing for sure. Sandstorm is playing a lot better.
Yes, and it was that belief in the boots as well.
Oh, he got the dodge, not able to get any good follow-up. Kind of an awkward situation there in the air, following up of an nair.
Oh, that was a great slasher pivot N-Sig. The downer hit. Sandstorm can't make it back. Gravity cuts a neutral signature, and Wes has brought this back in no time, Paulie. That's crazy. That was such an amazing edge guard coming out from him all off the back of that slide charge N-Sig. And then he opens up the game right away with hitting Sandstorm with a solid side light.
He's able to find that weapon, though. And that is bad news for Wes. Able to find a couple of good hits in neutral.
Yes, but has Sandstorm's gauntlets really been bad news for Wes? Like, okay, maybe it is now.
Maybe.
Silent recovery. Another silent recovery could come through there, but Wes might be able to dodge out of the way. He loves using that side air active input, gravity cancel downlight. I love the creativity coming out from Wes's boot strings, and he's bringing this back. Oh no, falling there. Is that gonna be it? Side air, gets it, that's the knockback, and Sandstorm celebrating a little bit after that one because that was terrifying. He was up 3 stocks to 1, and Wes almost won that game.
Yeah. Great showing from Sandstorm. This could be potentially the start of a reverse. Wes just has to stop this momentum.
Oh, I love seeing that side air. Okay, so I was wondering if he used active input there, he may have traveled into the blast zone.
Yeah.
Which I'm glad. I was like wondering if he had to do that there to get the knockout.
That would really have been Sandstorm Scythebot on Battle Boots. Dying with your own combo.
Okay. So this has been a counter pick that has been gaining popularity since Dallas. Western Air Temple was something that players were a little hesitant with playing with around, and we've been seeing it more and more. And I saw it even picked in 2s here, so seeing it picked against Sandstorm and West is really exciting. I'm not really sure who the platforms here would favor. I know Sandstorm's been talking about how much he loves the dash canceling platform movement with the boots, so we'll have to wait and find out, because so far it's been only flat stages.
Kind of even here, Wes is going to be able to get back up. I've been talking a lot about Sandstorm's ability to edge guard, but also with those soft platforms, you have another plane that you're going to have to protect from your enemy of being able to recover, which I also think is a good thing for Wes.
Oh, I thought that was going to be a ground pound, and Wes went for a dash jump recovery. Neutral Sig not knocking out there, and what?
I did not even see an attack come out.
Did he hit him, or did Sandstorm drift off the stage?
I think Sandstorm was drifting to the right. Wes hit him with something. I didn't even see the attack.
He got the knockout credit for it, so I'm not going to worry too much about it. I definitely didn't catch it. Downlight comes through, trying to get some more damage here. Sandstorm, we have to remember each one of these is his winner's bracket games here at this point, because Wes is 1 game away from knocking Sandstorm into the elimination side. Gets the side air there, nicely done. Don't have to worry about force when it comes to Tesca. Even if it's up 2-2.
Also with the soft platforms, you're not able to capitalize off of a weapon advantage that much because you just have so much space to wiggle.
Whoa, is this his opportunity here? Chase has to straight up. Tries to land with the sider. This could be bad. The sider hits. Wes is low on dumps. Okay, the Nair comes back. I thought Sandstorm was going to reversal him there. That was really scary. Because Wes was betting it all on that edge guard.
We're back on ground, but Sandstorm, he has something to say about it. He tries to go out and knock Wes off stage, but he turns it around. They're swapping places. Who's off stage, who's edge guarding?
Yeah, Wes trying to read that Sandstorm will go up to the platform. The downer hits, falls to the ground pound, dodges right through. Wes ground pounds himself. Side air. Sandstorm refreshes his jumps, goes back off the side of the stage, hits the ground pound. Weapon throw could come through here. No! Second ground pound stuffs the recovery effects, and he brings it to a lead here in game number 4.
A very, very important lead. If he wins this, that would be a game 5 deciding match between PR5, PR5.
Huge combo. I love seeing those Nair extensions, but the sider comes through. That's the force of Thea on any stage that's not Brawlhaven, Polly. It's so rough. He uses the sider, travels with them off the side of the stage. He dodges underneath the end and actually drops the strong hit there as Wes goes to the side of the stage, and Sandstorm looking for even more extra credit. Bonks his head. Is that it?
The bonk. Tries to get back now, but Wes is going to be able to find that recovery. It's not a knockout just yet.
Oh my goodness.
He's going to have to go for it one more time.
Yeah,
As Sandstorm gets back up, Wes retaliates all the way to the other side of the entire stage.
I mean, he can go for a ground pound here. Wes has to cover his head with Nairs. That end light will do it. Sandstorm giving him a nod. And this isn't a big enough lead, I think, for me to say confidently that Sandstorm still has it, right? Like, Wes, we saw he had those opportunities for the offstage edge guards. Nice end light, silent recovery. One more of those, especially off those platforms as they ride. Double silent recovery, and that's the classic Sandstorm coming out from there, right? So good with those dodge reads. And he's been mixing it up so well where Wes sometimes just won't dodge. He'll let the silent recovery off the right away. Something to talk about for those unfamiliar with Gauntlet strings. Unlike a lot of combo starters, Gauntlets don't get anything true off of Sidelight if your dodge is up. So you really have to be thinking and watching your opponent when it comes to those knockouts. And Sandstorm is one of the best in the business when it comes to just being like, you know what? I'm reading that you're going to dodge out here because it's your last stock and because you're afraid of losing this stock, and I'm going to double sidelight you into recovery. And once the dodge is gone, sidelight can just do anything.
If you last stock, you're probably also going to want to dodge down, and I mean, Gauntlet sidelight catches both
Still catches
of them.
it. That's a good point. I didn't even think about that. And so Sandstorm was really just doing that option coverage there.
Yeah. That's why it's so strong. But Wes here with an aggressive and explosive star, able to get quite a lot of damage onto Sandstorm here. That's the thing with battle boots, though. You can get a lot of damage, but it's about finding those knockouts.
Yeah, and what I'm noticing in the boots ditto is that when you're doing your battle boot string against somebody else who has it, you make it back while you're both sweating, and the reversal could go in either way. It's been really crazy, and we're in Game 5 here. Sandstorm versus West, PR5 versus PR5 of North America versus South America here at Dreamhack Valencia, and it's as close as it's been yet, Pauly.
Very intense game. Fitting of the title, Game 5, as both of the players are just trying to get any kind of edge on their opponent possible. And Wes is going to be able to find a pretty good string. He wants to follow it up, but Sandstorm is able to recover back there. And now the roles have been reversed, and Sandstorm is trying to look for this, but again, Wes managed to get back up. Both of them are so excellent at recovering.
Yeah, but I think the thing that's been picking up that you said that Sandstorm needed to do is Sandstorm has been believing more and more in his edge guards, right? And that was the thing that you were going to say, like, well, how does he get past Wes's landing coverage? All the down tick hits doesn't send him backwards, and that's really important there. The spiking hitboxes, like the spiking knockback, not very strong if you hit it off stage from Tesca, but when you bounce him off the stage, it actually multiplies so crazy. And so he doesn't go for the one off the back of the stage, just hits him into the stage there to get that knock off the side, and takes the lead here in game number 5.
Wes chasing him all the way up. Trying to find the finisher. Signature charged up is not going to hit, and Sandstorm's... Oh, he's not going to be committing to it. I mean, he has the lead. He has the stock lead. He does not need to go for something like that.
Those are those times where you go over those dash jump ground pounds, I feel like, oh, that was interesting. The Sair dropped, but he used the active input to travel on the stage anyways. Gets out of safety. Side air, down air. No recovery from Wes. Okay, he manages to make it back. Sandstorm playing so safe with the stock, and that's not enough. Apocalypse. This is that low force thing coming out from West that's so tough to deal with. We've been watching a lot of stocks that, like on Brawlhaven, knocking out every single time. But here, Sandstorm's been getting 3, sometimes 4 extra times at life.
Great anti-air from Wes. Able to build up just a little bit of damage here onto Sandstorm. He's able to find that signature, though, setting up for the edge guard, and he has the gauntlets in hand. He is trusting in his edge guard, though, but Wes is going to be able to slip by him.
Oh. Boots picked up now. Back to that battle boots ditto. Falls to that backswing of the Nair. Loves using that downlight where he lands onto the ground with the active.
Oh, that's big.
That's gravity cancel sidelight into West. Doesn't use the chase dodge, actually. He dodges diagonally backwards. Edge guard opportunity for Sandstorm here. Downlight into side air would be huge. Regular side air, just taking him off the side of the stage, I guess. Oh, and West was so risky there.
That was such a good opportunity for a ground pound.
I think Sandstorm's just going to try to drift him with the Sair. Yeah, that's it. Can he get it?
Weapon throw, GCD line maybe? Nah, he's...
Do it one more time. The drifting with the Sair just seems so safe. You don't have to risk going for the downlight. But Wes is starting to punish him for it. Oh, the ground pound hits! I can't believe Wes brought that back. I was so confident Sandstorm was going to take that second stock.
That is a barbecue red HP.
Yeah, I mean, D-Light recovery there, and Wes expects it. Oh, no way. D-Light neutral signature absolutely will guarantee it. Pauly, it's game 5 last stock scenario. Dead even game. Who's going to win it? I mean, at this rate, Wes is catching a lot of these landings. That's twice now that he's got the downlight and light. Backswing of the Nair. Sandstorm's got to get some damage started off here. He's already deep orange.
Wes is finding so much of this damage on the lands right now. He's looking confident. Sandstorm is going to be able to find that opening, knocking him in off stage.
Oh,
but he gets back with the Sair, and another one.
The third could come through. Sandstorm makes it all the way back to the side of the stage. Can he catch the landing? Nair comes through. Side air cuts as well. Wes didn't have his jumps in that situation. Recovery, weapon throw, gets the drift forward. Sandstorm waiting for the landing here. Wes does get him drifting in the air with one sider, and another sider could be huge. Down tick does get punished. What's it going to be? No Nair off of that dodge. Oh, it's so close. It's so close, Pauly.
He's just looking for openers, but Wes is not giving him any. That was an end light, but Sandstorm couldn't find it.
Weapon throw.
Picking up the weapon again, now finally finding an end light after one of these missed Nairs.
Oh, the Nair comes through, and Wes could look for the recovery. The down tick hits. Is that going to be enough? He has the drift. He's so low on jumps. He has to dodge back to the stage. The recovery hits, and Sandstorm gets knocked out by Wes with an amazing edge guard in game number 5. Wes from South America knocking down Sandstorm into the elimination bracket after what a tense set. You can see Wes just
massive side.
It's not often that I see that kind of emotion from Wes after
Wes
a
is
set.
ice cold. He was ice cold throughout the entire game.
He looks at that, he does the fist bump, and he goes, "Oh my God, that match was hard. I cannot believe it." And that's probably the highest level Battle Boots Ditto I have ever witnessed.
That could be, yeah.
In 2 completely different play styles of how to do it.
Yeah. That could be one of the highest level Battle Boots Dittos that we're going to be able to see in a long time.
Yeah, and it was between the two characters that you can play Boots on, right? And the stat difference and the weapon difference there changes things so much. I think at the end of the day, Wes's punish game on the boots, and then the way that he was able to cover Sandstorm's landings with the nairs netted him a lot more damage throughout the entirety of the set, even though I think Sandstorm brought it back from the power of his edge guards. And that just barely gave Wes the advantage. But I mean, you play that set 100 times, and I feel like whoever wins, it's 50-50 every single time. That's how close it was between these two players. What an awesome set.
Yeah, it was very, very close to just trying to find the knockouts in a lot of cases too. I feel like Sandstorm, obviously, West coming out on top, you had a bit of an easier time finding those knockouts. Sandstorm, we were seeing a lot of like winning opportunities set up, but not a lot of capitalization.
Yeah, and Sheepy, I know you just joined us back here. Those sets have been amazing.
That was really close. But I didn't know, honestly, I didn't know who was going to win, if I could be honest. And I was in the back watching, and I was, kind of lurking in chat a little bit. I can tell you predictions for that match were leaning more so to Sandstorm. Now, it was close, though. The predictions, when I last saw them, were pretty close. I would say like 66% predicting Sandstorm, the other half, predicting West.
It's always tough when
really
you got like the South America viewer vote buff, but then there's the Sandstorm viewer vote buff, and
It's
you try
that
to see it.
Look at that though. 9 signatures, 11% accuracy coming out from West.
I mean, that's because Thea uses signatures to move.
Yeah, I know. I just think it's funny to look
They're
at.
mobility tools. Meanwhile, Sandstorm, when he threw him out, he made him count, right?
He made him count. And Tesca signatures are quite big commitment, so you gotta make them count.
Yeah, it's so interesting to see, two Battle Boots legends, but just kind of played a little bit differently. Basically just what would be fit best for maybe their stats and their weapons and things like that. But, wow, guys, that was an incredible close match. I do want to kind of grab y'all's final thoughts about everything you guys just witnessed here before we switch out to new casters. So, Paulie, I'm going to start with you.
If you don't think yesterday was a big enough showing that this is the LAN's European LAN, today you're going to see a lot of LANs, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be seeing a lot of LANs today, and we've already been seeing some of it. We're going to be getting even more, I think.
Yeah, and as for me, the big decider for my predictions was the set that we just watched right there. That says I remember talking with you. I was like, if he gets past Wes, I felt like Sandstorm was going to run straight in the top 3. But Wes was just too good today. And so that now means Wes is going to be in that position. We're going up against XJ Cool J, which is a matchup that I'm really looking forward to seeing. But yeah, after that comes through, now I'm just wondering what's going to happen here at Dreamhack Valencia, because unlike twos, I feel like it's a little bit more up in the air what region's going to be able to take it.
Oh man, yeah, it's definitely going to be close here. Now, we can take a look at the last 4 matches too, just to kind of review like what this journey was just. I mean, look at this, 0-3, 3-2. Dude, the Pavelski match, I was like, wow. I was watching in the back.
At what point do you watch Pavelski and don't go, wow?
Well, sometimes you say, oh, wow.
Oh, wow.
Depending
on
who you're
that's
playing
true.
against. But in that case, really? and then Muguwara really played it up too. Kind of played the Pavelski style, honestly. I've never seen a hammer like that was so fantastic. We actually had a really cool lineup of matches where we got a 3-0 that was an upset. And then we got 2 amazing Game 5 last stock matches. Yeah. And then we got the Pavelski highlight.
Yeah, the Skeldra game. I'm gonna have to maybe go to the pool station.
That's a huge win for Skeldra. Yeah. I'm so excited to see his run here as we move forward.
I want to follow his run. Yeah.
Yeah, these were some great first 4 matches, but that's not all, because we got plenty more coming up. We are going to take a quick break so we can rotate some new casters in. But before we leave, just let us know how you feel. Talk to us on Twitter, chat. You know how it is. But we'll take a short break, and we'll be back with more singles tournament and at Dreamhack Valencia. Stay tuned. Welcome back, everyone, from the break as we continue our top 32 run in the singles bracket here at Dreamhack Valencia. I got Duke and Sparky right here back at the lounge to call the action. Now, we are switching things up a little bit because our next match is going to be Nees versus Radish. I want to hear your thoughts about this. Duke, I'll start with you.
This is again going to be another interesting one. I mean, obviously, it's going to be interesting sets all around because, of course, we're here at Dreamhack Valencia. Nees versus Radish, 2 international competitors, but we've gotten to see a little bit of it already because we got to see them at the Winter Royale competing against each other. Who did better? Radish, but it's been a little bit since we've gotten to see them go straight head-to-head, I believe.
What I really enjoy about the seeding this tournament is we haven't had North America run into North America that early on in the tournament. And that, like, back in the day, that used to be, like, the worst thing for EU is that we'd be in, like, the first round of top 32, and it'd be, like, EU versus EU instantly with the small pool of EU players that were able to make it out to the tournament. So that's amazing that we're getting to see so much cross-region play throughout and not having NA versus NA. Obviously, we're getting EU versus EU, but that's because most of the players that are here, of course, from EU, but we're also not getting a lot of SA versus SA. Even the Lord SUs that I was talking about, that was going to be deeper in the bracket.
Yeah, for sure. And this is on the winner side. I want to also mention that too, that we're in top 32 now, but we're on the winner side of things. So, you know, whoever gets knocked out on this next match, they're not completely out yet. They still can make a elimination run, but of course, you know, that's just more challenging. Why would you want to do that if you could just win? Tell me a little bit more about what we can expect from Nees versus Radish as far as, like, maybe legend picks, weapon picks. Like, what are we feeling here?
Well, I mean, I think the graphic's pretty accurate on specifically Radish. He tends to be that Petra player. I would expect some sort of gauntlet thing or some sort of orb thing at the very least. I know he's really excited for Red Raptor, but that's not legal right now. So we'll have to wait and see what he's ultimately going to be going with. But 9 times out of 10, it's going to be that Petra. On the other side, Nees he's kind of spread out a lot. I think the Lucian's kind of been the big pick as of late. But like I said, we saw him at Dallas not that long ago playing that Lord Brax, which was a really good pocket pick. Looks like in the straight head-to-head, though, it looks like Radish has been winning out 3-0 whenever they run into each other.
And if you look at the actual game count as well, it's 9-4 in favor of Radish. So more than double the amount of wins that Radish has. If we look at Dreamhack Dallas, that was the last time they met in bracket. That was Radish coming in 9th place there and Nees coming in 5th place there. That was when we really started, like, looking at Nees and being like, okay, there's some serious consistency here, which has always been the problem that's plagued him in the past. We always knew he had so much potential energy built up, but the problem was turning that into kinetic energy and then keeping it going, that conservation of energy as we move from one tournament to the next one, rather than him doing amazing and then the next time we see him, oh, he's bustering out on this one. So Nees is definitely entering, or at least based on his recent statistics, he's really entering, like, possibly the prime of his career, and that's because of his consistency. But I expect to see some blasters coming out from him. He could bring out the Lord Vrax. I've heard players talking that Taros might be the counter to that Lord Vrax, could be a counter to some lands coming out. So I doubt that Radish has that under his belt, but he also, a lot of people just kind of don't play Orb, so maybe they aren't even looking at that as a possible solution to the Lance problem and to the Lord Vrax problem that people have been having. So I'm really curious what Nees has for us. I hope we get to see a Lord Vrax. I think is an amazing legend right now. Obviously, I enjoy the legend myself, but I think in terms of a meta pick, a fantastic meta pick for Nees as a player would be a fantastic pick for Nees as well.
I'm actually a huge fan of Nees' Diana.
I am too.
I really wish he would play that more consistently, but it looks like we're getting into the game number 1, and it is going to be that Lucian versus, of course, Radish on the Petra.
No surprises here with this Lucian pick. Radish, of course, on that Petra that we're used to seeing. He's, like we said, one of the only Orb players out there. He's one of the only players doing it on the Petra, and he's had so much success in his career, despite having, somewhat of a relatively short career.
No, but on the other side, Nees, he's been looking so clean on this Lucian. Definitely, like you said, has been playing those blasters a lot, so not too weird to see him do very well with the blasters. He does get disarmed there by the side air from Radish. Nice little neutral light down. Sigga
gets
but he
caught?
connects.
Wow, I expected to, Nees to see that coming because like you're playing Petra. That is one thing that you should do because it's very safe. Even though it's very telegraphed, it's also very safe for you to do. Went for the first inlight into the insig. Didn't actually make connection with the neutral signature. Chasing up high, isn't able to find anything, lands back down. Puts out a little bit more damage with the neutral air. He's really looking for those recovery KOs. That side sig wasn't anywhere near. I don't know if he did that as a bait and thought he could respond with like a neutral light or something else after that. But he ended up getting punished for it. GC side signature as well. He's struggling to find these KOs. It's about a minute 15 into this game, and in true classic Lucian style, it's a blaster side air.
Yeah, but you generally don't want to be trying to finish off with a blaster's side air if you're a Lucian player. Usually it's all about those signatures, right? Like the Qatar down sig, Qatar side sig, or you're looking for the blaster setup into the recovery, that down light dash jump recovery.
Nice falling side air coming out from Radish. As he's landing back on the ground, he's been very aerial so far. Even got below Nees on that time, hit him with the recovery. Now again, yet another landing side air to get back onto the platform. He's building up damage so much more quickly than Nees is able to, even with that nice three-piece string coming out. Nees is in KO damage, and Radish is looking for the KO moves. The gauntlets are out, so could be just a raw recovery like he's doing so far. Could be a GC D-Light into the recovery. Nees, it's just the recovery there from Radish. Nees hit the D-Light into the recovery. Didn't have quite enough damage, that high ceiling on this map. And, of course, the defense of Petra.
Yeah, a lower ceiling map, and Nees would have had that stock advantage. But now he's back on that back foot, trying to, again, take the stock off of Radish. Goes for the neutral light, tries to read for that recovery, but Radish dodging the other direction.
Radish here staying relatively grounded. Like, he'll get one jump height up, and that time Nees actually caught him right in the middle of the air. Got the KO off the top, even though it's at that 45-degree angle, and there's a lot of distance to that blast zone. But he was able to add up enough damage, and the damage pacing is a lot better for Nees now. Of course, you can see in the top right, they're basically even so far. Radish finally getting over to a weapon, has the gauntlets in his hand, immediately wakes up with a ground pound there. Nice falling dare into the recovery. Still is now really building up that lead on top of Nees. Even with the whiff weapon toss, finds an unarmed neutral light, picks up the weapon, side light, side air, wrong side towards the blast zone. Out comes the D-Sig, and even then, he only barely gets punished by it. Side light, side air, and that's game one for Radish.
Yeah, just in terms of raw stat lines of the characters, the trades are 100% in Radish's favor. He's bringing a lot more strength to the table than the Lucian is, and then you couple that with the weapon sets, right? Orbs hitting harder per weapon hit versus those Qatars of Nees. So Nees has to be doing more work if he wants to take these stocks down. There's that down sig that caught Nees. I was honestly surprised that was going to catch him.
Because you know it's coming,
Yeah.
especially early in the set. Like, you know it's gonna come out, and that's when you're like, okay, I'm gonna sit down here, and eventually he's gonna keep doing it, and I'm gonna find his timing and figure out exactly how to punish it. But getting hit by it early, of course, we are in Fortress of Lions, which does have a smaller sidewall. It's not like he has all the room in the world to play with over there. So maybe he just happened to make a critical error that early on in the set, and he paid for it.
But Radish now. Nice GC side light, goes for more after that side air. You saw him chasing, looking for the positioning there, but didn't see it. Still trying to catch that landing of Nees. You can see the way Radish is babysitting that aerial movement of Nees. Down sig, and Nees gets caught again.
I mean, that's kind of what Nees had to do. That was just really good timing by Radish. Nees was forced into that position. You were seeing him like slide under the stage essentially, which when he did the recovery, he actually kind of hit that angled wall and rode it back up into the D-Sig. So if I'm Nees, do not go to this map. Try to avoid small sidewall maps as much as you possibly can.
Yeah, Nees really hoping for more wall for the next map pick right now as Radish again, side light, side air, adding up even more to this advantage over Nees. Nees comes down, hits a side light, but once again, struggling to finish the stocks off for Radish.
Radish is playing phenomenally this game. And you see right there, even though Radish was in sweat beads, he had to side air over to the wall. That's how far behind Nees is. It's now 2 stocks. He was worried to commit to an edge guard because he was also in the red on his second stock. It didn't eventually matter because seconds later he was taken out. But Radish is absolutely turning up the pressure onto Nees. If I'm Nees, if he has any other legend prepared, I would swap to that if this game continues the way it is now, because Radish is doing just even better than he was the previous game. So something is not working here for Nees.
Yeah, Nees is absolutely struggling, even in like the damage department, right? Like it's not just him struggling to get those KOs. He's struggling to just get as much damage as Radish is putting out.
Didn't even hit the nair after the D-Light into the chase dodge down air on his blasters. Like, yeah, you're seeing a lot of moves come out, but it just, for the most part, they're not putting that much pressure onto Radish. The damage is okay, but at this point, he's so far behind that the damage build he has to get has to be near perfect. Does hit the unarmed recovery there to get back on the stage. Has guitars in his hands.
Down sig, no. See him play a little bit further back there. Nees comes back up onto the stage. This is his final stock here in game number 2 and cannot afford to get hit much more than this. Nice little nair there. Side air, and that'll do it. Radish up 2-0 over Nees. I'm with you, man. I think he needs to swap the character.
Unless he just straight up does not have another character prepared, then obviously the Lucian that he's been practicing is going to be better than that. But we got to go to a different map. Even if you swap characters, you got to go to a different map. You cannot go to a small sidewall map. You've now been caught several times by the down signature over on the corner. One of the most telegraphed moves that you can think of in Brawlhalla. It's like that and then Orion's Spear in Sig and then like some Tarot signatures. But other than that, the most telegraphed move in the game. You're not getting around it. You're not even close to being able to punish it. So just completely avoid it. Go to a different map. It looks like we're seeing a possible legend switch. Yes, he did lock in the Rayman. Interesting choice here, swapping both weapons completely.
No carryover to the Lucian. The closest is like you've got gauntlets, which can kind of be in a similar mental category as Katars, but even then, like there's pretty much no carryover in terms of mechanics. This is a really interesting swap. I'm curious what he's looking for, but they're going back to Fortress of Lions. So maybe he's hoping to have more control on those wall touches because he's gotten caught, like you said, twice by those down sigs from Radish on that orb. And there we are, Nees with the axe in hand. We've seen some axes do work this weekend, and they've predominantly come out of the EU players.
Yeah, we talking a little bit about that Taros that we mentioned earlier as like the counter to a Lord Vrax. So maybe the Axe is having its heyday. We saw Pugsy tweet about Axe being really, really good the other day. And Nees has a level 43 Rayman, and his #1 leveled legend is a Mordex. So you have the Gauntlet carryover for that. Of course, we know Nees has a solid pair of gauntlets. I haven't seen a Nees Axe in a very long time, and based on what we've seen so far, I'm not sure why.
I mean, it's looking good. He's at least able to trade out with Radish a lot better than when he was on the Katars, but Radish with the GC sidelight side air is going to take the stock lead.
Still tearing him apart here. Now keep in mind, this is a winner's round 1 of top 32. The winner of this moves on to face Luna, and that will be a top 8 qualifier match on the winner's side. There's a sidelight side air. Now with the Axe, he does have sidelight neutral air, so he has consistent damage build. Not necessarily consistent KO options, which he was struggling with before, but that is a consistent KO option right there for Nees. He grabs that one. He's in a pretty good spot here. There's no massive 2-stock lead going the way of Radish this time, so the switch so far is definitely showing better than his Lucian.
It's definitely looking better, but obviously you want it to take the W here, because otherwise Nees is going down to the elimination side of things. A little bit of dash dancing there, trying to bait out some movement, maybe try to catch with the sidelight once again. Hits a neutral light, but doesn't see the opportunity to go out for that sidelight.
Radish is still consistently adding up those damage numbers. Consistently punishing the landings with the sidelight side air. Just classic orb gameplay, and really like classic Radish gameplay, because we don't really have any other standard for classic orb gameplay. Almost reaching up with that nair and grabbing Radish, sending him down again. Sidelight side air. Such a consistent option. Goes for the side air on that on the gauntlets. The dodge came through from Nees, but he still gets punished afterward.
Ooh, Radish actually disarming himself there. You saw him trying to deny weapons. Nees ended up scrunking out the axe, but now Radish is the one with the weapon control. Throws away the orbs, over to the gauntlets, and it's the recovery. Radish 1 stock away from putting this one away.
Even though he's just a little bit in the lead compared to the previous game against Nees' Lucian, he still is in essentially complete control here. All of his options that he's going for, so many of them are hitting. I see the confidence coming out from Radish quite a bit. He's controlling so much of the stage, controlling so much of the movement that Nees is forced into doing. You're seeing Nees is having to step onto that soft platform so often as like a moment of respite.
Yeah, needs to just get a little bit further away from Radish. And like you said, Radish has done such a good job of catching the landings of Nees. So Nees has to find safer ways to get back down onto the stage to challenge. Over to the Axe now. He's going to be looking for a side air. That's the main KO tool for the Axe right now. And doesn't find the connection. Recovery, not going to hit either.
Dude, Radish's punish game is incredible so far against Nees. Even that neutral light all the way from sort of the left third of the stage, not going to be the KO. There's the neutral layer. I was kind of expecting a recovery to come out of that, but no, he wanted to force the edge guard more. Gets away around underneath into the left of the orb weapon toss and actually gets the recovery for the KO off the top, evening up the stocks, but he's very much in the red. Radish searching for a weapon. Nice neutral light, air into the gravity cancel neutral light there. It's now Gauntlet v Gauntlet.
He actually decided actively to stick with the gauntlets over the axe, which is a bit surprising to me because his axe was looking really solid at the start of the last one and also kind of giving him some breathing room into that final stock. But looks like he wants the gauntlets to close out this game if he can do so. Trying to open up with a weapon toss. Radish behind it once again. Radish avoiding these weapon toss openers from Nees.
Radish was really quick, of course, to throw his gauntlets away because he likely wanted the orb, but you're seeing him hold on to that orb. He is not carelessly tossing that away whatsoever, even though there's a spawn, because the next time, if he disarms himself, the next grab he would get would be the gauntlets, but he's not even worried about it. Sidelight Sider to finish that one off. Nees with a very tough loss, but Radish with a confident victory here.
I think Radish really needed that win, too. It's been a hot minute since he's been kind of in the limelight for the North Americans. There's a lot of people who have kind of stepped up in the past little while here. Like, Radish was once one of the top players to be talked about for North America. You saw him being able to, like I said, make it out to the Winter Royale. We saw him at the Mid-Season Invitational as well. But since then, we haven't seen those highs that we were kind of expecting from Radish.
The fact that he came out so confident, because some of the previous sets, even in pools, he was struggling a little bit in pools. He went 3-1 against Urbador, and then right after that, it was a Game 5 situation against the Ninja 729, which we all know the Ninja, but like we're not putting Ninja in our predictions, whereas, you know, some people are putting Nees in predictions in both 1v1s and 2v2s. That was a Game 5 just to get into top 32. Then he ran into Nees and absolutely shut him down. So getting into top 32 on the winner's side, that reinvigorated Radish, and he's looking so good right now.
Yeah, that's huge because Nees was basically considered the number 2 EU guy, right? Like, he's
I would have put
number
Nees.
2.
I would have put Nees over Radish there,
Yeah.
100%. I was expecting Luna versus Nees. I talked about it in the pre-show about him having that history of losing to Nees. So now Luna's going to go up against Radish, and
he has a pretty good history against.
yeah, that's what I was thinking as well.
Radish is going to have to think about that one. He's got a little bit of time to do so. But there you're seeing kind of the damage breakdown, a little bit more damage done by Radish, of course, 600 to the 546. But really, it's that accuracy. 47% of his hits connected over Nees.
And we also saw Radish completely step back from the signatures. It's not like he was throwing him out like candy before, but he all of a sudden in that final game throws out absolutely zero. There was so much neutral gameplay coming out from Radish, so much punish gameplay. He was getting so much off of every single punish, every single move that Nees wanted to throw out. A lot of them were really whiffing. Do we get it? Okay, yeah, look at the accuracy right there. The light attack accuracy, 36% to Radish's 47%. And a lot of those were off of the whiffs coming out from Nees.
Yeah, and even like the attack count is lower on Radish's side. He's making more out of his attacks than on the side of Nees. Up next, though, on your screen, you're seeing Lores currently seated and prepared. Who's he going up against, Sparky?
He's going against Sgrape. I'm really excited for this one. I am so excited for this one. Sgrape was talking to me out there about it, saying he's going to win over Lores, wondering where he is in my predictions, why I didn't put Sgrape in top 3. We do have a little bit of information. I have a nice little legend pool out here for Sgrape that he wanted me to know, which the fact that he offered up that information, I feel like he might be lying just because he was so forthcoming with it, but he's likely going to be going in with the Orion. That's not a surprise whatsoever, but his other picks are Teska, Queen Nai, and then the Mirage isn't crazy. I would say the Mirage is one of the more meta of those picks. Not that like Teska isn't meta, but like I feel like it takes a special player to play Teska, a special player like Sandstorm, like Wes. I looked at him when he said Queen Nai. I don't know where that Queen Nai is coming from, man. It
kind of makes sense because Sgrape's been an Orion player, right? And Spear is kind of one of the big trends aside from the Teska pick. You've got Queen Nai Spear, of course, you've got Mirage Spear. So it kind of makes sense, but also I'm with you. That's definitely an odd character pool. Not that I would have expected. Generally, Orion players will lean to more Lance characters than the Spear side. But on the other side, Lores has been playing that Kaya for a while. I also got to talk to Sgrape. I know he's he's been having issues with his eyeball this past weekend, and Left Stick gave him some advice, which seems to have helped. But also, Sgrape, he literally came up to me and he was like, "Oh, are you going to be casting my set?" I'm like, "I don't know, maybe." And he was like, "I hope so. I'm going to give you a good show." I'm like, "Okay, I believe in you." So,
I don't know.
we'll see what
He said
happens.
he has a sty, but like the way he was playing yesterday and the way he might be playing today, I think it's just his Rasengan coming in or Sharingan.
Did he murder his closest friend?
I mean, I hope not. But hey, we call him the young Brawlhalla prodigy. We don't. Maybe that came from the Sharingan. I don't know. We'll see what he's got for us today. But Lores is also, he's feeling a little bit sick today.
Ooh.
So we'll see what young Lores has for us. Two major young players in their own regions going up against each other here at Dreamhack Valencia. This is going to be a really good one.
Yeah, I mean, Sgrape still really relatively like new to being at the top of the EU scene, right? Like we saw him end up being able to come out to the Spring Royale, and even then, a lot of people were like, "Well, that's weird." But he still did very well for himself at the Spring Royale. On the other side, Loris has been on the come up for a while now. He's been getting progressively better. I mean, we got to see him yesterday in the 2v2 space playing out of his mind. Very excited to see how this one's going to run out. And you're seeing them give a nice little handshake to each other and get ready to get right on into this. I do believe they played against each other at the Spring Royale, if I'm not mistaken. Am I crazy?
Well, they both did Lores go to Spring Royale? I believe he was, yeah. So they would have, just because there's round robin where everybody plays everybody. So yes, did Lores go to Spring Royale? I'm not seeing his name on here, unless that is the.
Oh no, it was Weston Hughes, wasn't it?
That might be, yeah, because it's only 2 people from South America. I forget. Hopefully one day we can get 3. Fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed. Praise. Cameraman's having trouble.
That's Goofy. Hi, Goofy.
As in, like, the Disney character?
No, like that's his name. That's his tag.
Is he a goofy goober? Rock?
I don't know that much about him, so I don't know. He's very nice. I met him yesterday.
Oh, okay. Shout outs to everyone who's come up and chatted with us. Met a lot of very nice people. But it looks like it's time to get into this one. Might be a button check, but it might be some actual gameplay as we get into Lores versus Sgrape. And yeah, this looks like they're going to be fighting it out.
So yeah, a little bit more context on how, like, quote unquote new of a player Sgrape is like if we look back in 2021, he was in where was it? I just had it. He was in an Arcadian, which was like the people that are outside of top 32 in their region. Lores opening this one up, could have the edge guard here. Tried to go for the turnaround down air. Nice little D-sig from Sgrape. Damage lead definitely in favor of Lores so far. We are on Small Brawl Haven. Have we seen too much of this stage? I don't think so,
no,
really, so far today. I haven't seen every set because I was out looking at some of the pools matches that were going on.
Got to see a fair bit of Fortress Alliance in that last set at the very least. Sgrape, nice. Gets the double down light. Goes for the Nair there. I guess he didn't see the damage potential for that recovery to KO, so opted for just the raw damage of that Nair. Ground Pound connects.
Another one? Oh, no, just a down air.
That'll clean it up.
Lores is also amazing at spear down airs over on the edge. One of the last times we saw him on a stream, he was, man, it was just down air after down air after down air.
Yeah, he was just picking people apart with those spear down airs. Now he's starting to go for multiple neutralites. One thing I've noticed from Lores after watching this weekend is he really likes to go for the same option a couple of times in a row. Like he'll hit one end light, do it a bunch more times. So he'll hit a recovery, and I'll be like, oh, we'll just go for a couple more as well.
D-light into the recovery. Not quite enough for the KO just yet. Swapping back over. Ooh. I'm not sure if he actually meant to swap weapons here or if he just thought that was going to knock out and he was trying to strip the field. And then all of a sudden he realized, uh-oh, that wasn't enough. Gets through that side air from Sgrape. Sgrape's done a great job bringing this one back here on second stock. That side air from basically the middle of the stage, not going to be the KO. The weapon toss up, keeping him safe. D-light into the recovery and the D-sig. That's going to do it for sure.
Nice pickup there from Sgrape. Love that weapon toss to return back to the stage as well. Really denied Lores any edge guard potential because we've seen, again, his edge guard potential with those spear down airs.
Lores, you're stuck without a weapon. Sgrape, he is starving Lores for weapons here. The on-arm recovery picked up high enough in the air to get the KO off the top. Lores has his choice. He's going to juggle those to delay a potential weapon spawn just for a few more seconds. But of course, going back over to the bow. Actually backing up from that weapon spawn. Nice little 3-piece, though.
Sgrape trying to catch Lores out of the air. Lores gets back up with that recovery. Just a side air from Sgrape, and Lores is finding response damage. Edge guard opportunity, but Sgrape fights his way back, and it's an N-sig. Sgrape takes game number 1.
What a good placement of that neutral signature from Sgrape. All of a sudden, right there at the end, it was dominated by down sigs throughout the entire rest of the match, but all of a sudden, that's when he goes for that. And that's not what I'm talking about when I'm talking about the telegraph signatures with the neutral spear coming out from Orion, because normally that's like, oh, they're sitting on the edge, you're over there, and they're going to go, but no, that one was so quick.
They're ready to go right back into game number 2. Same map, same picks. Flores now going spear to spear against Sgrape, and he's actually kind of knocking him away right now. Sgrape yet to touch down yet. He's sweat beating, finally finds a landing.
Yeah, Loras' zoning game was looking really strong so far. We're only about 18 seconds into this game, but the damage lead is definitely in his favor. It's yellow to orange. I almost thought he was going to be a little bit too in front of Loras to actually pick up that unarmed neutral light, but he grabs it over to the Lance. Doesn't quite have the perfect positioning to punish that side air from Sgrape. There's the nice down air.
Okay, Raw and Sig reading that jump from Lores. Weapon toss down, down light. Gets a side air to catch the dodge. Can he get the edge guard? No, goes very low. Lores staying just above him, and it's the down heavy unarmed as Sgrape comes up.
Using that down heavy, kind of throwing your legs out and hitboxes out on both sides of you. Has a lot of active frames as well. Beautiful turnaround on that down light. Getting the read there from Sgrape. His comeback potential is so strong. I mean, he almost took the first stock, and he was way far behind.
Yeah, and he's gone for that read a couple times against Lores. He definitely has a beat on that movement. There it is again. Gets the double. Goes for a ground pound this time.
Now we'll see if Sgrape goes for that again, or if he's expecting Lores to do a different option out of getting hit from that side light.
Okay, side air. Gets him back towards the stage. Ends up throwing away the lance. Ooh,
nice.
Went a little too close there. Down Sig.
Falling into it. Is there a weapon toss coming out? Lores stays low just in case. It's going to take a lot to get back. Oh, the hesitation on that.
Ooh,
Still
no hesitation
gets knocked
there.
out.
All right, Sgrape feeling confident right now. Sticking with the spear. Lores, no weapon spawn as Sgrape throwing the spear away. Wants to go for the weapon denial, but Lores fights his way over to the weapon spawn.
Didn't quite have enough range on that recovery to actually hit Sgrape to take off the top. Unfortunately for Lores, Sgrape did end up getting back and picking up a weapon. It's going to be on the Lance. There's the side air. Still not enough yet, even on the small map.
Good dodge down, avoiding that recovery. Lores needs to get this stock off of Sgrape soon.
Lores still struggling to find it. He's still getting hit so much by Sgrape. He can't find the recoveries. He can't find any ground pounds. The side air, even from all the way on that side of the stage, just barely has enough to KO. But that meant he had to do so much damage for that. Lores is in the orange, so not an insurmountable lead.
Trading damage right now. Like you said, definitely not impossible for Lores. Nice job there. Hits the ground pound. Weapon toss connects. Goes for a second one, but Sgrape just to the side of the foot.
Nice side air again. Setting up for the edge guard. The dodge gets through the down air. Oh, they're getting real close here. He avoids the D-Sig this time. Neutral air, a little bit of juggling coming out. There is a weapon spawn on the field. Sgrape changing over. Are we going to get... Ooh! Oh, it's a sidelight side air, and now Sgrape is up 2-0 against Lores.
Not a true combo, but true confidence coming out from Sgrape. Got that sidelight side air, and he was already popping off the second that Sayer hit. And now Lores, he's got one game left to play with in this top side of the bracket.
He's got to avoid those sidelight, turnaround D-lights into the recovery. That hesitation was so good. The timing on that was fantastic, but still, even that, it only delayed the inevitable as Sgrape still got the KO off the top.
Flores struggled a little bit to finish off the stocks of Sgrape. I mean, he was really bringing that one back in those final moments, but Sgrape definitely had a plan. Like, you saw him throw away the spear, go, I want this lance in hand, and then immediately pick up sidelight side air. A little bit of thought processing right now as they're trying to decide what to do before they get into this last one.
I don't necessarily expect a different map to come out. I don't know if it would really change that much. I mean, Lores is struggling to KO on this map. A bigger map isn't really going to help him.
I think soft platforms would help Lores, though.
Okay.
One of the things that we mentioned is, like, he's catching the landings of Lores. Those down sigs in particular are definitely catching Lores off. But it looks like, no, it's just going to be the same characters, same map as we get into game number 3 here.
Sgrape's going to get first weapon, but Lores grabs the bow pretty quickly after that. Just a little bit of a damage lead so far, but whenever Sgrape has been behind, obviously, I mean, he has 2 victories to his name compared to Lores' 0. He's been able to bring it back each time. And then when he gets ahead, man, he's still a demon.
Oh, that's a burn dodge. Double
Oh, that's
pogo.
tough.
Still has movement, misses the last pogo, and Lores gets past. He has just enough movement to get up. Now he's got a spear in hand.
That was beautiful.
Not quite enough, though. Oh, he was
that would
going
have
for
been
it
so
again.
nice. He almost got a perfect read with Lores jumping into that. Okay, there's the D-Light into the side air. Lores with a little bit of a lead, has his choice of weapon, going back over to the bow. See if you can keep Sgrape starved a little bit more. It can be tough on this map, just because it's so small.
Oh, but Sgrape with the down sig again, catching that aerial movement of Lores. Now weapon advantage to Sgrape. Spear versus spear.
I feel like Lores grabbed that spear at like max range that you possibly can.
Ooh, he is trying to get away from Sgrape. That dodge away. Lores, he's feeling the pressure.
Sgrape is just chasing him down, putting so much pressure onto him. Still has a spear in hand, but this one is fresh. Man, Sgrape is finding so many conversions onto Lores. The combo potential, the string potential is just really in Sgrape's favor.
Okay. Caught him as he was swapping weapons. The down sig gonna launch Sgrape off the map. Lores needs to get this final KO, stay alive in the upper bracket.
And he's in a decent spot damage-wise, unless he gets caught by that. Luckily, it was on the right side and not the left side. Otherwise, that might have been a KO, or at least could have set up into the edge guard that Sgrape has been doing such a good job finishing stocks on. And there you go. That's going to be the stock. Lores. He's staring down the barrel of losing his spot on the winner's side of the bracket.
Man, Lores has no chance of getting a weapon. Sgrape launching him up into the map. Again, up toss, fast falling down to steal these weapons out, keeping Lores juggled. Again, the up toss into the end sig. Weapon toss. Sgrape's done it. 3-0.
Sgrape with the unconventional finisher there. Huge work. He wanted to make sure it got shut down there. He had a feeling that Lores probably wasn't going to use his dodge because he was expecting a side air, which might not have KO'd. So he went for the option that was going to put him in the dirt and make sure that set was over. A 3-0 Sgrape. A lot of EU players really cheering for that one.
They wanted Sgrape to win. I mean, it's EU home turf. They've got the most people to be in the crowd. But you can hear they were definitely cheering for Sgrape in that one.
We'll get a chance to see, hopefully, the stats, to see the damage spread between the two weapons. Sgrape was looking fantastic on both of them. Man, his spear was really shining.
Yeah, he had some solid spear play. Even his lance was looking good at times. You didn't see those big strings that we're used to seeing from some other lance players, but when he had the lance in hand, was still looking comfortable, was still able to get those pickups. I'm looking back at that like side air to finish off game number 2, I believe. But really, the spear was the highlight weapon for Sgrape, in my opinion.
Now, despite mentioning that, okay, let's look at this damage spread real quick between the weapons. That'll be on the next screen. But man, look at the damage difference between these two players.
Yeah, he did so much work, put out more damage, had more per engagement, had more thrown out, but relatively similar accuracy. And then also the signatures that we're hitting, higher accuracy and more signatures thrown out. That's just good stats right there for Sgrape.
So despite that spear insig being, of course, extremely telegraphed, he was using him in very unconventional ways, and that's why he was so effective with it. Because, of course, in contrast to the down signature that comes out from Petra, she throws it down, and then she's like up there away from it. Whereas the neutral signature on Spear, that puts you actually down into the fray, into danger territory, where you can be punished.
Yeah, Sgrape used those so well. He did the side charge N-Sig. He also did that off the downlight, right? Gravity canceled into the N-Sig.
You can see right there, man, we had 2 quick ones.
Yeah.
2 quick
3-0s.
3-0s. The first one was Radish and Nees. Radish completely dominated that one. Then it was Sgrape and Lorez. Sgrape completely dominated that one as well. Coming up, we have Wes versus XJ Cool J. And we have, let's see, the Wes XJ Cool J will actually be a top 8 qualifier. And then we also have Meg D versus Impala, 2 players who are extremely familiar with one another. That will also be a top 8 qualifier. But before that, we got to throw it to a quick break just for a moment. We'll be back shortly here with the rest of Dreamhack Valencia.
We've had some amazing matches already, and of course we've got more amazing matches coming up in just a little bit. We're actually about to get into some matches to find out who's getting into the top 8 here in the 1v1 portion of Dreamhack Valencia. It's going to be XJ Cool J versus Wes. That's one of the matches we're going to watch. And then we're also going to go into Impala versus Meg D. Off screen, we've got Luna, who's currently going up against Radish. And
It finished.
Oh.
and it was a 3-0.
Ooh, okay,
For
Luna's already
Luna.
in the top 8. Shutouts.
Luna's in the top 8 on the
Okay.
winner's side. Impala versus Megd is going to be an interesting one. Who do we got first? We got XJ Cool J versus Wes. Of course, another top 8 qualifier. And then off stream is going to be Sgrape versus Godly. So that is going to be our potentials for the top 8 on the winner's side. Down on the elimination side, some things maybe worthy of note here is they were talking about Skeldra's run earlier. Skeldra took out Blitz 3-1. Skeldra also took out Heisen 3-1. And now Skeldra is going up against Blaze. The set after that will be a top 8 qualifier on the elimination side. Let's see anyone else here. Nees is going up against Moonier right now, but that's 0-0.
Are those the EU alarms? Is that what's happening right now?
I hope not.
EU.
Oh, those are the EU sirens, of course, holding up the EU flag. The circle of stars.
What do the stars mean?
I got no idea. I don't know. It's probably not the number of countries, right? Is it the number of countries? Do you think? Help from the crowd. What do the stars mean?
I looked at the dude holding the flag and he shrugged. So
yeah.
I
What do
think
the stars
good.
mean, guy? What? Don't shrug at me. Okay. All right.
Let's get into it. XJ Cool J versus Wes. Game number 1. Wes still sticking with that Thea that we saw him earlier against Sandstorm with.
Battle of the new and the old here in terms of meta legend picks. Asuri kind of definitely in sort of recent meta history had her heyday, and then a lot of people just kind of took a step back and stopped playing her. I know like Godly was one of the people who used to play Asuri and then immediately jumped ship to Lucy and like so many other players. But of course, if we're talking about the new, we're talking about Thea here.
Yeah, Thea, one of the newest legends to the game. Newest to be legal to play at the very least. XJ Cool J, though, gonna get the first KO, that falling side air, catching Wes as he gets a little bit too close to that corner.
Wes, you're just kind of sitting in the middle of the stage, looking for the next weapon spawn, but XJ Cool J ended up grabbing it. Oh, just back-to-back in-lights, picking up each one. Hoping to chase into the sky, doesn't actually get the KO on that, but he's adding up some decent damage here. XJ Cool J here on a bit of a run today. See if he can keep it going here against Wes, who just had an amazing set against Sandstorm. It almost slipped away from him for a second, but of course Wes really turned it up towards the end.
But right now, Wes needs to turn it up because he is struggling to finish this stock off of XJ Cool J. Nair helps him chase dodge up, but a downline side air keeps him off stage. No GC NSYNC to come back up. A little bit of sweat beads.
It seems like a lot of what XJ Cool J is doing is just like classic, this is how you play against Lance, of like over-spacing everything so that when they dare into the ground and go into that landing lag, you're right there just out of range of their move and you can move in and throw out the sword. D-Light, beautiful NSYNC choice. That was an incredible option for XJ Cool J to bring out, and now he has a 2-stock lead on Wes that didn't bounce off the stage. It completely forced Wes around the corner and actually got the spiking KO for that. Man, what an option that XJ Cool J just grabbed.
Dude, he actually straight up knows the matchup. The way he positioned around that signature from Wes, that down sig, he even spot dodged the startup of it in case it comes out, and then gets the end sig to cover any panic jumps that Wes might throw out. XJ Cool J currently up 2 stocks to 1 over Wes.
Now, of course, XJ Cool J coming in PR8, seed number 9, compared to Wes's PR5, and I believe he's also seed 5. Yeah, seed 5 as well for this tournament. So XJ Cool J basically having double the seed, but he also has double the stocks right now and might be finishing this one off if he confirms the edge guard does hit the recovery after the dodge came out from Wes.
Didn't quite get that Nair, but he still has that weapon control. Nair this time will connect onto Wes, but it's not going to be enough to KO just yet. Okay, Wes challenging a little bit, but the side air from XJ Cool J, and he's got the lead.
Let's look real quick at what XJ Cool J has done so far. He took out Delta,
Okay, yep.
who had the amazing 3-0 against you, so that was probably a big confidence builder for XJ Cool J. Let me look back in their actual pools. XJ Cool J took out Blitz. That was a game 5 situation, so had some tough matches. Also took out, let's see, Hermison as well. And now I don't want him to win because I love Hermison. He's one of my favorite players of all time. But XJ Cool J showing us amazing Asuri gameplay. I haven't seen too many Asuris in current 1v1 meta.
Yeah, this matchup right now is basically just like a challenge. It's the two wolves in Foda's heart, right?
3, 2,
It's his
1.
old main versus his new main, just battling it out. And now we're going over to a different map. It's going to be Fortress of Lions. we'll see how well this works out for Wes as he's currently behind in game count.
Now, last time these two players could have met was at Dreamhack San Diego, of course. They didn't meet in actual bracket, but Wes did place better, coming in at 17th compared to XJ Cool J's 25th. But they both got 33rd at the World Championship. Again, didn't meet each other in bracket, but placed at similar levels in 1v1s.
Ultralight not going to catch the dodge there from XJ Cool J. Wes with a slightly better start, slide charging the NSIG. SJ going lower. Weapon toss hits. Able to pick it up. No recovery thrown out.
There's
Instead,
the punish.
catches the landing.
That was a beautiful punish on that landing. XJ Cool J was so high in the air that there was really no chance that he wasn't going to be able to make it back. Even with just raw drift alone, didn't really need too many options to get back. So Wes was positioned perfectly to punish that landing. I don't even think he let him technically land. He caught him like right as he was coming in. The landing gear was down. It seemed like those tires almost kissed the ground, but no. Wes was there to send him over to the blast zone. Might do it again.
Nice decisions coming out from Wes, getting a lot of hits onto XJ Cool J. XJ really not able to find any sort of response damage just yet.
There is a weapon spawn on the field. Not sure if either player wants it. I definitely don't think Wes wants it, but I don't know if XJ Cool J wants it. It seems like he's just going to stick with the sword here. His sword was working really good so far. That's one of the reasons he has that first game victory where he had that 2-stock lead, but all of a sudden now it's the other way, and Wes has a 2-stock lead, arguably in a better position because he's only in the orange, and he's still trying to juggle XJ Cool J. He just spawned in the game. He was still white.
You wanted that turnaround from XJ. XJ has the sword in hand now on the left side, goes for the sword recovery there, just trying to catch him. Oh snap, good jump there from XJ Cool J, gets away from the read from Wes.
Wes, he's controlling so much. Yeah, we can really see that neither player wants to swap off of their weapons. Obviously, Wes for good reason, and the reason XJ Cool J picks that one up. That was a nice punish with that GCD light into the recovery. Now he actually is swapping over to the Katars here. Let's see how that damage build is compared to what he did with the sword. That neutral light getting okay.
Just one more hit for Wes, and he's going to close out game number 2. Charging it up, XJ Cool J just staying on that soft platform, not going anywhere near that down sig.
Nice punish there from Wes after the double whiff D-lights.
Fast fall.
That was a good weapon toss. And there you go. Wes is going to clean that one up. 2-stock lead, only in the yellow. It seemed like XJ Cool J, based off of that neutral signature punish that we saw in game 1, like he knew the matchup perfect. And then all of a sudden, it seemed like he just doesn't know how to play against Boots anymore because Wes really put it to him.
Yeah, it's so interesting because I think XJ Cool J actually does legitimately know the matchup against specifically like Thea signatures, because like there's a lot of Theas out there who, when she got released, were basically only doing sigs, right? Yeah. But then now that Wes is kind of playing just more standard neutral, he's just playing some really clean boots at high speed, then XJ Cool J is starting to struggle a little bit more.
3, 2, 1.
Now we're going over to Small Brawl Haven. No legend swaps whatsoever. Let me see if we can. I actually don't have a link to his core holo here, so I don't know what his level is looking like on the Asuri, and I don't know like what his other top legends are. I would imagine Asuri is probably one of his highest, even though he is using the white color scheme compared to the black one. Usually, like, mains love to use the black color scheme.
I mean, it is a sign that you had hit level 25 on that legend, but you know what? Some people like that cleaner white. Okay, good read there with the double down line into the recovery. XJ Cool J.
Qatar's really coming alive here. Wes going to be looking for the weapon spawn. Gets hit twice. Grabs the lance here. He's not even going to attempt the edge guard. He's just going to stay back. He even lets Wes get back on the stage.
Charged for a little bit extra there from Wes.
I was wondering if he was going to go in with a real major commitment in the edge guard when he had the lance in his hands, but no, it's just the weapon toss. There's a nice side air. Of course, the stronger hit on that one. There is another weapon spawn. I almost expected him to immediately throw it away and pick up that second, but he's going to let XJ Cool J get over to a set of Katars.
Recovery, not going to quite do it for Wes.
Oh! Tried to get another neutral signature spike there as a punish, but Wes was just too low for that one to pick up. And that is going to end the lead, or at least the stock lead that XJ Cool J had. Wes is about 100 damage behind. Hopefully XJ can get a weapon, which he grabs. It's going to be that sword. D-Light into the side air. Wes going to recover low here. XJ is going to go down there and meet him before disengaging and going back to the main platform, picking up a neutral light.
Just staying on this corner here, catching Wes. Got him with that neutral light. Side sig thrown out. Wes knows that that's a burn dodge, but he can't get the extra hit that he wanted.
Nice down air, nice little weapon toss there. Kept XJ pretty safe. There is a spawn on the field in case either player wants to swap. Wes recovering in kind of the wrong direction. Not sure if that was a bait, maybe a missed input. XJ staying really favoring the left half of the stage. He didn't really cross that middle line. Even then, just now, he really only went up to it and met it.
Wes has to get more damage out here to take down this stock of XJ Cool J. Neutral light. Wes challenges with a raw dare. Doesn't end up getting a hit on either side.
Neutral sig came out from both players. There's the side air from Wes. Yet another side air from Wes. No major commitment in the edge guard. We saw him commit towards the end of last stock. There's yet another side air from
Not
the edge.
enough.
One more's got to do it, right?
I mean, Thea does come in with a lot of movement speed, but her strength isn't that bad. This is Small Brawl Haven. Wes struggling to finish off this stock of XJ Cool J.
Oh, he's being
Okay.
very careful. That was a beautiful GC side signature coming out from Wes. Did it just right off the ground, so if XJ Cool J was a little bit in the air, he gets caught. If he's staying grounded, he also gets caught by that. So really good coverage from Wes, especially in that moment where XJ didn't want to commit at all. It seemed like he was waiting for Wes to throw out a light attack. Okay. Has Wes in the red now. He hasn't been too successful with his signature, so he may just want to swap over to the sword. D-Light recovery, gets the KO off the top, and we all of a sudden have ourselves a really nice back and forth set here compared to the 2-3-0s we saw earlier.
If I'm Wes, I'm thinking never going back to Small Brawl Haven. That's step one.
Okay.
And step two is getting those boots sooner. His boots were definitely one of the key tools in Game 2. Game 3, though, it really feels like he wasn't able to stick on any weapon. Really, nothing was like that major tool. And on the other side, XJ was really able to play his game, right? He built up a lot of damage with his guitars, and then you saw him getting those KOs with the sword. Downlight recovery. Easy KOs for XJ Cool J once he's built up all that damage with those guitars.
His guitars really were looking so much better last game, or at least we actually got to see them show what the potential is, what they're actually worth. Compared to the first game, that was really sword dominated. Wes is probably feeling some serious pressure here.
Yeah, I mean,
he knows
of the
that a
South
victory-
Americans, who's left in the top side of things?
He knows that a victory would be really nice. Obviously, moving into the top 8. He knows he's he's looking at a player. I'm going to say this with like a major air quotes, like XJ Cool J after he just took out a player like Sandstorm. So I could definitely see a little bit of a mental hang up here if you didn't give XJ Cool J the respect that he deserved, and then all of a sudden you sit down and you're like, I actually have a fight on my hands. I got to worry about this. And he's swapping over to the Tesca. This is the legend that he was playing yesterday in 2v2. Swapping over to this legend yesterday helped him do as well as he did with Lores to get second.
Yeah, I like this swap. The boots were definitely one of the key weapons, and you're seeing him already. He's still got feet, even if he takes off his shoes as he gets the down airs onto XJ Cool J, and he's putting back on a different pair of boots.
That was a 22-second stock. I don't know, do we get to call that a 0 to knockout? I'm not sure if we can consider that a 0 to knockout.
It's not really a 0.
Wow. Incredible work from Wes, showing again the immediate change that happens when he locks in this Tesca. He shows how devastating his boots are.
Fadeaway Sayer coming out from SJ Cool J. Now it seems like SJ Cool J is a little bit more cautious with how he wants to approach Wes. Has to respect this swap over to Tesca. Okay, didn't quite get the read there. It's a little delayed.
Going back over the boots. Nice lead here for Wes. Now, of course, we're not on Small Brawl Haven here. We're over on the Demon Island, tiny sidewall. XJ might have to deal with some more offstage pressure. Obviously, we saw the pressure that came out in the beginning, that extended edge guard situation, but XJ's got it as well. Ground pound comes out. Juggling the weapons, now going back over to the guitars.
Goblin Gauntlets in hand for Wes. Classic matchup here, Gauntlets versus Katars. Side light, okay. Was expecting a dodge down maybe, so he went for that fast fall in there.
Both players not really making any huge commitments. Wes did have the recovery. You saw XJ immediately fast fall to get away from that downward moving hit, the same way that you would try to escape. Okay, he's not going to be able to escape that one. The spin around, bounce off the ground, and gets the KO off of it. Wes, again, with a massive lead this game.
And you know he wants to maintain it. He wants to take this one to game number 5. Hits the nair, not able to get that follow-up. XJ Cool J doing a really good job dodging down after getting hit by that nair.
Oh, little turnaround from Wes. Doesn't actually make contact. XJ was still to the left of him. Didn't go for the full dodge through or a dash towards the middle of the stage. Gonna get punished for that. Immediate wake up down air. Whoa!
He got so much off of that. Yeah, Wes got a downlight ground pound, but XJ Cool J got a stock, and now it's final stocks for both players. Weapon advantage to XJ Cool J, but couldn't deny the boot pickup.
I honestly can't even believe that Qatar recovery KO'd on this map, because I feel like I never see a Qatar KO on this map with the recovery.
Sometimes the ceiling can feel so high on Demon Island, but XJ Cool J clearly found enough damage onto it.
Forced over into the edge guard. Wes needs a victory. Man, dude, XJ is so fast at recovering, or well, at avoiding that and recovering back to the stage to avoid those ground pounds, the signatures that Wes throws out on the edge. It was like that first stock that he lost over on the left side, and he was like, yep, okay, I've learned my lesson. I'm not going to get caught over here on the edge again, even with these lightning fast attacks that Wes has.
Oh, XJ Cool J, he's bringing this one back. He's adding up those hits. He's dodging through those edge guards. Wes finds a recovery, not quite enough. I'm not even sure if a Sair will do it, but XJ Cool J comes in, hits him with the bottom swing and the side sig.
Is he going to punish the landing? Yes, he does. D-Light side air. Tossing the Qatars away, getting back onto the stage.
Where's the weapon spawn? Wes wants it. Left side, it's the boot, or it's the gauntlets. Wants the boots. Doesn't hit the downlight.
Dude, if XJ clutches this, he's amazing. He's not going to grab it. Woo! Is right here.
A sigh of relief for the South American, as well as everyone rooting for him. We're going to game 5, but Wes knows this is a tense situation here.
You don't look like Wes does right now unless you know how intense that was and how close that was and how stressful that situation is. The dodge down, he got caught by it. And I don't think you're really seeing him dodge down on the edge anymore. It was like the beginning of that, then all of a sudden he was really utilizing the fast falls more so that he did have the dodge in case he needed it later on.
Yeah, XJ Cool J was definitely picking and choosing when he wanted to use his dodges as that game progressed. But even so, like with how explosive that start was, XJ Cool J was really bringing this one back. There was a world where XJ Cool J managed to close this one out.
We started seeing him incorporate some wake-up attacks as well. Like that was the wake-up down air that we talked about, and then the clip right before that, we saw him come out with a wake-up GC side light instantly after getting hit early on in his stock. But that side air, that's what Wes was looking for. And let's see the moment of victory here for Wes. Yeah, he knows how rough that was. There is no LFGs after that one. That was very much like I was on the chopping block.
Yep. And here we go, game number 5. Wes sticking with the Tezca, XJ Cool J sticking with the Asuri.
Over here on Apocalypse, does have the soft platform here. That's going to be completely different than what we saw on both Small Brawlhaven and the Demon Island.
Ooh!
That's a big opening.
And he reached with both of those feet. Side air, went for the active input to get back onto the stage. Nice recovery there as well. Putting some good damage out here. Doesn't active input that time, just wants to launch XJ Cool J as far away as possible.
He did make it over to the weapon in time. Even that recovery didn't KO, but he's getting real close, and he does not have a lot of damage on Wes. That neutral light just barely getting through the iframes. He's found a handful of unanswered hits, but he gets hit right there. He only has Wes in the sort of maybe midway through orange to the last third of orange, so still a little bit of room to go, especially I believe his next weapon is going to be Qatars. He may not even get to touch it, though. His next weapon may be unarmed the way Wes is playing right now.
Wes hanging out on the wall for a brief moment there. Tries to come down with that side air, but XJ Cool J still had the iframes. Nice chain dodging there, keeping that pressure going, but just couldn't find that opening on the West. Again, reaching out there, and he hits the Sair. Wes is up big.
Here in game 5, XJ Cool J, now he's the one really feeling the pressure. The momentum is now in Wes's favor. Massive 2-stock lead. The boots are devastating, and it's still going.
Oh!
Nice pickup, though.
Yeah, good turnaround there from XJ Cool J. Guitar's in hand now.
Wes got a little bit too confident and was instantly punished. I think we might have to start talking about XJ Cool J more.
I think we have to. He's definitely earned that right with his plays today. But definitely would talk about him more if he ends up winning this game, because he'll be going into the top 8. Wes comes in, hits the side sig, ground pound, edge guard. Here's the Sair. Wes doesn't need more. He's closing it out 3-2 over XJ Cool J.
And that was almost a JV2. He was very much in the light yellow on his second stock. That is a tough loss for XJ Cool J, but his run is not over. And that was a proper, as Polymonto would call it, a pendulum, swinging back and forth. Game 1 was XJ, game 2 was Wes, game 3 was XJ, then came the Tesca swap, game 4 was Wes, and then game 5 was Wes. This could be, just like yesterday, the swap to Tesca could be what it takes to push further. We'll see in the future sets that Wes has on the main stage if he's going to continue with the Tesca from game 1 or if he wants to swap back to the Thea.
Well, he is coming in already into the top 8 of things. A guaranteed top 5 finish for Wes. He's having a great weekend here at Dreamhack Valencia, and he's far from done as he gets to sit on the top side and kind of chill for a little bit, because he's got to wait for his opponent to be figured out, I believe.
So XJ Cool J is going to be going down into the elimination bracket. His next match will be a top 8 qualifier on the elimination side, but he's going to have to wait for a handful of sets to play out. It's Machete versus Frydazol. That's going to have to play out. The winner of that will move on to fight Moonier, who actually took out Nees 3-2 in a game 5 situation. So Moonier's on a nice run today as well. Moonier's going to be waiting for either Machete or Frydazol. Then the winner of Moonier versus the winner of Machete and Frydazol is going to face XJ Cool J. So yeah, Wes, at least for the moment, is going to be chilling for a little bit, but of course he's got to be looking at who his next opponent is going to be, which is going to be Godly, who off stream took out Sgrape 3-1.
Okay, Godly earned his spot into the top 8 of things as well. The Challenge West. Luna's already got his spot in the top 8. We've still got one more person. We're going to find out who's going to be in the top side of top 8. But man, look at those stats. 71% accuracy on signatures.
And then you look at the other side, and XJ didn't even throw any out when, like, some of the major, like, highlights of that set was that sword neutral signature that we saw, and then the sword side signature that was gravity cancel that we saw. And then all of a sudden, that just wasn't a successful avenue for him anymore. But what both of those players, like, did not have to do very much damage. Well, XJ Cool J didn't get the chance to do much, but like 468 is not a lot. And then look at how many light attacks, like 37.
Yeah, 37 light attacks for the person who won. That is insane. There's people who lose and put out more light attacks than that.
In like probably a top 32 set, that's probably the fewest number of attacks from the victor in any like major official tournament.
Yeah, that's wild to see. Coming up next, we've got the North American Knockout. We've got Impala versus Meg D. Only one more North American will be able to stay alive on the top side of the bracket. That's Impala on the left side, current 1v1 Brawlhalla World Champion, versus Meg D, who tends to have a little bit more consistency, I'd say, online at the very least.
Let's see here recently. Megdi did struggle a little bit, of course, always relatively speaking, at Dreamhack Dallas, only coming in 7th place, just inside of top 8. Then if we also look at Moose Wars Rodeo Rumble right before that, I think that was one of the last North American 1v1 community tournaments that happened. That was a 7th place as well, so we mirrored that. And even at Spring Royale, just a little bit better at 6th place. So yeah, his consistency has been like just on the inside of top 8 really since Dreamhack San Diego. Like Spring Championship, January, February, March 26th, he was like, yeah, I'm coming through 2nd place. Then after that, it was 7th, 5th, 6th, and a 7th. So really hovering around that area. If we average that out, it'd probably be like 6 2/3.
But what's the head-to-head? 4-1 in favor of Impala. He keeps beating out Meg D, and he's looking to do it again here at Dreamhack Valencia. Of course, has more money earned because he's our current world champion, but also more overall gold medals than Meg D as well.
Now, they've only met 3 times in bracket this year. 2 of them were pretty early on in the year. Of course, the first one being Winter Championship, the next one being the Spring Championship, and that was sort of a 1-1 either way. At the Winter Championship, it was a 3-0 for Impala. Then at the Spring Championship, it was a 3-0 for Meg D. And then, of course, at Dreamhack Dallas, which even so, that was a month ago. A lot could have changed. We obviously know that Impala has practiced a lot for this tournament. That was a 3-1 at Dallas. That one was in favor of Impala.
One thing that does concern me for the Impala fans out there is it sounds like the pressure's starting to get to him. It sounds like he's starting to get in his own head about the fact that he's the world champion. There's a lot of people with targets on his back specifically, and I think that pressure is starting to mount. On the other side, Meg D, like, this sounds mean, but the pressure isn't there, at least not to the same degree as Impala might have.
Now, I'm looking over, and I'm seeing that Meg D is wearing blue plaid pajama pants,
okay,
which, of course, is the standard
Drip
uniform
check
for Luna.
Uh-huh.
So he's coming in with the Luna outfit,
okay.
IRL. We'll see if that helps him or not.
I was surprised for a brief moment looking at Meg D and being like, you're not just bundled up in a hoodie? Because so many times when we go to the Royales and stuff, he's in a hoodie, he's like super bundled up. But here, I guess in Valencia, the heat is a little too much.
It's hot, baby. It's hot outside, it's hot inside, it is hot everywhere here. In Valencia, Spain, at Dreamhack Valencia, you're seeing on your screen, that's Impala, current world champion. He'll have to defend that honor in just a few months, November 3rd through 5th.
Live.
Go to bcx.live. What's the sign-up date? What's the sign-up date where you get the thing?
The 19th.
The 19th. If you sign up before the 19th,
whatever's.
you get the exclusive goodie bag. You get, it's like the.
I think there was a shirt.
Was it a shirt or a jersey? I don't remember exactly what it was called, but just do it. Because a lot of you are going to go anyway, so you might as well do it now and get something free out of it. Also, the more people that sign up, the earlier, then BMG can understand how many people are coming, so they can have setups and all that kind of stuff accordingly. So it's literally good all around.
It helps you to know you can get your hotel and travel done early, and of course gives you more time to plan out your routes, where you're going to go, maybe some places you're going to visit in the Atlanta area. Highly recommend the aquarium, largest aquarium in North America. But also, it's very helpful for us on the back end to know, okay, we've got this many people who are currently signed up and potential to go. We got to make sure we have enough setups for everyone. We got to make sure we have enough clothing for everyone if they want to pick up stuff. We got to make sure we got enough fun things for everyone to do inside the venue. So make sure you get all that signed up. But here we go.
We're moving. I thought we were going to get a little bit more.
Yeah. Meg D, Impala. Actually a little bit of surprise on the character picks, because Meg D has generally been locking in on that Val.
Yep. That's what he played at Dreamhack Dallas, was that Val pick. But no, he's kind of swapping back over to the Asuri. We could see Asuri maybe coming back into style. I'm sure after the performance that XJ just gave us, after maybe this performance from Meg D, we could see a little bit of the Asuri coming back into style here.
On the other side.
We have seen one Kaya so far today during our block, and that was Lores. Didn't go so well for him. We'll see if Impala is able to kind of turn things around for the Kaya players out there. Yeah, rare miss
there, man. I don't know if it's nerves, maybe he's not quite warmed up, but a rare drop from Impala. Side sig connects, Meg D gonna take the lead.
It is kind of crazy to see 2 Asuri games back to back, and it's not the same player.
Yeah. Okay, Meg D still getting some damage put out onto Impala.
Both of these players coming off of 3-0s in their previous sets. Impala's was against Blaze, and Meg D's was against Heisen.
Ooh, Impala really trying to pick and choose. You're not seeing him put out too many hitboxes against Meg D. One thing that Meg D's really good about is punishing whiffs.
Yeah, so I expect these to be, kind of relatively slow. We know that from Meg D, and we really also know that from Impala as well, especially if his opponent wants to play slow. Impala's really able to meet him there, no problem, and do things just as well, even when things are slowed down.
Okay. A little bit of gas pedaling there from Impala, though. That's Sair into the chase dodge forward in air. Trying to maximize the damage he can get off of a singular hit.
He's making sure to do the dash jump fast falls, just kind of changing the movement up a lot, seeing whether like, oh, I'm coming in, I'm going out, I'm coming in, I'm going out. Just changing up the timing, especially when he's not like throwing out moves that often. That's sort of his like more like maybe a hockey deke. I think that's what it's called. I don't know. I don't watch sports.
I honestly, I did not hear whatever you just said.
Let's see what a deke in hockey is. A deceptive movement or feint that induces an opponent to move out of position. I was right.
Oh, you're so smart. Whoop. Down light side here, though. Meg D gonna keep that lead in the stock count over Impala. Juggling weapons, just delaying the weapon spawn for just a little bit. Weapon spawn goes in favor of Meg D. Impala just trying to do some dash canceling, practice that movement.
That was a crazy hit on that weapon toss. Like the dodge came out, but the iframes ran out and it was still moving through him. So it was like on the backside and it still ended up getting the clip on the hit. Okay, Meg D putting a lot of pressure out here. Has a nice little lead, continuing. Almost has Impala in the orange. The Qatar's in his hand. We've seen Meg D play Qatars for years and years. The Val has been the recent pick, but man, I'm liking this Asuri. That recovery is going to give Impala the KO there. He's going to be in orange soon, but he's not there just yet.
I think that downlight off of Impala was actually like really clean tech, where he did a dash jump backwards and then dash canceled into a downlight into the recovery. So really clean movement coming out from Impala, but he's still behind Meg D.
Yeah, movement has really been the name of the game from Impala. Like the movement execution that he's putting in is just like, in terms of like APM, is like light years ahead of probably really anybody else that we've seen today.
Okay, falling side air. Gets in with that neutral air onto Meg D, another neutral air.
And that's only amplified by playing Kaya as well. A very quick legend. Stuck over on the wall. You can see when he's on the wall, like the movement slows down so much compared to like him getting a hit and like dash jump fastball, dash jump fastball.
Not quite enough to KO. But yeah, I mean, like, Meg D has so much control when Impala gets stuck on those walls, but the downlight recovery, not quite enough. Impala, you saw him starting to fade away there. Maybe thought it was over, but
Nice.
It's now over in favor of Meg D. Downlight gravity cancels for optimal force.
Now there are a handful of players, I'm remembering like some South American players, I can't remember them exactly by name, that like go for the D-Light into the gravity cancel neutral heavy like as their main option. Because it is tougher to input. So a lot of times, like most players just go for the D-Light into the recovery, but he made the risk and he was rewarded for it by actually getting the KO there, making sure by using the gravity cancel neutral heavy. So a little bit of a rare choice for a North American player to make.
I think, honestly, part of the reason why he made it was because he just saw Impala's not KO, right? He saw Impala go downlight recovery and it didn't KO, and he's like, well, not going to let that happen to me. Okay, bow for Impala, Meg D with the guitars again.
Dude, look at his dashing is insane. You look at it compared to Meg D, and like Meg D is also dashing, like a dash is a quick move, but I look at Meg D's dash and then I look at Impala dashing, and it's night and day.
I mean, a lot of it is that dash canceling from Impala, right? He'll do a dash back, and then as he's landing, throws out the dash, which snaps him down forward. And so he's doing that to be really tricky against Meg D. Ooh, throws out the end sig.
I swear he can't move without dashing. I wonder what kind of drain that puts on his body. Just constantly having so many more inputs than your opponent does. First stock is going to go the way of Impala. He's in a decent spot here. Later stages of orange as he gets into this one. Meg D spawning back in that neutral air, not sitting off screen yet. That does interrupt the recovery, but he's brand new, fresh on that stock essentially. So it's not like he's going to get caught off stage and fall into the blast zone.
Okay, falling Sair into the neutral light this time from Impala. He's trying to get more hits unanswered from Meg D. Finally, Meg D comes in, hits that Nair, hits that Sair. Can he finish off the stock? No, goes too low for that GC neutral light.
Meg D playing really far away from that corner. Doesn't want to get caught with like any gravity canceled move as Impala is coming back to the main stage. Putting a lot of space in between him and Impala, like 3 character links between the two before he decides to go in. Sideline into nothing. D-line into nothing.
That's twice now. Impala has had the combo opener and doesn't get a follow-up. Meg D comes in, down light into the recovery. I'm telling you, man, the nerves are starting to hit Impala.
He does have himself a nice lead here, so as long as he still maintains control, as long as he can still hold everything in, all of the oranges that he's having to juggle right now, he's doing a great job so far. He is down 0-1, but that's only 1 game lost here in this best of 5. That neutral air not quite. 1 more of those will do it.
Okay, down air, bounces Meg D. Over to the spear, doesn't drop it that time. Down light side air, Impala with a healthy lead.
He should be feeling a little bit more confident. Now the pressure should be really mounting on Meg D. Nice little punish there. Nothing huge. Impala's able to get back, landing with that neutral air, but Meg D wasn't anywhere near him. Oh, happened to turn around that neutral like the wrong direction. He gets punished for it immediately. But none of these punishes are very big because both of these players know that they can't risk too much.
Both of them just kind of doing hit and run. Hit and run. Get a tap here and there. Maybe get a little bit extra afterwards. But it's all about getting as much safe damage as you can. Get those neutral wins, which will just add up to victory.
This game is starting to get a little bit long in the tooth here. Now we're just 3 minutes and 30 seconds into the game. Things might be speeding up here. We're seeing Impala, of course, actually commit to signatures now. So he's making those moves, putting himself in a landing lag and into end lag on his moves, and there you go. He's got to be feeling that now. Yep. That was a confident victory.
But also, you talked about kind of the burden that happens from using all of that movement. And you saw him, he had to shake out his hands a little bit there. You see, he's doing a lot to get all of that action out. And he needs to keep those fingers limber so he can keep pressing those inputs.
You said it earlier during pre-show, like today is a very long day. It's a marathon, not a sprint. And as the bracket gets on, because there are fewer other people in the bracket, that means your break in between games just gets smaller and smaller and smaller.
Here we are into game number 3. Over to Apocalypse this time. This soft platform might help out with some of the landings. Double exclamation point, man. Impala already being forced to those walls.
And Meg D, he's trying to stay away. Until he chooses to go back in, he's going to put a lot of distance between him and Impala. He has guitars in his hands, which it seems like that's what he wants. I know there's a weapon spawn on the field, and Impala's playing around it. The problem is, like, even if Meg D wants the sword, he risks disarming himself, and with how quick, how rapid Impala's movement is, it feels like he never knows where Impala is going, where he is, where he'll be in just a few moments.
Recovery will connect for Meg D, though. Ooh, that side air beating out Impala. Good dodge down.
Goes for the big move with the neutral light into the neutral signature. That time he picks up the recovery, gets the KO, and now Meg D is the nice lead. The tug of war going back and forth between these two players.
Meg D maintaining that weapon advantage over Impala. Impala again going to the outside. There's the weapon spawn, has the spear in hand. Needs a little bit more damage here onto Meg D before we can start thinking for those KOs. Oh, neutral light's the wrong way.
You know that he did not want to do it that way. There's no shot he wanted to do that. Again, the side light into the backup doesn't immediately make any commitment.
Okay.
Nice.
The two-piece, Pogo into the side air.
Going back over to the bow. Dude, the ability to dash cancel and then sometimes just dash jump fast fall into the neutral air instead, those are 2 amazing mix-ups that he can do where he's throwing out an aerial move, but he's essentially grounded on it. It's not like he's coming in for the landing in any slow telegraph way. It's just different with like, oh, am I doing movement? Am I doing an attack? You truly don't know.
And helping him open up Meg D. He's getting a couple more neutral wins over Meg D. Meg D just trying to find those extensions.
Dude, I can't get over how much more he's dashing than like every other player right now. This is reminiscent of like when Dash first started and the way Kosalix was playing with Dash and just constantly dash dancing more than everybody else in the game.
But one thing that's happening from Impala's movement specifically, like with these dash cancels, is like he's using them not just in clean neutral when Megd's on the other side of the map or when Megd's respawning. He's actually using it to great effect. One thing that I really like about Impala's specific dash canceling. Nice egg drop, weapon toss down to the pickup down air.
Tossing that weapon really up high, of course, going back over to the bow. It ended up bonking Megd on the head. Grabbing that recovery as well. Now actually moving on to the soft platform where the weapon spawn is, but Megd actually hits Impala away, is able to grab the sword. He's taking some damage. Impala still has this lead on him, and he's adding up damage really well. 1 or 2 more hits, Megd's going to be in the orange. Then he's really going to have to worry about how far behind he is.
Control goes over for the down air. Impala reads it right, ends up getting above him just in time.
And it feels like we're at essentially the exact same point in the exact same time as well. Like last time I called out when it was about 3 minutes and 30 seconds and the game was starting to get a little bit long, but it looked like it was going to be wrapping up soon. Same kind of thing right here, and basically the exact same stock spread as well. This time Megd does actually force Impala onto final stocks as well. But of course the lead is so big. When Impala gets a weapon, he may not even need one. I don't know if he's going to attempt. Okay, he just goes for the D-Light into the neutral air so he can pick up that weapon. Really wants that weapon advantage. Doesn't want to risk anything else.
Impala not finding hits on the Megd right now. Throws out the side sig. Spear, but Megd steals it.
There he goes. It almost seemed like he was going to miss his chance for a second. He didn't want to commit to grabbing that weapon and getting hit too much. But he has the spear. He's searching for these recoveries. There's the ground pound, and that's enough to do it.
Player 1 wins.
Impala now in the lead, 2-1 in this set. Pressure mounting. I mean, the pressure is still very high on both of these players.
Megd handling it in a much different fashion, though. You can see like kind of the frenetic energy that comes out from Impala, just like releasing all that stress that builds up inside of those games. Whereas Megd, kind of stoic, he's chilling every single time. He's like, yeah, that's the game.
There's that side air from Megd. Didn't even need the weapon toss. Then had stage control, his chance. And there you go. That
3, 2,
going over
1,
to small
brawl.
Brawlhaven, the tiny stage. See if Megd can grab one of those neutral signatures that maybe he wanted. That neutral light into the neutral signature, the big play that could turn things around. Because Impala has had 2 major leads the past 2 victories that he's got.
Just a pogo. Megd comes down, hits a side air. Again, they're trading back and forth.
I just noticed that Impala kind of plays like in real life physically like Crocky does. There's a lot of physical IRL movement that comes out from him compared to Megd.
Oh, I heard Rocky, like the Rocky movies.
Oh no.
And I was like, which one?
I think I've only seen like 2 Rocky movies.
Exclamation points. Megd gets the hit. That is going to reset the exclamation points, but Impala doesn't have the movement. Megd, this is a huge spot for him. He is so healthy.
The tug of war continues between these 2 players. Megd with a gigantic lead, has control of the weapon, swapping back over to the Katars. We are on small Brawlhaven, so there is the potential there for Impala to grab early stocks here, earlier than he might be able to get on other maps, but I don't know if he's going to be able to find it. Megd is playing so confidently this game. Impala just may have to take the L. I mean, of course, he's going to play this one out as best he can. He's going to find as many openings as he possibly can, but I worry that in his attempt to play safely, it just means more dashes, it means more inputs, it means more execution that just constantly puts more stress on the body.
Just wearing away at every facet of Impala, not only just his physical, but his mental and his keyboard as well. Impala needs to find more neutral wins onto Megd. That falling there, not going to take it out, even though it's small Brawlhaven. Not small enough for Impala.
The bow neutral signature, I mean, a lot of the signatures that used to be such a staple of Impala's gameplay are just completely gone from the way he's having to play against Megd to have any hope of victory in this game. I mean, really even in this set.
Didn't get the KO, didn't even get that downlight recovery. Megd finding more hits, and Impala can't get the touch there. Ensig not going to connect. Final stock here for Impala. Otherwise, Megd's taken this to game number 5. Impala does clean up that first stock of Megd, but he is 2 stocks to 1.
Has the weapon advantage, but the actual neutral light that he hits, because he was over so far on the edge, puts Megd towards the middle of the stage. He was able to grab the weapon spawn, playing this zoning game here, poking with the neutral lights, going to have higher range than Megd has with any of his moves on the guitar set.
Impala just getting forced to those walls.
Weapon control still remaining in Megd's favor. Still remaining in Megd's favor, and he's able to juggle while Impala is still on the stage.
Ooh, okay, Impala with the punish. Just a downlight side air. No double downlights.
Does hit the recovery there for the follow-up. So he's finding some damage, but the pace of it is just not enough to deal with that gigantic lead that Megd got from the very beginning. He's playing so far back from the wall. There is literally zero reason for Megd to risk anything at this point. Just continue the game plan so far, and you will arrive at victory and push to a game 5.
That's kind of what he's doing right now. Not even opting to swap to the sword for the more common KO potential. Instead, he's like, you know what? I got a game plan. It's working. Not even a ground pound. Just sitting on the side and there as Impala throws out the GCN Sig, but Impala gets back up safely.
And you see what happens instantly. Megd almost got taken off the top of that. He would still have a gigantic lead if that happened, but still, you can see what Megd is doing. He really doesn't have to risk too much. He's going down over on the edge, picks up the recovery, bounces off the wall, not quite enough to KO. Impala playing high up on that wall. Megd moving down just a little bit. The side air, one more side air, even if it bounces off the stage, unless it's all the way from the left sending to the right, it's got to be the KO option. There are very few moves that Megd can hit that won't KO at this point. Falling there is one of them when it's on the main stage.
One of the few. There's the
There you
Sarah.
go.
Finally, Megd's going to get it. Game 5 between Impala and Megd. By the numbers, Impala should have had this and run away with it, but Megd really making him work for it. And you can see Impala starting to think about this. He's like, what do I do? How do I play this Kaya in a way that'll help me close this one out?
Really strong neutral light that came there to finish up that stock. Dipping down so he didn't get hit by the signature. Didn't give any type of chase dodge or any movement to Impala right before that. That was a stock for Impala, but even right here, man, a full stock lead. And keep in mind, time right now, 4 minutes and 21 seconds into the game. I truly believe that the way Impala is playing with all of these inputs, it seems like it's only going to get worse for him, especially against someone like Megd, who is going to push the length of these games. Doing that is such a smart choice for him because he's going to exhaust Impala.
Yeah, you can kind of see it. There was a lot of clips there. If you were watching Impala's cam where like he would take that opportunity to shake out his hands, where he just needs to let that energy loose a little bit, because otherwise that's just building up that lactic acid. Here we go, game number 5. Again, no swaps on either side. We're going to the small fortress of Lions for game number 5. Can the world champion stay alive here at Dreamhack Valencia?
Megd moves instantly over to the soft platform on the left. Wanted some room to maybe wait for that second weapon spawn because he didn't get the first one there. He grabs the guitars. It was almost covered by that mammoth in the air.
He get that initial hit, opening up Impala with that neutral light. There's a side light neutral light. Good dodge away, but not able to come back down. And Megd starting to find more hits. Over to the sword.
He's showing the flow, using the weapon tosses to extend his strings while he picks up a sword, hits the neutral light off of that as well. He's just sticking around that soft platform, doesn't even want to attempt the landing. He knows that if he comes in, he doesn't have like any 45-degree entrance to deal with Impala's neutral lights.
Again, back towards that soft platform. He finding good response damage. And this one close, downlight Nair, not gonna do it. Throws away the spear. Another recovery, that'll clean up the stock.
Almost thought that D-Light that ended up hitting and following up with the Nair, I thought it might have been too close for it to hit, but no, it was right at that time, and that's really why you saw him go for the D-Light Nair, as opposed to a possible maybe D-Light recovery or maybe waiting after that and choosing if there's a dodge that comes out, GC Insig that comes out. One of the rare signatures we've seen from Impala. Saw just a little bit last game. It's continuing in this game.
So jumping. Okay, gets in with the Ensig, getting more hits here. Impala starting to get that momentum onto Meg D. Down Sig connects and it'll KO.
Okay.
Impala currently up 3-1.
Seen him fire up after that one. Of course, there was the shaking of the hands, but you could also tell in his face he's feeling confident. A lot in his favor here. The signatures are coming out as well. Some of the successful ingredients that he's had in his previous games, we're seeing them pop up here. He's feeling more at home. The blobfish.
Blobfish is finally at its depth, but what other threats lurk in the deep? Meg D, a full stock behind. Can he get this one back to even? Can he take the win here in game number 5? Impala sitting on the main stage, misses 2 bow shots.
Man, it seems like all of these games have just been complete, not just back and forth, but complete 180s from the previous, because now Impala is the one with a full stock lead up on Meg D. He's playing more confidently. It seems like the pressure's building up, but not too much for Meg D, because he definitely is coming back in this. He's adding up some decent damage. He's going to have to add up significantly more if he wants to actually find the KO here. Impala's bow looking great.
Looking very solid right now for Impala. He's starting to find, this entire game has been finding more and more connections onto Meg D. There's the recovery, needs a little more. Throwing away the spear, throwing away the bow.
Bonk on the head, but the damage had been done, so it didn't interrupt any move that came out from Meg D. By the time the damage was done and by the time the 4-stump came out from it, Impala over on the wall. The GC Insig and that KOs!
Caught him jumping there. Meg D was getting into that idle loop, and Impala immediate gravity cancel neutral sig catches the jump, and that means Impala is going to be joining the top 8 winner side.
You could even see Meg D just shook his head and said, wow. And yeah, same here, brother. I can't believe that came out so fast. I can't believe that KO'd as well. Impala clutching it out in that final game. The back and forth between those two players who kind of came up around the same time. Meg D is going to have to move down into the elimination bracket. He is going to be fighting, let's see, the L. He's going to be fighting Lores, and Lores just took out Hughes 3-1. That is a player he has had so much struggles with in terms of tournament history between those two. And now Lores is going to have to fight Meg D. That's going to be a tough set as well for him. Man, I can't believe Impala came out on top with that one, especially how confident he was in the final game.
I mean, he definitely, you saw him thinking about it between game number 4 and game number 5, and clearly whatever he thought about came out and helped him out. He ended up being like, all right, I know exactly what to do, and it worked so well for him. Honestly, it's so funny. I just keep thinking of the Meg D tweet where he's like, Impala popped the most when he beats me. Like, maybe I'm the problem. But Sheepy is definitely not the problem. How you doing, girl?
Thank you.
How's it going?
Hey, I don't need your feedback, Sparky. Okay?
Speak for yourself.
Okay, yeah, sorry.
Okay, well, wow, yes. I felt like that was like really back and forth. Like at one point, I'm like, oh, Meg D's got this. You know, oh my goodness, this is against the world champion. And then that very last match, I mean, I was sitting here just watching it with y'all. Just the confidence, and then that neutral sig. Literally, I was like, wow. But I am a Kaya fan, so you know we do love the Kaya. So, guys, I actually want to talk very briefly about the bracket and the journey that some of these players have gone through in the top 32, because obviously we can't watch every single match, right? Unfortunately. So, just like you said, Meg D now has to go against Loris. Right now, Radish and Sandstorm are fighting it off in the station over there. I'm trying to see if the bracket has even updated yet, just because they're also fighting for a top 8 qualifying spot. So that's really going at it. And here we can see the match schedule for the last few matches that you guys have talked about. Any thoughts about this? I mean, whew.
It's interesting the way it kind of shook out, where we had 2 3-0s and then 2 Game 5s. And they're Game 5s in situations where I don't know if I necessarily would have expected that, especially like West versus XJ Cool J. I think XJ Cool J deserves a whole lot of credit for his run today. I'm not sure, I don't think it's over just yet. He's still going to have an opportunity to try to qualify on the lower side of the bracket, but still, got to give him a lot of credit for today.
Megdi sets are always interesting, and because the games can drag on, but it's this weird case of like there's so much tension throughout the entire time that you almost get used to it and you forget how intense those moments are, because like you're up here for 4 to 4.5 minutes a game, and it's like when your house is stinky and like you get used to it.
Okay.
And then like maybe you go on vacation and you come back and you go, oh, interesting. So it's like you getting used to the level of tension that comes from this. I know that the players are not getting used to the level of tension, but like from a viewer's perspective, so these sets are always really interesting with Megdi, especially Megdi versus Impala there. Like the tension was ratcheted up the entire time, the back and forth, the giant leads that would shrink to smaller and then sometimes would be massive. It's just, the pacing of those matches are always really interesting, and I think they have pacing unlike anybody else in the game.
So I definitely want to mention, like, since you've been mentioning like the back and forth and things like that could happen in some of these matches that we just previously saw, let's look into the future, because we are about to head into top 8, and I just want to quickly mention that right now on the winner side of top 8 we have West versus Godly, and then Luna versus Impala. Those are set matches that we will be watching very soon here, so we could see a lot of back and forth. We can see maybe what happens. We're still trying to figure out who's going to be on the elimination side of top 8, and that's going on. I can confirm that Sandstorm made it through. Radish is out.
We have 3 players in top 8 so far, with the potential for more because Megdi's still in
That's
this
right.
one. So we got you.
I'm just saying.
All I'm saying.
You're right.
I'm saying.
There's a lot of back and forth. We could see some more stuff here. But guys, we're going to take a very, very quick break. So stay tuned as we go into our top 8 of our singles competition. And we're going to find out who's going to be our Dreamhack Valencia champion at the end of it. So see y'all soon. Don't go anywhere.
There goes Luna, another Sarah experience with back-to-back 1v2s. 3-0s, Luna and Pugsy.
And he still has a chance to get the W. Oh my God! Are you kidding me? It's just struggling. Sarah doubling up. It goes all the way out there. What a ridiculous.
One of those barely situations. Team combo. Oh, the down stick into the neutral stick. And Pugsy.
Ryu holding on the down air.
In the middle of 2 gauntlet players, this could turn bad, and there it is. It's gonna hurt. It's the worst. And you are gonna lose game number 2.
Able to string so many things together, both of his weapons looking good. My man is still sweating. He's dead. He's dead.
Hughes has done it. He has unseated Luna.
Vamos, Brazil.
Oh my, oh my, oh my. You didn't need the extra hits, but he wanted them.
Headphones on. Impala. What an incredible performance. He is your 1v1 Brawlhalla World Champion.
about dreaming? Places you've never been. What about feeling? What about gravity? What about chances? Not what we're searching for. Take it or leave it. Well, I want to take it all. What about freedom? What about freedom? What about freedom? What about freedom? Tell me you're leaving. Tell me you're taking me. What I believe in. It's not the change in me. What about freedom? What about freedom? What about freedom? What about freedom? What about dreaming? Places you've never been. What about feeling? What about gravity? What about chances? Not what we're searching for. Take it or leave it. Well, I'm gonna take it all.
Welcome back, everyone. We're in our top 8 of our singles competition here, and also you guys saw that very quick BCX video. Don't forget you can buy your tickets now. BCX.live. Check it out. Don't forget. Just hey, if you're looking to go to BCX now, let's just do it. Just buy the tickets. All right. So up on the lounge now, I have Phil and Taza. Welcome, Phil. Why don't you kind of just introduce yourself? Who are you? What's up? Who are you with? What are you doing here?
I'm Luna's guardian. He's
Yes?
he's my best
Three-time world
friend.
champion
Yep.
right here, sitting
Yep.
next to me.
That's me.
That's you, yeah.
Anywhere that Luna's competed, Phil has been at. I
Yeah.
think I've talked to Phil more than any other player this year, now that I think about it, because Luna makes it to every seasonal and then you're
It's
just
true.
there.
I've been to every LAN
Yeah.
since COVID. The only players that have been to the same amount of LANs as me is Nees and Luna, I think.
Wow, that's actually crazy.
Yeah.
And now you're here, going to be casting this top 8
That's
Phil again
right.
for Polly because he had to go catch a flight. And
Yeah.
so, actually, this isn't even your first time casting Brawlhalla, right? So you've been casting some community events. Since then.
I've casted a couple. I casted Brawl League. I casted Moose Wars. I casted on the side stream once in Dallas. That was pretty fun.
Well, this is going to be a lot of fun because
Yeah.
this is top 8 on the main
Yeah.
stream. And Sheepy, we've got some matches that are
We
crazy coming up.
do. We have some amazing matches coming up here as we go into top 8. And our next one specifically is Wes versus Godly. This is on the winner's side. What is it? Winner's semi? Hold on. Let me double check. Yeah, winner's semi-final on top 8. So
Yeah.
thoughts and feelings about this head-to-head. I'm going to actually go to you, Taza, first.
Okay, so Godly, I think, is the favorite for everybody in Europe to win this event right now. And he is proving it with how he is playing. Wes, on the other hand, I don't remember everyone's predictions. I know I was thinking Sandstorm was going to win that Game 5 last Octane, which, by the way, Sandstorm is in top 8. He's still in there.
I know.
But Wes is playing so great with the boots, and he beat Sandstorm in Battle Boots in the Ditto, right? So currently he's the best performing player on that character.
Yeah.
I think Thea fits him so well because of Lance. So when it comes to this head-to-head, I mean, we have the best performing singles player in South America right now going up against the best player in EU. And I'm not really sure how this is going to go. Because, Phil, I was watching Radish destroy Godly on the boots and doubles last night, right?
It's true, yeah.
What do you think?
Yeah, what do you think, Phil?
I feel like Wes has a really good chance here because a lot of times Godly loses, it's to Lance. Like, he's been losing to Hughes.
Okay.
And so he complains about Lance a lot. That's one thing. So I feel like he's already winning the mental battle with that.
And then you add Boots onto that, and it's just like a second
You add
Lance.
Boots, and then you add Thea, new legend. nobody really knows how to do it
remember
this SIG.
the Boomy Godly set at Dallas, and Boomy like down 6-7 times, and Godly literally couldn't stop himself from laughing on the screen.
So I feel like there might be a little bit of a nightmare coming into this.
It's possible.
Living in the
I don't
past.
think West plays Thea quite as dishonestly though.
No.
But yeah, that could be coming through because that was a thing with Godly and Kaya for a long time. It's like I keep losing to this Kaya legend. But anyways,
I do
digress.
want to mention though that Godly and Wes have, you know, fought each other, battled each other before in different events here, and usually from what I'm seeing here on the stats is that Godly usually actually wins and takes the W over Wes. You agree with that?
Yes.
Yeah, and I think the thing that's going to be the huge factor to pay attention to now is that Thea is a tournament viable character that is like. When Battle Boots came out, I was like, okay, this is Wes's weapon. This weapon was designed for how Wes wants to play Brawlhalla. And then you give that with a Lance character, which is how he's been playing Brawlhalla for years, and you go, oh, this is actually, yeah. I thought Teska was going to be Wes's main character. No, Thea is actually the one that he wants to play. I think that the tone of this game is going to be a lot different than the previous games that he's lost against Godly.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see who's going to come up here. And I know probably many South American fans are definitely rooting for Wes to keep going through here on the winner side. Because I'm trying to double check the bracket here. Is there any other South American player? Oh, Loris is still in. Okay, so we'll see the outcome.
I think that you've got Laura's over Meg D in that set in the elimination bracket, right, for 9?
I do. I think that Loris is going to take that. I think he's going to be one of the best players in the world. He's so good. He's always consistently insane.
Yeah. But at the moment, though, it's going to be tough. Meg D was playing really well with that Impala match, but we're getting ahead of ourselves. That's the qualifier match for top 8 on the other side. But yes, that's your point, Sheepy. It was that he's potentially the last South American player in top 8. Laura's is the last one battling down there in the elimination bracket, who knocked out Hughes. That was such an unfortunate region knockout. Yeah.
That is so sad. Definitely when they're, when you have your regions just fighting against each other. Now we're still waiting for the players to get ready, get the game started here. Now let's keep talking a little bit more about, you guys briefly talked about legend picks. I don't know if you want to go more thoroughly into those legend picks and the weapons
Godly's
pairings
been playing
with
Wushang this week, right? So we're in singles?
Honestly, I wasn't even watching him. I was watching other players, so I have no idea what he's playing.
Okay.
I feel like he has the crowd buff. That's one thing we didn't say.
The crowd buff. Well, yeah, I mean, I think I kind of mentioned it when I said everybody in the EU thinks that Godly's going to win. Here we go. Game number 1 is coming up. It is Wushang coming out there for game number 1. That's what I've been hearing people. Wait, what is West? Okay, no, West is on Thea. For some reason, because of the black color scheme, I thought that was Lucian's hat. No, he's not playing Lucian. He's on Thea here. So this is going to be Gauntlets and Spear against the Lance and Boots coming out from West here for game number 1. And this is a matchup, Phil. We just talked about how Godly is winningest when it comes to the head-to-head between these two players, but because Thea's out now and that's what West is competing with, we're uncertain how this is going to go. But so far, Godly is just destroying him.
Yeah, and he just capitalized off that big mistake from West. I think West thought he touched, but he was unable to get that touch and only had recovery left. Super easy to punish for Godly, and you're going to expect him to get that every time.
Yeah, and now West, this is my favorite part about West's playstyle with Boots. When he hits one recovery, he uses recovery like a light attack, constantly switching it up with Nair recovery or just recovery into recovery, to be honest, and then he catches the landings. He sharks landings with the gravity cancel downlights, and then he just continues adding more recoveries. He's so good at being able to play this landing coverage playstyle.
Yeah, saw the SIG starting up there, but not able to get it out there. Has Godly sort of in the orange, but throws out a SIG. Not able to connect. Godly, though, has the edge guard.
I didn't really see West play with a lot of those down sigs before. Godly hits his own slide charge down sig, and I mean, he might just be up 3 stocks to 1 at this rate. This is looking rough for West in game number 1. That down sig's not even... Okay, I thought I wasn't going to do it because I talk about Thea's signatures as more like a bonus slide attack kit, because it's they're really fast, they're really easy to use in quick succession, but they don't have that much force. That side sig, that's going to take you out even at light red.
Yeah, I think the only sig that really has a lot of force is side sig on Boots if you hit it perfectly.
Right, you get the horizontal knockback.
Yeah.
Because you have to get it's kind of like a tipper hitbox, where if you space it right, you get really, really rewarded. Otherwise, it's just a nuisance and some damage.
Yeah, it's one of the few moves in Brawlhalla that has something like that. One other that comes to mind is Fate side sig on Scythe. At the very end, if you had the last hitbox on side sig,
when it's
has extra force. Nope, just straight out, throw it out. The last hitbox on the side.
Huh. I actually didn't know that.
Yeah.
Well, that's crazy. I don't think I've ever even seen that connect. Anyways, back to this. West brings us back really quickly, 1-1. Let's see if we can get started here on the side of the stage. Godly with the gauntlets, trying to get started with the sidelight. Nice nair. Oh, he wanted to fall from the platform there, right? Ends up ledge canceling that into a downlight.
West, though, gets it there. Godly gets us there, though. Sidelight breathes with the ending, and that's going to KO. Wow. Godly takes game number 1.
Okay.
And that KO'd early. That was
a low damaging game.
Yeah.
I think it was 472 to 360 or something like that. Like nobody above a 500 damage there. Godly and West just kind of destroying each other, taking turns. That gravity cancel neutral sig was out of nowhere. And I have to remind myself that Thea, with all of her speed and nuisances, is just a 3 defense legend.
It's crazy.
At the end of the day, right? Like you lose your stocks to NSIGs in orange.
Yeah, that was a great read by Godly too. He had hit that before and knows that West is gonna dodge away from that and got that NSIG read.
All right, Bill. We're in game number 2 now. I don't think we're going to be seeing swaps from either player. Maybe if Godly went down 2-0 pretty badly, but it seems like he's taking this Thea pick from West a lot more seriously since the last time that we've seen him play against an bracket. Boxing him out with end-lights right now. I'm curious to see what he's going to do. If he goes for dash cancel end-lights to be able to get that extended range. But man, NSIG, D-Light, double D-Light. He really, I mean, no dodge was gone there. He was just expecting West to be sleeping in that situation.
Yeah. And I mean, he was down at the start here, but he's brought it back all the way. Has West in the red here. Not able to punish that D-Sig though. That D-Sig is so good.
I think that was the only thing that he could have done to punish that. I mean, if he fell with Nair, he may have gotten caught by it. That was kind of crazy. But his arms with the weapon throw, and West doesn't actually dodge there. And now Godly takes the first stock in game number 2.
Super close though. Godly deep in the red. Almost anything will knock him out here.
Will it? It is Thea.
Yeah.
Okay, wait, he's got to actually hit something. Godly, where are you going? I wonder if he meant to slide charge it.
He's going for crazy stuff now.
Yeah. Well, after 4 hits like that, getting so much damage on the West, the extra credit's already there.
Yeah.
I think if the down tick actually worked, he could have carried him off stage and maybe even gotten an immediate stock. So I liked it a lot. But West with the quick dare takes that stock.
Yeah, Godly's playing super confident here.
Oh, that's great. That's a great adaptation that Godly, before would just, avoid the side stick and do nothing, and now he's outspacing the side stick. Oh, stuff recovery effects. Gravity cancel D-Light didn't hit. It was the right idea.
Yeah. Definitely. West, though, starting to bring this back a little bit, but it's very difficult against Godly. Playing confident, he's playing good. He's hitting his reads. Outspacing him, too. The amount of times I've seen Godly outspace in this set, in this match, is crazy. He's just perfectly outspacing.
Both the signatures and the light attacks coming out from West, right? Both of them is just right outside the range, and then he's whiff punishing everything. That's the first signature that I think we've seen West actually hit all game.
Goes for another one.
Okay, well, all right. we're going crazy off stage here. Weapon throw, pick up Sair. He was sweating when he got hit on the side of the wall.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that he's got a dodge, and that's it. Dodges that. That was a great fastball after the dodge. And he makes it back.
Yeah, and he's got a lot of extra credit there. But still, West can do something here.
Thea has it rough when you can't get those knockout confirms on boots, right? Lance just seeing a lot of those recoveries not knock out as early as possible. That was a great down. Okay. Weapon throw. Oh, I can't believe he touched. If that was Miami Dome, he was gone. Ground pound. Weapon throw. Stuff recovery. That's it. Godly gets knocked out off the side of the stage from an amazing edge guard from West.
Yeah, and I mean, he just got a little too comfortable there, went too far down, and West capitalized off that.
That was the same scenario twice in a row, too.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay, let's take a look at this. There's that weapon throw there, but I want to see if we can get to it in time with that last stock. What happened there? Okay, yeah. It's a great dare punish. West not sleeping on the side of the stage.
That outspace was great. The dash back.
I remember talking about that, yeah.
1 brawl.
Okay, this is West's favorite stage to play on.
Is it?
Yeah. When he played against Sandstorm earlier on in the winners bracket, he went up 2-0 because they purely went to Brawlhaven, and they didn't go to Game 5 until Sandstorm started banning the stage. This is definitely, and it takes away all of Thea's weaknesses, right?
Yeah.
We saw Lance recovery not knock out 3 times in a row. Here it's not going to be a problem. And West loves this recovery playstyle. I thought he was going to go for another recovery right after that one. Oh. But at the same time, Thea gets knocked out like at orange.
Yeah, Godly, he got a bit of a lead here. Didn't take too much damage, and now West needs to secure this quickly.
Oh, dude, Godly, how could you do that with a straight face? I think he tried to I think he tried to gauntlet dare the down sig in the middle of the animation.
Yeah,
Just wait.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. And then West gets such a crazy offstage knockout with that down air.
And it feels like West has the momentum here now after that. Like, Godly had a huge lead, but it just got completely wasted.
He may not have laughed out loud, but he was cackling in his head after that down sig. Okay, that's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
That was crazy. Godly goes for weapon throw pickup, doesn't get anything afterwards. West really putting on a lot of movement. They're taking advantage of Thea's movement just to like actually be difficult to track on screen. New Lance primed up, so that means boots are coming up next. And Godly with the Pogo Sair could get the edge guard here, and that would keep the lead for him. That side sig is fantastic.
Yeah.
Great
that side sig
patience.
is very strong, very good too, because you're actionable so fast afterwards too.
Yeah, it has one of those things where like like Axe Neutralite or anything else where it's just kind of like if you don't connect it, you don't have to worry about getting the animation of it connecting.
Yeah.
So reliable as a knockout tool. That N-Sig barely dodged out of the way. Okay, Gravity cancel N-Light's the wrong way, and Godly pulling a damage to him. You know when that dodge was gone for 3 seconds. Sidelight waits for the dodge, goes for the recovery. Nice D-Light into recovery up to the Nair. Oh, Godly manages to avoid it. West tried to tack on a little bit of extra damage to that Nair, and now this is looking like it's curtains for West's third game.
Yeah. I mean, these games have been so fast-paced right now. Godly's like, he's always in it. He's just running at Wesley.
Okay.
Gonna get KO'd though.
Yeah, only stage where I think that Thea Sair on Lance would actually knock out at that damage.
Yeah.
And now West has to get a miracle dodge read. Like I'm saying, like 3 hits, get him off stage, and then Godly panic jumps 3 times. Okay, here's our chance. D-Light Dare doesn't get the dodge read though. Will Godly put out another down sig opportunity? That's one jump. No, the down light doesn't connect. That Sair sends West at the worst angle. Another weapon throw, and the knockback's enough there. And you can see West reeling back after that one, being like, oh, I can't believe that hit, and I can't believe even harder that it knocked out, right? I was at least thinking he'd have a jump, a chance to make it back after that.
Yeah, and it really felt like Godly was like sort of dominating that match, but he just got unlucky there, got read by West, and I mean he missed that D-Sig punish. But other than that, Godly was kind of just reading Wesley and packing on a lot of damage here.
Yeah, that right there, that landing, Godly was just kind of like, look, wall slip's going to happen eventually. You're going to come back to the stage. There's no platform for you to go back to. I'm going to side sig your landing.
Opening it with a haymaker. Godly's just ready to get into it.
Yeah, took a little bit of damage for it, but the message was sent, right?
Yeah.
It's one of my favorite things to watch is oftentimes like what people do with their first stock, especially in doubles. But here we are in singles, and we see Godly just using the side sig, so that's crazy. Doesn't get the Dare Sair. But West, oh man, you know, Godly is you talked a little bit about how he's outspacing a lot of what West is going for, and the things I think West is so great at being aggressive with, like these dash jump pivot nairs on Lance, are being just barely outspaced by Godly into a punish by a side or a downer. He's doing so fantastic at it.
And right now, Godly is losing currently, but it's still super close. West though sends him off stage, has the boots in hand, but this map definitely bigger than Brawlhaven, so he's not going to get that KO as fast. Oh, but he gets that side sig.
Unless you get the tip of the side sig. That was crazy. Yeah, nicely done. And he did it in a way where, because he didn't gravity cancel it, he slid a little bit further to get the right angle. Oh, and the down light and the end light, try to dare again. Or downlight again. Doesn't get it. And these falling nairs aren't connecting, but Godly, okay, nice end sig.
There's a sig.
Yeah.
Yeah, Godly utilizes the Wushang sig so well here.
Right, and the more that I think about it, in such a Lance-heavy EU meta, Wushang's got the perfect neutral sigs to counter airborne heavy Lance players, right?
Yeah.
On both weapons.
Because like neither weapon has a like great anti-air, but those sigs like are perfect for it. It's like that's just the spot that West wants to be in, but that sig is gonna cover it. Oh, catches him with the end sig though.
Another end sig.
I really thought West was gonna do it.
It's such a left stage heavy move. You never see Thea players use the end sig on the right side of the stage because if you pivot it, it's not gonna hit to the right. It always hits to the left. So I've noticed that when West likes to favor it, he's kind of like, oh, I'm edge guarding you over here. Okay, that's a set. I've seen 2 down sig punishes with IF's ground pound.
Yeah. I mean, it's a lot of damage. It's a lot of damage.
It is. It's just like, what else could you have done there? All right, recovery opportunity here. How is West going to get this knockout?
Side sig?
Barely.
Yeah.
Probably the strongest signature in Dia's kit.
I think
Because
so.
it's the one that's the laggiest and it's the slowest.
Yeah.
Right? So when you do connect with that, rewarded justly with a knockout. But Godly needs... Okay, that's the only move in Gauntlet's kit that's a knockout. Not anymore. I guess really anything here. Recovery would be good. Cider would be good.
Ooh, the movement.
And Lance not going to do it, man.
Yeah.
You have to, like, literally have too much damage for it to have enough knockout. There we go. Sayer does it. Godly evens it up 1-1. Godly wins this. West goes down to the elimination bracket. And this is a reminder of winner goes in the top 3 here.
Yeah.
So
This is huge. This is a huge game. Right now, dancing around. Gully hits the Serb. Wesley hits the D-Light, though. They're into the end, Sig.
I love it. Oh, the ground pound just barely dodged out of the way. Godly didn't dodge that, by the way. He,
Yeah.
like, faded away from it. Downsie comes through.
Can't get the punish.
Yeah, side light in the Nair, but West dodges out of the way. Maybe Godly will go for the gravity cancel side light next time around. The Nair came through, and he still continued with the punish. Side stick does not work out there. Side light dashed forward a little too far, and West using that platform for some extra movement. Dashed up ground pound. Doesn't get the weapon throw that time. Godly, unarmed, does dodge the Nair. This is looking like Godly's game. Ooh. Oh, Sayer dodged out of the way right after the end.
Oh my God.
He dodges down, avoids it, gets the recovery. One more recovery or Sayer's needed there. No, okay, Godly doesn't fall into the down sig that time. What a miracle. Weapon throw. He tried to pick up the spear, but he missed it.
West has enough.
D-Light Cider would just do it, right? West wants to starve instead of go for anything crazy. Side air, went for the dodge read. Godly dodges out of the way. Gauntlets are picked up here. Side light into a good read would be the game.
This is so close.
Oh, there's a recovery.
Wow. Oh my God.
And Godly, with a 3-1 over West, barely clutches that game, and they hug it out after that one because Godly is now in top 3 here at Dreamhack Valencia, representing Europe. Polymonto, the one person with predictions on the screen that had Godly in that first place.
Yeah.
Going into this event.
I mean, this is his tournament to win. He's got home field advantage here, and I mean he's been falling short quite a bit in these last lands, and I mean he really wants one.
Yeah, he went from like the undefeated streak in all the online championships last year into not winning VCX and then just kind of struggling whether it was a Royale or another Dreamhack that was in North America. But the difference here being that it is home turf, right? And he's got an entire crowd behind him popping off after that victory over West. And what a great 3-1 victory that was. And that means that Winners Finals is guaranteed to be a Europe versus North America fight, right? Because that was an amazing side sig there for that tipper that you kind of talked about a little earlier on, right? But the winner of the next set is going to be going up against Godly, and that's going to be Luna versus Impala, which is like a finals that we've had in North America many times now. And when I think it comes to LAN, I believe Impala just has Luna's number. It's weird because Impala doesn't do well in the seasonals online, he never makes it to the Royales, so we never really get to see what he does there. But when he comes to lands, he's just destroying everybody before they even get to top 3. I think Dallas was the first time he didn't take a land since he started entering them.
Yeah. I think that was the first land that he lost to Luna in.
Is that what it was?
Yeah.
Okay, I was trying to remember because I didn't want to say that Luna's never beaten Impala on land.
I know that Luna beat him in Dallas.
Okay.
In losers finals.
So this is something that Impala has to prove now.
Yeah.
Because I think Impala and Luna have kind of been riding the same legends in singles for a bit now. I know that Luna has a lot of confidence in blasters and twos, and he changes the kind of characters that he plays quite a bit. But he's been playing mostly Lucian, I think not all Lucian, when it comes to playing in singles. And then Impala hasn't actually not played Kaya since. I mean, I was looking up stats from like as far back as 2019, and Impala's been playing Kaya since.
No, yeah, I've never seen him not play Kaya. Like in ranked and anything, he's always just on Kaya.
Right. It would take a catastrophic balance change or a complete rework to the character for him to even consider dropping it, I feel like.
Yeah.
Has he locked in anything else? I don't think so.
I've never seen him lock anything else. The only thing he does is he changes skins.
Do you know why? I should probably ask him when he changes.
I think it's just like a mental reset thing.
Yeah, that'd be interesting. I'll have to ask him later.
Yeah.
He's sitting behind us now. And he's going to be going up against Luna. So this is a North America. Is this PR 1 and 2? Yeah, this is PR 1 and 2. So Impala just recently usurped by Luna because of that win at Dallas. But before that, Impala was just reigning number 1 after BCX going into San Diego. And in fact, going from having 2 championships and not winning, that just shows how aggressive the power ranking bias is.
Yeah.
From tournament to tournament, right? Like you can hold on to that for so long, don't win one event, and all of a sudden you go from 1 to 2.
Yeah, I mean their set in Dallas was like that was one of the craziest sets I've ever watched. I can't remember how the set score went, but all I know is that there was like 3 or 4 times where I thought for sure Impala won, and then somehow Luna clutched up, and it was
Luna's
insane.
had a few reverse 3 stocks today.
Yeah.
In pools, now that I think about it. Like, we were just watching it, he was like, yeah, he was down 1-3, and then he just won.
Yeah, it's crazy.
And that's possible that we're going to be seeing that here up against Impala. I think Impala is probably the hardest player to do that against, with the exception of Meg D. Like, when I'm watching Impala or Meg D sets, I don't expect to see somebody reverse 3 stock either of those players.
Definitely not. No.
Unless it's a really, really crazy outplay. And Luna's like one of 2 players that I think could do that to Impala right now. Impala playing fantastic throughout the event. And Luna as well. Which is really exciting for them because Luna was not happy with how he played in 2s yesterday.
No, definitely not.
He avoided the... What did he eat yesterday before having 2s? What was that?
It was like Burger King, and yeah, it was just Burger King, the Whopper and chicken nuggets. And he just ate too much.
Ate too much, couldn't focus.
Yeah.
There he is sitting there right now, hopefully with an empty stomach this time around.
Have you seen the Burger King menu?
No.
The chicken sandwich is called the long chicken.
I had no idea. Why is that?
Well, the Burger King chicken sandwich is like usually like a longer piece of chicken.
Yeah.
In the U.S., it's just called the original chicken sandwich. Here, it's
just called the long chicken.
Long chicken.
Is that what he got?
No, that's what I got.
Oh.
He had a bite. He had one yesterday though. I mean, the day before too.
Oh, I see.
But yeah.
Well, there's Impala on the other side, who I don't think I've heard too much from. I know that he had some comments about his 2s performance, but 2s has never really been a realm that he's focused on. I know that he paired up with Sandstorm last minute because Boomy wasn't able to make it. But yeah, I don't think that's like, whenever I think of Impala, I'm not kind of like, he's going to make the distance in 2s. I don't think he's ever had a dedicated 2s teammate now that I think about it.
I don't believe so, no. Yeah. And I saw him, we'll see if the Burger King debuff is real because I just saw him eating Burger King. So,
Impala?
Impala.
Oh, is that what's going to be the decider here? Okay, that's good.
It could be. It could be.
It's going to be interesting to see. I need to check on prostats.brawlhalla.com how the match went between these 2 in particular. I'm pretty sure it was a game 5 set last time that they fought.
Yeah, yeah.
Now this is going to be tough. And Impala is like more hungry for this than I think any event that he's been in before. What I was seeing was that like he put a lot of time and preparation into this because of how badly it stung to not win a LAN.
Yeah.
It's actually crazy how solid his mental is compared to a lot of other players when it comes to playing at these events. Like, I can't believe it.
And I mean, he didn't even like place badly though. He got 3rd place in Dallas. So like he went first, 3rd.
Pretty bad when you're only getting first.
It's true.
Right?
It's true.
We got some highlights coming out here from earlier on in the event. This is from the Meg D set, which ended up going game 5. It's pretty quick. Did you see that dash cancel pivot? Oh, is he going to do it again? So Impala's doing this thing where when he's doing the dash jump back and forth, he'll land facing the other way, and then he will dash cancel pivot into a bow down light to really mix up where he's going and mix up Meg D. His movement's actually crazy. Wait,
yeah, the movement is clean
what
there.
Was that?
Dash back and forth, jump there.
Wait, is that what he's going to be doing to Luna? I've talked to a lot of players about utilizing dash cancel in bracket and stuff, and everybody was saying that they were going to do it, and then I see it occasionally. Like I saw, I think it was, what set was that? Oh, I need to look it back up. It was a great sword set. That was getting a lot of funny traction on Twitter.
Was it Skeldra?
Yeah. So it was when his opponent, whose name is escaping right now, I need to double check what it is right now. Let me see.
Akeno?
I'll get it in a little bit. Anyways, I just want to talk about how like there's some great sword strings that you can now dash cancel.
Oh yeah.
And it like happens.
You can dash cancel out of the finisher.
And then he like looked at the camera in disbelief, and I was like, yep, that's the thing that happens right now. It was Spectre. That's who it was.
Spectre.
He was fighting against Spectre, and Spectre knew how to do that. So that's an example of how the dash cancel is being used. We're going to game number 1 pretty soon.
All right.
And so from those clips against Meg D, I'm confident that Impala has already implemented how to do that in his play. And I want to see how Luna plays around that or if he matches it. So here we go into game number 1 between Luna and Impala.
Luna has a weapon advantage and getting big damage off this.
Yeah.
Still going to starve. Unable to do it though.
Oh, very fast-paced opener coming up between these two. and lights are coming through, and we're already seeing it from Impala there, right? What makes him terrifying is that when he does these little dash cancel lands, he waits a little bit afterwards. He uses the momentum, and then he mixes up how frequently you can do it, because you can do it pretty quickly, and most players just spam it as fast as possible.
Yeah.
But Impala makes it so hard for him to track his movement because he changes the pace of how he's moving so frequently.
Yeah, I feel like that's definitely going to separate people as far as those changes go, like how people utilize them. Because I know a lot of people just go back and forth. But yeah, changing the pace is super good.
Luna's able to match it though. Gets
Yeah.
an excellent edge guard there with that weapon throw. Silent comes through. Impala tries to read Luna's landing back on the stage. Sarah goes through as well. Maybe down sig. No, he's so fast. Weapon throw, pick up Pogo. Luna has to come back to the stage. Doesn't have the resources to make it back. Down air will take him down. And just like that, Impala with a fantastic edge guard. And in fact,
Clean stock too.
I think Impala's probably got the cleanest movement that I've seen of anybody today. Like, I'm looking at him play right now, and I'm like, oh my goodness, how can you even follow this man? Look at how good, look at that. Little stutter step readjustments.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Right outside the range of where Luna can threaten.
Yeah, the dashing is insane here.
Oh. Downline from Luna hits, but it was so far away. Oh my gosh. Okay, Impala. Side light hits. Another side light. Chase dodge dare. Falling in air. Get the recovery. Oh, I thought he was going to keep going, but he lands on stage. That was almost a perfect stock coming out from Luna there.
Yeah. Impala's just draining him, getting these dares. Another one. Oh, Luna's able to touch and get back.
Yeah, and Impala wasn't fast enough to dash jump over to the side of the stage, but the down sig does catch him trying to get back on, and now it's a solid stock lead here for Impala in game number 1.
Yeah, full stock up almost. Luna needs to put in some work here.
That's great to start, right? D-light, side air. Oh, and then Impala returns with his own bread and butter string. So much damage coming at the end of that nair. Side air comes through, falls to the down air, and Impala just chase dodges right afterwards. It's really tight timing, but he was able to get the jump in before the chase dodge window ended, so he was able to get back onto the stage. D-light in recovery, not going to knock out. Goes up for the chase dodge nair, and Impala wake up down airs.
Impala's still putting out a lot of damage on the Luna's last stock here.
D-light recovery would do it now.
Yes.
And then Luna's looking for that opportunity here. Falls to that down air. Nair covers his head. Down air on the side. Double dare. Impala just takes with a 2-stock. Wow, that was a fast game 1.
Yeah, the pace is very fast in this game. Luna and Impala both, well, Luna's a very aggressive player. See it a lot. And Impala's movement is just crazy. It's hard to keep up with that.
Yeah, I'm actually not sure what anybody does when faced with that, right? Because I've been thinking about dash canceling hypothetically for quite a bit now, and this is the first time that I've looked at this and I'm like, oh, Impala's playing a very different game.
Yeah.
Now Luna showed in the first stock that he had the ability to adapt to it because he started off with a lead there. But the second that Luna started getting put off stage, Impala just never let him recover until the stock was gone. This dare. And that's not even using any dash tech. He was just fast into both those down airs.
So we'll see how it goes. There, Luna's, shaking his hands, getting ready for game number 2.
Do you think there's any chance that Luna brings out any other legends at all?
Not versus Impala, no.
Okay.
I think that the only time he'd switch is if he was playing against Lance. Maybe he'd play Taros. But against Impala, no, he's going to stay on Lucian 100%.
Okay. Well, this is a good start so far. N-Light catches him out of the jump. And actually, Impala dash jumps into that down light right afterwards. So Luna keeping Impala out of his space. And in fact, I feel like if Luna focuses more on these dare in places, like he just does like a jump dare.
Yeah.
And covers the space that Impala is trying to jump in between, he's going to be able to stop Impala from having all the movement that he wants. And so far, he's just, look how many dares that he's hit on Impala this game, actually.
Yeah, he's just covering Impala's movement very well this game.
Oh,
side sig. Not
He's
gonna
cracked the
KO,
code.
though.
Lucian side sig, useless for 8 years until dash canceling. Now you just gravity cancel. Oh no, that dare sider was so quick. Nicely done. Impala hesitated on that punish.
Yeah.
And then Luna gets right in through, gets the sidelight, doesn't get the recovery right afterwards. Down air doesn't hit, but the sider will take the bow out of Impala's hands, and with these blasters, downlight recovery would do it. Downlight sider might even be enough at this point. And Impala fighting back unarmed. Does he pick up the spear? He does. Side 6 sends him flying, still living.
Wow, not going to KO because of Lucian's defense. And
that's
D-Light
it.
into recovery.
That was like that. That was probably the farthest you could space the down light. He was afraid of getting clipped by that down sig, right?
Yeah.
Any further, and I'm not even sure the recovery would have been able to connect. But that was a great job by Luna. Now let's see if he can tack on any extra damage. That's a lot. Oh, doesn't get the dodge read.
Still though, putting out another side light, but that's going to be it.
Is it?
He can't come back from that.
Worth a shot.
Yeah.
Sometimes you do that even though you know your jumps are down because players will go out there to try to secure the stock.
Yeah.
You hit them once, you get the chase dodge, you make it back, but Impala a little too experienced in that sense.
Yeah. Super even though. I mean, Luna had a very explosive first stock, but unable to find that kill early enough to close it out. And now the damage is just going back and forth.
Wow.
Luna, though, getting nice reads.
Those were amazing reads. Another Nair, X-pivot Nair. Weapon throw down, picks it back up, switches over to the Katars, so he has blasters primed, trying to catch a dash in. I actually like that a lot. That dare looked rather scrubby from Luna, but he was expecting a dash cancel landing, which makes you impulse forward, and the dare would have caught it. He's actually playing around Impala's movement quite well now. And then Sig sends him flying.
Both in red here.
Ground
pound?
Is that just enough?
Not enough. Oh, but the weapon throw is going to secure it.
That
Stops
weapon
out
throw
the
was
recovery.
really good because he waited for the drift before throwing it. And bow recovery has to recover in the same direction. You cannot steer that.
Yeah, good damage here. Getting a lot of extra damage.
Oh, I love it. That's that down air again, right? Luna is actually doing jump in place down air.
Yeah.
And it's covering. So the thing that's so committal about dash canceling is that you are canceling your landing with a dash. You have to dash forward or you have to dash backwards. If Impala's not being careful about that spacing, he's just going to land right under Luna, get hit by the Qatar down air. And that's been happening a few times now.
Yeah, and also is
like. Saw it try it again.
Yeah. It covers if Impala tries to like sidelight or anything like that too.
I didn't even think about that. I feel like Luna is. Okay, he got his jump. 2 jumps. Has to dodge back to the stage. Dive kick. That's it.
That's it. Wow.
Nice 2-stock coming up from Luna.
Yeah.
What a crazy amount of adaptation. I went from game number 1 of looking at that and being like, how the heck do you answer this movement? And Luna was like, what do you mean? He's forcing himself to dash. He's getting hit by the down airs constantly. And then he returns getting 2-stocked into a 2-stock of his own. That was an amazing adaptation coming up.
Yeah, these sets are always so close between these two players. I mean, they go back and forth. And it's pretty crazy.
Yeah, there's the weapon throw. And then this is Luna being very conservative with the edge guard here, right? Goes all the way around the weapon throw, doesn't try to D-like ground pound. He's realizing with how many resources that Impala has left, he just has to dare him twice.
Yeah.
Like, Impala had nowhere to go but straight up, so you just wait that out. And now we're going to be going into game number 3. Where do you think we're going? I see Miami Dome Apocalypse, and okay, it's going to be Apocalypse for game 3.
Yeah, I think both of these players kind of like the platform to play around. I feel like we probably won't go to Brawlhaven or anything like that. Apocalypse is just a very safe map.
Yeah.
A lot of players like to play there.
3, 2.
And so now I'm interested in what Impala's going to do in response to how Luna's been covering his ground, right? With both the blasters and the Katars, he's doing jump in place dare. It's catching the dashes all the time. Impala can't get anything started. And if Impala doesn't dash, he goes for sidelight instead. The dares are also catching it. And Luna has the ability to match his movement, but he's being much more particular with it, right? Whereas Impala is like doing these explosive bursts of dash movement. Luna's just kind of waiting to see when he'll do one particular thing that he can punish, and then getting 4 or 5 clean hits. Down to Nasair. He didn't jump, though.
It's dangerous, though. Ground pound's going to hit for Impala.
Is that going to be it? Fall. Okay, that sider was a hard read, and Luna just chose right on that recovery there. If that was ground pound or dare or anything else, I think Luna was just gone.
Yeah. And I mean, Luna's going to be able to come back and get a lot off of that.
Whoa.
Sair.
He got past the weapon throw. That's
Sair
the edge guard.
again. Wow.
I mean, Impala had no choice but to drift there. And I don't even think his dodge was back up in time. So Luna with a solid edge guard on the blasters.
Yeah.
Primes another set of blasters, I think, or the Katars. And Impala, I think, has got a spear coming up next. D-Light dash dump downer. One of my favorite combos.
Wow.
Neutral light into Nair. Weapon throw. Gravity cancel. Side light. Luna. Okay, he is on fire.
Yeah. He's getting these reads in, and they are doing a lot of extra damage here.
Okay. You're going to put the fire out there. That's too much.
Okay.
Oh, ground pound, weapon throw, weapon throw exchange. Like ground pound, Luna's going to do it again. Dare comes through. He goes a little bit too deep, but Impala was too afraid to go for the edge guard there.
Wow, what a read. Sidelight into GCC, sidelight D-Sig, not enough though.
Yeah, pivoting that there, tries to go for the falling sider, and Impala at this point, I feel like is going like, okay, how do I hit this man?
Yeah.
What?
Wow.
He tried to grab, he gets the sidelight him in the stair, puts him off stage. He didn't grab a weapon on the way back to the stage. Falling dare, enough knockback to take Kaya off the bottom of the stage, and that's the first bit of expression that I've seen Impala show on cam there. That's like, that's frustration that Impala has against Luna right now.
Yeah, I mean, like this is one of the few players that have hindered Impala in his brain as #1.
Oh, the weapon throw stops him from getting the follow up of the downlight.
Wow.
Gravity catch on neutral stick, pulls out the Akeno, takes him off the top of the stage.
That weapon throw was what else can you say but calculated?
Yeah, I mean, it's because anything that Impala did, because like Luna put the weapon throw up in the case where he lost neutral, he wouldn't get punished too hard.
Yeah.
So great here. And now Impala, last stock orange, last stock red after that end light, trying to get some kind of damage in here, but he doesn't have that comeback potential that I think that Luna does, and that end sig will take him right off the top of the right side of the stage, and that's a dominant victory. Like this is
Definitely.
the most lost that I feel like I've seen Impala in his entire Brawlhalla career here in singles, and Luna is just destroying him. We're gonna see this double Sarah edge guard. He got it right before the weapon throw.
Yeah.
If you're too close to a weapon throw, it doesn't activate in time or it's a hitbox, so it'll just go right through you. You have to have a certain amount of distance before that can affect you. So it's good to be stacked in those situations. And that was such a great response.
Yeah.
To get hit by the weapon throw and just weapon throw right back. What was the end here? Oh, okay. Just replaying that side air. I think this is where he just falls with the down air. Yeah. And that was just enough knockback.
I wonder if they'll show the sidelight in the GC sidelight read.
That was great.
There's the weapon throw.
The calculated weapon throw.
I mean, yeah, that was dominant by Luna there. Just Impala was unable to take his stock for so long. And I mean, I wonder if we'll see the Impala weapon, skin swap.
Oh, when your back's against the wall this hard, you just see the cosmetic switch for Kaya?
Yeah.
Has Impala ever locked in Pearl?
I don't think so.
No. Okay.
I know that he's locked in like the that one. Yeah.
Yeah, there it is.
There it is.
Right.
Skin swap.
Okay. So we're on Miami Dome now. Interesting thing about Miami Dome is that you can't just full hop to. You can't just do like maximum distance on your jump and then dash cancel to the top plat. You have to commit a jump. Whereas other stages, the platform can be low enough at times.
Yeah.
Well, let's go into this. So Impala has got a new look going into this game against Luna. Winner of this goes up against Godly in top 3 winners finals, and loser of this goes into the elimination side of the bracket. And Luna, it's actually only been 2 stocks so far.
Yes.
An entire set.
Only 2 stocks.
So we could confidently say that when someone's up 2 stocks to 2, this one's gonna be their game. Oh no.
Okay.
It's looking like it's on its way to a game 5. Let's see if Luna can bring that back.
Yeah. I mean, Impala has a pretty big lead here, only in the orange, and Luna needs to get something done quickly here. 2
Those
stairs.
stairs are great. The third stair could come through. Impala bringing out the Akeno once again, but that's not going to knock out. He just used it as a recovery tool. Luna with a very fast movement there.
Yeah. Oh.
Great dodge out by Impala. Avoiding that, lands, gets some more damage. Dash jumps forward, goes for the recovery, gets the side air. Weapon throw, pick up, side air. Doesn't fast fall it, but gets the second stair. Avoids the side stick from Luna as he's trying to break up the pressure. And Impala gets hit by that down air. Weapons out of his hands. Dive kicks could come through from Luna, but he goes over for his side air instead. I think that was a misinput.
Ooh.
And now he's getting beaten up by Impala so hard.
Yeah, Impala is taking a huge lead here. GC side sig and sig.
Ooh, okay.
Gonna get punished for all that.
Luna's fishing.
Yeah.
And I think he realizes that too, right? He kind of like readjusts in his chair. And he's kind of like, okay, side sig and end sig. What am I doing here? It's 3 stocks to 1. And I know I said it was 2 stocks all around, but actually whoever gets the momentum at the start seems to be running away with it. But we talked about it before. Luna's made crazy 3-stock comebacks, even against a player like this. But bow ground pound at white. That's like almost enough.
Yeah, bow ground pound is very forceful.
Okay.
D-light recovery.
Yeah.
That was,
I think Impala was going for a dash jump or a dash cancel read there with that downlight, trying to get some extra damage, knowing he was up 3 stocks to 1, why not? But Luna just waited it out. Got a D-light dash jump recovery. Now the Nairs are starting from the Katars. Let's see if he can get something started with a downlight or a neutral light. Okay, neutral light Nair is great, but Impala with that Nair of his own takes back center stage.
Yeah, and I mean, Luna needs to not trade hits with Impala here. He needs to really take away this lead that Impala has. And very difficult against Impala. Impala's going to play super well. most of the time.
What can Luna get started here? It's just a lot of footsies.
Yeah.
D-Light and Air comes through, and that's the worst part, right? Is that Luna's on the losing end of these exchanges, where Impala's just playing these like keep away hits. Hits him once, goes back to center, hits him again, goes back to center. He knows that he can play like this because Luna has to be the aggressor. He has to work so hard to get in, and Impala's so good at keeping him out.
Okay.
D-Light Sider forces the recovery, has to have an exhausted recovery. Ground pound hits him on the way back to the stage. No dodge. Luna brings it back. 1 stock to 1.
First time they've both been on 1 stocks versus each other.
That's true.
Although Luna is at red, Impala at
Does that matter
white.
when it's against Luna's blasters and guitars? Really? Like we okay, 2 sidelights in a row. Don't go for a third, Impala.
Okay.
He steals the weapon away. Luna's actually he's winning the weapon star.
Yeah. Impala very careful here. Doesn't want to go in without his weapon.
Luna's getting 1 damage a weapon throw, and it's starting to add up.
Yeah.
He's almost at yellow off of the weapon throws alone. Okay.
Spear
comes through. Luna, I feel like, is playing this as if he doesn't win this game right now, he doesn't win the set. And that sort of mentality is so crazy to watch.
Yeah.
The pressure, you could see that on Impala, right? Oh, the patience of the entire charge. Oh. D-Light recovery. I think D-Light recovery or D-Light Saber do it, but the Sarah hits him. He's low on jumps. The Nair doesn't fast fall afterwards, so Impala manages to make it back. Side air drifts a little too far forward. Impala doesn't refresh the weapon. Neutral light into recovery. Oh, he goes for the Nair instead, and Impala picks it up. The gravity cancel side sig and whiffs. The end sig whiffs. The recovery hits it. Impala goes off the top, and Luna reverse 3 stocks Impala in game number 4 to get into winners finals at Dreamhack Valencia. It's going to be Luna Godly in that top 3. I cannot believe he made that a comeback.
That was crazy. I mean, like, he was down 3 stocks to 1, and it really felt like we were going to game 5 here. It felt like it was going to be the 2 stocks every single game.
The narrative was so obvious. Once somebody went up 3 stocks to 1, it was going to be a 2 stock, and then we would go to game number 5, and then Luna. There was some moment I recognized while watching him play. It was just kind of like it felt like he thought if he didn't win this, he lost the set. So he had to win that game right there and then. And he made it happen. He manifested a victory over Impala there. And we were talking before that game about how a reverse 3 stock against Impala is all but impossible by like 2 people.
Yeah.
And Luna being one of them. And then we were graced with it.
The amount of times I've seen him clutch up versus all kinds of people at last stock is just crazy. I mean, you can just put that guy on last stock red and he just becomes the greatest.
Wow. Yeah, that N-Sig knocking out as early as possible. We're on the Miami Dome game here right now. Reminder, that's hits, right? That side to come through. It's 3 stocks to 1. Luna wins this game. We get to see that D-Light recovery all off of that downlight. And then while Impala was playing this like chip away game.
This is crazy. I mean, look at Luna's damage. He's already like deep in orange.
That was so close how stacked they were.
Yeah.
He did gravity cancel side stick. He had no dodge there. And then when he was able to get that recovery to finally get that knockout off the top, that was so crazy. We have Luna in the crowd live reacting to his own replays there. That was incredible. Damage taken, damage dealt, 575 to 512. Relatively high signature count. Look at that 0% accuracy. He was just using the move.
Yeah. I mean,
we had highlights of his signature knockouts in the previous games.
Yeah.
That last game was just a little rough.
That was crazy. And I mean, are we going straight into winners topside? Or are we going to watch
No, I think winners topside is going to be a lot later. We are going to be going into the elimination side of top 8. And I believe I saw at the corner of my eye Sandstorm sitting down. So for those that didn't know, Sandstorm went down to West, game 5. In winners bracket and has made an incredible elimination bracket run, knocking out Kresu, knocking out Pavelski, 3-2ing Radish. That is a considerable upset in my opinion. And in one of the games, Radish actually reversed 3-stock Sandstorm to bring it to game number 5, which is one of the craziest sets that was there. And now he's going up against Lores, who, like you thought, you knew better than me. Lores is playing better this week than Meg D, because I thought Meg D was going to come out the victor in that situation. So that means that we've got 2 South American players here in top 8 Dreamhack Valencia, and Sandstorm, I think, has to run through both of them.
What's the split looking like as far as regions go? We got, let's see, 1, 2, 3.
While you're looking at that, we'll talk more about the matchups that are coming up. We've got a short break, and then after that, we're going to be getting into the elimination side of top 8 right after this.
like I could fly away. Oh, I've been waiting to kiss the sky, yeah. One day I'll get serious, but I will have no regrets. And I might start saving, but it ain't right now. I want that money, I want that money. So give me that money, I wanna spend that money. Just give me that Friday feeling, like if it feels like the weekend. I ain't dead and sleeping, I don't wanna grow up. I don't wanna grow up. I don't wanna grow up. One day I'll try to not get wasted all the time, but for the moment I'm alright because I feel so alive. Yeah.
Yeah. Stay side. Aight, whether you're ready or not. Nothing less but a no distance. This is a test that you will be exposed. Game tight, solid, rise to the top. Game tight, solid, rise to the top. In a moment, every second that you find on the clock, champion on a mission and no more. Stop. I see through your eyes like a window. There's an inside, no heart when it gets cold. Try to take my dash band from the get-go. When I put it on you, have to push it. Hey, stand up. Think about that.
And we're back here at Dreamhack Valencia in top 8. I'm Taza. I'm joined with none other than Phil, who has been doing a phenomenal job here casting this top 8 with me. And we just had what was a huge relief to you, which was a Luna victory going into top 3.
I mean, that was...
As Luna's guardian, right? The one biased match that you have during the day.
Yeah.
Now we've got some crazy matchups that are coming up next, which is that Sandstorm has a South American bracket in EU, right? So, like, he has to fight against Lores now, who had a great win over Meg D. And if he wins this, he has to rematch against Wes, who knocked him into the elimination bracket to start with, right? So Sandstorm's had quite an interesting time here, and that's the matchup that we've got coming up next. And while it's showing the most reported legend for Sandstorm is Mordex, which is true, he has been purely on Tesca this entire weekend. That's what he's been winning with. That's what he beat Radish with 3-2. Laura's, on the other hand, definitely going to be playing the Kaya.
100%.
It's the Kaya of South America, essentially. We have one in each region that's dominating. I think it's Impala in NA, Laura's in SA, and then Akeno-ish.
Yeah, you can give it that.
2, 1.
But here we go.
Right
We've
into
got
it.
Laura sitting down against Sandstorm. We've got Kaya versus Tesca. So this is Sandstorm's go-to pick for the day. He's made it into top 8 after a winners round 1 fall into the elimination bracket, taking out a lot of very tough opponents.
Yeah.
And now we're going into this game number 1.
Just landing all these stairs.
I wonder, because if Wes is beating Sandstorm in the Boots Ditto, right, that means Lores has the Boots experience if he's playing against Wes all the time in South America. So let's see how this plays out and how different the playstyle is in this matchup. Because watching Sandstorm versus Lores, like you said, you think Lores is eventually going to be the best player in the world at some point.
Yeah, I mean,
what? The weapon throw was so good there.
not enough to KO though, because Demon Island, like, huge.
Yeah, huge. huge blast zones. Not a huge map in terms of how much to play on, but definitely huge blast zones.
Yeah.
Sandstorm gets that first knockout, and yeah, Laura is probably really relying on that side sig to knock out. Didn't end up working out. Recovery not going to do it either. We need like D-Light and Sig unarmed. Even the Spear Sarah's not going to be able to do it because he drifts against the side of the stage. And Sandstorm with the gravity catch, neutral signature, catches Laura's fast falling, and that is enough extra credit to feel comfy, I feel like.
I mean, he did some damage there. Maybe not like everything he wanted, but he definitely did damage, and that's all you want. But already, though, evened up just by one combo from Lores.
I don't know. I imagine after a certain point, it stops getting tilting to get hit by side light, D-Light, side air on Spear with your dodge up. But I mean, when I see that happen, I'm like, oh.
Yeah.
I just had to watch myself take that much damage for 3 seconds. That is brutal. Sandstorm responding with kind, though. Use that side air. Here's the active input to go forward. Gravity cancel down light right afterwards. N-Light trying to catch the landing from Lores. Side lights forward, avoids one side sig. Can he avoid the next?
And Sandstorm dodging around, though. Gets hit by that side light into recovery. Goes for another one.
Side light recovery. Oh, he didn't have it. He couldn't gravity cancel side light twice because he started with that first one.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I think it would have been perfect there. Waits at the down sigs. Wall slip coming through there. Sandstorm really made that count. N-Light pushes him off the side of the stage. Weapon throw stops the gravity cancel down light. Otherwise, that would have been the stock.
Wow.
Okay, that was... You were really just betting the farm there, Sandstorm. Downsig came through, and Laura's just kind of like, what? Sarazim gets him recovery off the side.
Yeah, and Lores takes the lead here.
Sandstorm is one of the few players that I think will just do that. Like in neutral, he's like, you know what? I could throw it down light here, or I could just side sig you.
I mean, in the past, we've seen it work out for him quite a lot.
That's how he would get so many knockouts with Vortex on the downsig, right? Just leaping forward, launching him off the side of the stage. And Teska downsig on boots is pretty similar now that I think about it with what it covers. But either way, Laura is in a lead here. A lot of damage coming up there. That side air just barely enough. If he held forward, he would have lurched forward and it wouldn't have had enough force. So it's good for him to hold back there. Boots are like, the more you move with the move that you're using, the less damage it tends to do. So that Sair is always really good to be mindful of.
Ooh.
Side light, down light Sair. Sandstorm now very close to losing this last stock.
Yeah, definitely. And the DC, that's going to do it. Wow. Lores takes game 1.
Yeah, very convincingly, too. There was not really any moment there where I felt like Sandstorm was mixing up his options out of disadvantage state where Lores had to change anything. Like, Lores just kind of looked at him and he was like, well, I'll side light when you dash, and then I'll down light side air afterwards. Happened about 3 times.
Yeah.
And then a down sig on the landing there. It felt like Sandstorm was really struggling to get anything started with the boots or the gauntlets.
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty close, pretty even at the very beginning, but Lores just started to punish Sandstorm for throwing out too many, SIGs and stuff that wasn't going to hit.
Do you think... Oh, okay. This goes against everything that I thought Sandstorm was going to be doing this week.
Yeah.
He breaks at the Mordex after 1 loss. And this might just be what he feels like he has to do to win against Kaya. Yeah, I think when I think about Kaya, I think it's pretty difficult to approach with the character, especially sometimes on a spear. But when you have to be approached, Kaya's just so good at being defensive, and I think Sandstorm might be a little bit more comfy here because this is the character that he brought Impala to game 5 on. But oh my goodness, he's just kind of getting destroyed.
Lores is on fire here. He's just putting out the damage and getting these KOs.
Oh, and I'm so concerned because like this happens every once in a while where I'm like, is this going to be the character that Sandstorm plays the entire time? And then he goes into Mordex, and I'm like, uh-oh.
Yeah.
Is your confidence that broken? Sidelights him once for a whip down sig. Wake up down light into Sair. So much extra credit being tacked on here, and Lores is not even close to being knocked out.
Yeah, I mean, Lores has almost laughed him in damage here. Gets that Sair. Sandstorm, though, not that N-Light. Goes for the DC, gonna get punished though. Lores, GC D-Light.
The punish is just taking forever, right?
Yeah.
Like we're seeing the results of him going for these hard-hitting moves. All of a sudden, Lores has been better at that than anybody that I've seen today. He's constantly in a position where he's reacting to when his opponents dash off the stage, and he uses the weapon toss to guard his head, no matter what kind of ground pounder they're trying to use. It interrupts it and then gets the damage.
Oh.
I think he tossed him the wrong way.
Yeah, definitely.
He had to toss him backwards. That was an accident.
Yeah. That had to be a misinput.
You have active input on Mordex's down sig, so you could toss them forwards or back. And the back, I think, would have knocked out. Still, he cleans it up, but still, that's a rare blunder.
Yeah. I mean, you can't be making that, this far into the tournament. Lores already has Sandstorm, almost black in color.
Yeah, it is rough. I think a Pogo would just have enough force. Okay, recovery even after hitting him in the side of the stage.
Yeah.
Takes him off the top. Laura's in a similar game state that we saw. Oh, okay, Sandstorm. Go off, unarmed. That gravity cancel sidelight was crazy fast.
Yeah, like that was just a insanely fast combo. Gets the dodge here.
Caught the landing. He's low on jumps. Use the recovery. Downer sends him right back off stage. Dash him, ground pound. Whip the Dare in the wrong direction. Dare sends it back on stage. Neutral sig off the top. Sandstorm nearly 0 to knockouts in there. I think he got hit by 1 attack during that entire stock, and he brings it back to dead even.
That was crazy. I mean, Laura's had a whole stock lead, and now it's back to even almost.
Nair could start. He knocks him into the wall. Nair again. Recovery hits. Doesn't go for the stair. He's sweating on the top of the stage, and Lores fights his way back to the stage. Amazing he was able to get those 2 hits there because he had nothing else to work with. Nair off the side of the stage again. Sandstorm, does he prep another scythe here? No, he doesn't even want to go for it. And Lores Sair down airs on. Dare, double dare, silent D-light side air. That's enough. Lores just barely clutches that game. And it's weird that I have to say that because he was ahead of clean, full clean stock, but I feel like if that didn't connect there, that was Sandstorm's game to lose.
Yeah.
That was, and only on Brawlhaven was that Sair knocking out.
Yeah, I mean, Sandstorm, he started to figure something out there on the side. He was cooking. That was getting a little bit dangerous for Lores.
I don't think he goes off the scythe. I think he stays on the scythe there.
No, definitely, yeah.
Lores was dodging in ways that Sandstorm was able to read very heavily, and he wants to go back to Brawlhaven of all stages. Okay, here we go. Sandstorm back against the wall. This is elimination bracket. He's out at 7th if he doesn't win 3 games in a row against Lores from South America, who's already made so many upsets today against North American players, PR'd even higher than Sandstorm. Here we go, game 3.
Yeah, and I mean, Sandstorm, I feel like he hasn't been doing as much with the gauntlets here.
He might be trying.
But yeah, he's getting damaged though. It's going even here. Gets that D-Sig.
Side air. Oh, he went for gravity cancel neutral sig. I guess I got neutral, like, expecting a dodge in maybe. Lores just recovered too high. Oh, he tried to punish it and got caught by the backswing of the spear sidelight. That's brutal.
That dash change, that got him.
Oh. Yeah, actually, that's exactly what it was. I didn't even think about it. Goes off, dodges in place, tries to get Lores to react to the dodge in place. He doesn't go for it. Downlight, kicks him away. Weapon throw. Downlight again. Such an excellent edge guard.
GC D-light. I mean, that always feels great to hit. Like, GC D-light
and Sandstorm
right on the top.
There's a lot of scythe maneuvers for knocking out because it's like, it's basically a puzzle game trying to find out how you knock out people with scythe sometimes because it has so little guaranteed things. And gravity cancel downlight active input for the kick forward is one of Sandstorm's favorite ways to finish off stocks. It's like an empowered unarmed sidelight. And he's avoiding everything from Lores right now. I can't believe the movement that's coming out from them. Finally, a Sair comes through. And Lores evens things up pretty quick.
Yeah, definitely very close game here. A lot closer than before. Sandstorm, though, has a scythe in hand. He's been doing big things off of this. Lores, though, juggling him with these nairs.
4. The sider comes through, and he tried to read a fastball. Sair down air, weapon throw. Can Sandstorm even make it back? He can't. That's it. What a stock. Sandstorm demolished. Now 1 stock left to play with, potentially for the rest of the tournament.
Yeah. I mean, Lores has been cooking him up with the bow.
Okay, Sandstorm's opportunity here. Has Lores off the side of the stage. 1 good dodge could be the stock, ground pound, but Lores has stopped that with a weapon throw towards the sky every single time. Weapon throw goes through. Lores fights unarmed, waiting for that new spawn. He's trying to take center, and Sandstorm lets him have it. Side light. Nice read of the dodge down. Gets the neutral light into recovery. Dare would do it. Ground pound clashes. The neutral light. Gravity cancel neutral light into nothing, and Lores gets the side light. D-light, side air, tries to go off with that side air there, and Sandstorm gets the turnaround down air. All right, there's a chance.
There's a chance. Only Sandstorm.
Oh, side light, side light. Oh, he dodges right through with the dash. Another neutral light, waits for the dodge down, gets the recovery, doesn't get the down air. Nice neutral light, tries to go for the double end light, but Lores is not dodging down anymore. Recovery does hit, weapon throw into pickup, but doesn't get the neutral sig. Lores can't land the down to get this, and it's Sandstorm set flying off the left side of the stage as Lores 3-0s Sandstorm and moves on into top 6 here at Dreamhack Valencia. What an amazing set.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Forcing Sandstorm off the legend that he picked for the event, going to the Mordex, and then beating them all in kind. And it was like, he managed to do scythe-style edge guards with the bow. It was disgusting. That second stock in game number 3 completely decided the match. I thought Sandstorm had figured it out at that point. And Sandstorm still almost won.
Yeah. I mean, Lores hit like 3 nairs into like Ser Dare. That was like just a crazy stock on the bow.
Yeah, this was that game 1 on Demon Island, and I didn't really bring up the thought when I had it, but I was thinking about how as this matchup was going through, what would happen if we saw a game on a stage that had any kind of platform whatsoever, but they were totally willing to duke it out on Brawlhaven. And I do feel like a lot of those stocks that Sandstorm went flying to was a result of the small, it's just too difficult to say. It was just a really close set, right?
I think we're about to see the, no, not yet, not yet.
Oh yeah, this is the 3 stocks to 1. The Cider comes through here, and then right after this, we get that incredible stock right here. So it was like nair to nair to nair, side light down air, and then he Ser dares again.
Yeah.
And then weapon throws, that was it. Sandstorm had lost all of his resources.
Crazy.
Oh, this was such a close game state. You dodge that down, Sig, I think Sandstorm wins the game.
Yeah, I mean...
the way that he was capitalizing off of every single hit, it was just too close to call.
Yeah, I felt like he was like hitting almost every read. He was just like, you know, he'd get a hit and then he'd get a couple more, but not enough to finish that one out. But it definitely felt like he was building up momentum.
And so we had a conversation about this during the break, how top 8 in here at Valencia actually shaped up to be Royale numbers.
Yeah.
We had 3 North America, 3 from Europe, and 2 from South America, and now one of those NA players is out at 7.
Yeah.
That's going to be Sandstorm. And the matchup that we've got coming up next is going to feature 2 players from EU, I believe.
Yeah, both EU.
Yeah, so this is crazy. This is Sgrape, who had an amazing run in 2s. Yesterday, getting into that top 3 with Machete. Has been playing Lance. I think I was talking with Paulie about how like there's like the new EU wave of Lance mains that have been doing so well and making upsets here. And Sgrape's the one leading the pack, right?
Definitely.
He's even got a thing where a player that he was coaching, I think it was J44L, did really, really well this week, bringing a lot of game 5s out of nowhere. And that's a player that I'm now watching to wait for his first top 16 in a seasonal. But Sgrape is the one that's doing it the best.
Yeah, definitely.
And he's going to be going up against Moonier, who has I'm not even really certain what legend he's going to be playing here, because Moonier's a name that I've not even really said that much. It's actually so incredible that he's here in this top
I believe
8.
this is his first LAN ever.
Is his first LAN ever?
Yes.
And it's his first top 8 ever? Yeah, let's take a look at this. Top 8 placements. Okay, no, he does have 3, and he's got some earnings from those online championships.
Yeah.
But when it comes to official events, no, he's been around the bend here, right?
Yeah.
PR number 29. It's just not somebody that I've cast a lot of games, because he must make a lot of those runs through the elimination bracket. Like he meets one of those top 8 players before winner side top 32 in a seasonal, and then we just don't get to talk about him. I need to look back at what his path was through here. His most reported legend seems to be Mirage, but I saw him locking things like, I think, like the Load Bar or something.
I definitely saw him locking Mirage. I can't remember. He beat Nees. I don't know who with.
He got into top 32 from the elimination bracket, 3-2'd Cap, 3-2'd Nees, 3-0'd Fridazol, and then 3-1'd XJ Cool J. His PR is going to skyrocket.
Yeah.
This is an incredible run from him. He's going up against Sgrape, who is also a rather new player to the scene. He got that first qualifier into the Royale.
Yeah.
Kind of had a Nees performance.
Yeah.
When we think of Nees' first performance at Winters, that was Sgrape at Springs. And then had a really rough first LAN experience. And ever since then, he's kind of been learning how to deal with things. He's realizing, I think he was talking to, I don't know if he was talking to Toast or somebody else about it, but he was like, I now know that if I get noise-canceling headphones, I can turn LAN environments like the seasonal environments, and I play just fine.
Yeah.
And here he is, proving it to himself by getting his first LAN top 8.
I mean, he did incredible in 2s too. But at the Royale.
I guess it's 2 LAN top 8s.
Yeah.
Now. What the heck?
At the Royale, he was playing really good. He almost beat Luna. He just got a little bit impatient at the end there.
And then it just all crumbled right afterwards, right?
Although I think he did gatekeep Megdi from going into top 4 of the Royale.
Yeah, the Royale results there at the end were very interesting, depending on who got what certain wins.
Yeah.
So the winner of this will be going up against Impala, who is waiting in the elimination quarterfinal. So one of these 2 EU players will be doing that as they move forward here. And I am excited to see what the result is going to be. I think that I would give favor to Sgrape as far as how he's been playing this weekend and how dominant some of his wins have been. And when Sgrape plays, there's Moonier. so happy to be on stream. I think this might be his first time on stream for singles. Yeah.
I believe so today.
Yeah, that's really exciting. And maybe not the last if
Yeah.
he can upset Sgrape. Because this would certainly be an upset at PR29, right? Those earnings at 900 have already doubled, if not tripled. I don't remember exactly what it is at 7th, but he's going to be doing pretty good there.
Yeah.
And then moving forward, the matches only get tougher, right? So this is going to be a set for sure.
He definitely has a crowd buff, I think. A lot of people
Yeah.
were getting hyped for him.
When it comes to Europe versus Europe, I guess everybody would be expecting Sgrape to win, right?
Yeah.
To get a little bit of the underdog story here, and he's already done so much.
Cleaning the glasses.
Oh yeah,
Very
very
good.
meticulous about it, right? Look at that.
2 sprays on every side of the lens.
So what are you expecting from this set?
I have no idea.
No idea?
Honestly. I don't even know what Legend Moonier is going to play. I think it's Mirage, but it could be anything.
What legend do you think Sgrape's going to play?
Orion.
Yeah.
Definitely. I mean, his lance has been going crazy.
Yeah, I think Sgrape's had more dominant high PR victories than anyone else today. Let me take a look at what his run looked like. So I talked about Moonier, and I didn't give a lot of attention to Sgrape, even though I said he's the best lance player in EU right now. I feel like solo lance player.
Yeah.
Let's see. He 3-0'd Lores.
Crazy.
He took a game off of Godly.
Yeah.
And what else did he do? Sgrape. 3-run Skeldra. That was a crazy set. That almost went to game number 5. Now, Skeldra had... Skeldra's run was so incredible. Getting 9th here, after how close that set was on stream, where he barely didn't get into top 32.
Yeah. There he is.
What an awesome run. Yeah,
Skeldra.
representing Greatsword in EU, really pushing that meta. That's so fantastic. Being able to have almost that game 5 set, because I saw Sgrape pop off in pools when that set went off. So that was a tough matchup for him. Like if he lost that game 5, this could be Skeldra that's here instead. But instead we've got Sgrape, and I'm happy either way. Sgrape going up against Moonier now. Let's see if we can see what that legend is. They're doing a little button check. I see a Blaster's legend.
Blasters?
But I don't think he's going to be locking that in.
Okay.
I think he was just checking his buttons. We'll find out.
Yeah.
Out of everybody that I watched on pools today, Moonier's the only one that I didn't catch a game on live. So this will be very exciting to see how he plays. You trying to see if you can find it? Is it? No, I see Orion. I see...
Is that Ken?
I have no idea.
I can't tell from here.
Toast, can you go check? You can't hear me. He's doing the camera slip right over there. It'll be fine. We'll be getting into game number 1 pretty soon. Is it?
I'm pretty sure.
Okay, cool.
I can't tell.
Wait, so we have an orb player other than Radish? Does that mean we still have orb in top 8? That's wild. I thought with Radish gone, orb was just nowhere to be seen.
Is this button check or is...
I don't know.
I think they're getting...
Looks like they're talking about something. Just getting ready to go into this game. Making sure everything's working right.
Oh, button check.
Oh, we get to see...
There it is. Ken.
Okay.
Low
But
button check.
it could have been the button check then, though. But that'd be exciting to see him go against Petra. I don't think... When I think about it, right... You might not be the best person to ask about this, but if you think off the top of your head, is there an EU orb main? Looking at you, crowd. Anyone can remind me.
Pride. Pride plays Fate.
Okay, that's right. Well, Pride's a Scythe player. That's fine.
He plays the orb.
That's true.
But I can't think of anyone else.
Yeah, nobody that like dedicates themselves to it in the way that Radish does, I think. I think Radish might be the only one that I can think of in memory that does it on all the regions.
Yeah. I can't think of many other orb players.
I wonder if Moonier's like an orb player or a Petra main in this sense.
I think that this is like a specific counter pick.
Specific counter pick to Sgrape because of the lance?
Yes.
All right.
I overheard Godly telling him to play Petra.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense then, actually. Of course, Godly would say play Petra. Okay, here we go. Game number 1, Sgrape versus Moonier.
Yeah.
Loser of this is out at 7th. Winner of this fights Impala for 5th. And we've got Sgrape on the Orion, which was what we were expecting, and then Moonier on the Petra here, or Ken in this sense. So here we go for game number 1.
Kind of dominating with its lance here. Gets in there. Although Moonier taking off his side. Gets in there, juggling with the nairs. Eli.
Oh. Ensig easily punished by landing Sair. Tries to grab him out of the air with the N-Air. Oh, he end-lights the wrong way and just gets sidelight-sidered. How does Sgrape get away with that more than anybody else?
I don't know. That's not true, is it?
No.
Yeah.
You could dodge out of that. I mean, it's a tight combo, right? But he's just very confident when he lets it rip. Just like that neutral signature. Catches the dodge, diagonal up, takes him off the top, evens up the game right away.
Yeah. I mean, Sgrape had a pretty explosive start there. Getting a lot of damage with the lance fast.
Yeah.
Definitely. The lance buildup is like crazy.
Yeah, especially when you start getting him in the sidelight down airs, and if you get him right at the edge of the stage, you could just start riding alongside the stage. Downlight, endlight, catches the dodge in. Moonier's got to be a little bit careful about that. Sgrape's been showing a lot of favorability towards those downlight, endlights, which we're not like in Rack's meme territory of how true those two moves are, but it's still very, very good if you're like reaction dodge downing.
And Sgrape's movement has been looking pretty clean. I mean, he dodged around. I forget what it was, but he gets that sidelight side air very often.
It is making me. It's making me like do a double take there. I'm like, wait a second. I thought it was just sidelight there, and that's all I was working with. Oh, what? Still
hits frame.
Goes for it again? No, goes for the pogo that time. I was expecting the down take one more time, but the Sair just catches the jump, and Sgrape's actually reacting quite well to Moonier's options here. And we can see Moonier like kind of taking a moment to adjust his glasses and realize, okay, I'm getting hard read by my opponent right now. The game's still close enough, and with that sidelight sider, if he can get the Sair right there, that would have been great. But Sgrape covers his back with the Nair, waits for the weapon spawn, picks it up, spear, sidelight, goes for a hard read on the downlight, daylight, side air, will connect. Landing Sair doesn't get out in time though, and Moonier does send him off stage.
Yeah, Sgrape building a lot of damage here. Moonier needs to get this knockout very quickly. It's an end light. Oh, goes for dash on there.
Yeah, that was crazy. He was getting an Ensig ready there. I saw the animation without the sound. Gets interrupted by the speed recovery. Sider will finally take it down. Sgrape goes down to one stock. Moonier damaged, but not out of the game. Primes with the gauntlets.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the orb has been putting in more work, but if you need something to get done here, like a Gim,
the gauntlets is your go-to.
Yeah.
Like, what are you going to do with orb? Dare them once? And he goes for a gravity because of downlight, no dodge. Sgrape goes for the Sair and the recovery. Misspaced, punished by Moonier. Uses the down stick to get the wall touch. Falls into two downlights, and then Sgrape was expected to jump both players. Okay, Sair comes through. Moonier gets sent off the left side of the stage. But there was a moment there where I thought Moonier was going to be able to take that. And
that was scary for Sgrape there. I mean, that recovery down at the bottom of the stage could have been punished, and that would have led to a kill.
I wonder if he meant... No, he had to have meant to go for that sider there. It was just a lot of confusion there with what happened off stage after that down tick came through. And then how lucky was he that Moonier got into the trajectory of the lance recovery there instead of, getting underneath it.
If he got just underneath it and hit that Nair, that was Sgrape.
Sgrape would have had to Sair back to the stage.
I don't think Sgrape had enough options. I think
I think all he had was lance Sair, right?
Yeah.
Or like dodge, maybe.
Yeah, so I think that would have been it.
We might be able to see it here.
No, we're not going to see it.
Okay. I don't remember where this replay was. No, this was just that scramble that was on center stage. Okay, Brawlhaven, and there's the Mirage.
Swap back to Mirage.
Okay, well, it's not swap back. It's the first time on the set, but it's what we were expecting based off what he reports, right?
Yeah.
Oh, gosh. Okay. Double D-light side air, falls to the Nair. Nair gets him as he dash jumps on the center stage. Sidelight, downlight, Ensig, weapon throw, forces the dodge. Sgrape goes for the dive kick, and finally breaks up the pressure there. But Sgrape, I'm realizing now how Sgrape plays. He doesn't actually care if a combo's not true.
Yeah, no, he just keeps hitting himself.
He siders on the right side of the stage. He's kind of like, I'm going to keep doing this until you show me that you could do something about it. He mixes it up every once in a while, but he lets the sidelight siders rip, and then he puts the downlight neutral signature in. And, sidelight. Okay, he almost jumped into that Sair.
Almost got that read.
Yeah, Sgrape's playing fantastic. Avoids one downlight. Downlight comes through, pivot Nair, tries to catch the landing with the sidelight, and Moonier does not get the jump after he goes in for that sidelight of his own. And he's starting to take a lot of damage here, Phil.
Yeah, it's not looking good for Moonier here. I mean, Sgrape is sort of popping off right now. Sidelight Nair, holds the recovery all the way.
That was great spacing.
Yeah.
And he almost got the second spear side air to be able to get the stock there. Weapon throw. Okay, that haymaker was a little greedy.
Okay.
He manages to make up for it there. I looked at that and I was like, oh no, are you going to lose the stock because of that? But he gets the side stick.
I mean, it didn't end up doing anything terrible. He got the stock without taking any extra damage, but you know he is deep red.
Something interesting that I've been noticing, nice neutral light finisher from Sgrape there, is that with how much people are using dash canceling, people are dash canceling into the backswing of Spear sidelight.
Yeah.
And they're getting sucked into it, and then they get comboed by it. And that's something that we saw in the Sandstorm set before this, and we're seeing it in this one as well.
Yeah, I mean, Sgrape's nice. Just been carrying Moonier like across the stage.
You know, we haven't seen anything with the Scythe so far.
Yeah.
Down Sig forces Moonier to recover high, which means Sgrape could have a neutral signature in the pocket if he's not careful. Recovery hits, disarms him. Side Sig could have gone through there, but he went for a jump read instead on the Stair, and the recovery will take him off the top. That's a 2-stock for Sgrape, and Sgrape seems to be speed running the elimination bracket here at Valencia because Moonier is looking like he's at a loss for words, right? And ideas of what to do against Sgrape's Lance. It is dominating. And Sgrape just kind of like, yeah, I just want to fight Impala. That's all he's thinking about right now.
Yeah, I mean, Moonier kind of falling apart there. He hit a D-light and then did nothing at the end. But I don't know. I want to see him. Lock in and really play good here.
Yeah, I think a stage like this, with how Sgrape likes to play, is just so catering to his playstyle.
Oh wow!
The Jaehyun comes through. We have another great sword player here on the stream in top 8, and he's going to be bringing this out to fight against Sgrape, which is a big surprise to me. But like you said, we were having trouble pinpointing what Legends Moonier actually plays because he plays so many of them. What is this? Where did this greatsword come from? Dare as well. Okay, dodges through, hits the step recovery. First strike going over to Moonier in such a dominant fashion.
Yeah, and the crowd likes that.
And Sgrape gets the most damaging combo that you can get unarmed with that D-like ground pound, but he's going to need a few more of those to be able to bring back after that last stock.
Yeah, I mean, Moonier's like greatsword was looking crazy. He went for like an insane read with that GC finisher. Although
the gravity cancel side light,
yeah.
What? The pivot down light, okay.
Has yet to touch Sgrape though.
You're right. He just is getting sared. Weapon throw forced the dodge. He gets unarmed sared and forces the greatsword out of his hands. Gravity cancel neutral light. What an awesome option. It whiffed the first hit, but it lasted for the second one as he jumped into it. And then that was enough to get the knockout. Sgrape evens it up immediately.
Yeah. Oh, good movement though.
Oh, we haven't seen the Moonier sword yet. Yeah, we've only seen the greatsword. D-light side air attacks on a little bit of damage. Let's see if we can get another weapon. Ooh.
Back to trading blows though. I mean, that's crazy. I mean, Moonier had a huge lead. Sgrape flawless. Gets it back, but now it's even.
Oh, the downlight wake up. Nicely done.
Okay.
Gets the sidelight finisher, sends him off stage. Gravity cancel sidelight finisher. Amazing. So it's like, when you gravity cancel a greatsword light attack, you skip straight to the finisher.
Yeah.
It's not as powerful as if you did the opening and the bridge beforehand, but it's still pretty darn good.
Yeah.
And Moonier showed that he had the idea on the first stock, and he used on the second stock. And now we're having a little bit of a lull in the pressure there as Sgrape's like, hey, you come approach me. Moonier doesn't have to. He's got that 2-stock to 1, so it's Sgrape that's has got the onus on him to go into the fray. Oh, Dare Nair. One of the best greatsword combos you can look for.
Yeah. I mean, this greatsword is really working for Moonier.
Yeah, he's playing it in a really airborne heavy playstyle too, but Sgrape with the classic Stingray there hits the down sig out of pressure and it's like, hey, get off of me. Doesn't matter that I got nerfed after BCX, it's still really good.
Yeah.
Side light doesn't go for the D-light that time actually. It was a little bit of a surprise to me.
And I think Moonier, okay, twice in a row.
He's side-lighting. Yeah, he's side-lighting again. Oh, damn, the neutral stick comes after the D-light, goes for the weapon throw off the side. He does make it back. He gets hit by one Sair, dodges the weapon throw. Another weapon throw could come through here, avoids the down air. Moonier goes off stage with a dive kick, though. That's crazy. One unarmed recovery. Could get another. Waiting for the weapon spawn. It's a perfect recovery. He can't take another one of those. And Sgrape's just weapon starving, staying on the spear, avoids the dive kick. The pogo comes through. Can he make it back? Oh, he avoids one. Sword picked up. Oh, avoids it. That's not the punish that he needed, though. He needed the downlight. Greatsword picked up. What's he going to do? Ensig? He went for the Ensig, but he missed, and then he gets Sair. No, he was just a little late. Wow. He was a little late. I was like, that's the only thing that he had.
Yeah.
That's the only thing that he could have done with it. He had to hold on to the sword there. Oh.
So close.
Oh, Moonier going down 0-3 to Sgrape. But what a high-class team.
Yeah.
I wanted that to go the distance just because the greatsword was so out of left field. What? That Ensig was just a little late, I feel like. After the side light, like the drift was a little weird.
So close. But I mean, at least he ended it in a pretty crazy way.
I mean, first land, 7th place. Thumbs up.
Amazing.
Shout out to Moonier for that run.
Yeah.
What an amazing run coming out from here at Dreamhack Valencia. And Sgrape moving forward to being able to fight against Impala here in top 8. That's going to be an incredible match. I don't think I've seen these two fight because Sgrape had the Royale. We've established that Impala has never been at a Royale.
Yeah.
And then he had really lackluster placements at every land he's been up to at this point. I'd have to check the records, but this is going to be my first time seeing Sgrape Impala.
I don't think they've ever played against each other.
Yeah. No, that was a really fun set. And now I'm very excited to see how these matches are going to be playing out. So we've lost an NA player and we've lost an EU player. So it's 2-2-2.
Yeah.
Across the board. When I say that with the regions, we have 2 North America players, South America, and 2 Europe players left here at Dreamhack Valencia. I know that everybody in the crowd is probably rooting for that godly win, but a lot of these matchups up until then, you got to pick a favorite at some point in time.
Yeah.
And so I'm curious. I feel like it's almost certainly Sgrape's the favorite going up against Impala, even though that's not the matchup we got coming up next. We've actually got, is this West Lores? Oh, that's right. Sandstorm's not getting the rematch against West because Lores destroyed him. So now we have another situation where Lores had to get through U's to get to this position. I think it's just West, Lores, and U's that are here from South America.
From South America.
So Lores is actually in a position to knock out all of his friends.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, that's going to be really, really exciting to see.
Yeah, I mean that's crazy. He's the SA eliminator right now. Maybe. We'll see.
In the way that he's playing, and the way that I feel like you feel like he's playing,
yeah,
Lores has a trajectory to possibly just win the event.
He
from
could.
Elimination.
He could.
He's playing so good right now. I have no idea how this match is going to shake up, but we have a short break before we get into this top 6, and then we're going to whittle it down to a top 4. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this.
What about dreaming? Places you've never been. What about feeling? What about gravity? What about chances? Not what we're searching for. Take it or leave it. Well, I want to take it all. What about freedom? What about freedom? What about freedom? What about freedom?
Welcome back here to Dreamhack Valencia. We're in top 6, and we've got ourselves a South America versus South America show match here, right? 3 players came here to attend, and Lores is knocking out all of his friends on the way here, but West has a chance to change that narrative. We're going to have this best of 5, and we're going to see which South America player is going to represent the rest of the region going into the top 4, because that's where we're at, right? The next 2 matches that we've got coming up, West versus Lores, and then Impala versus Sgrape, and then we've got our top 4 locked in. We're going to have a guaranteed at least 1 South America representative in that side.
One
and then
South
we've got,
American.
I think it's 1. Oh, and then it's a toss-up whether there's 2 NA or 2 EU. All right. That's going to be exciting. Wow. I couldn't have asked for a better top 8 here. This is so much fun, Phil. We've got West versus Lores coming up here, and their head-to-head is strongly in favor of West right now.
Wow.
I wonder how that's going to play out here now that we've got West on the Thea going up against Lores on the Kaya. I think from a stat perspective, Kaya kind of wins. Like, if we were just looking at stats alone and not weapons and everything.
Yeah. I mean, she has great speed, great defense, and the damage is like...
It's good enough.
It's good enough.
Your weapons carry your opponent with you, so
Yeah.
you don't have to worry about the fact that your damage is low.
And the SIGs are amazing. On
The SIGs
Kaya.
are amazing. And then meanwhile, your Thea, 3 defense with 4 force. You move really fast, but with dash canceling, if you can utilize it well enough, we saw what Impala was doing. It doesn't really matter that much anymore. Your movement speed might be a little low.
Yeah, I've seen like some crazy movement on Queen 9, like because of dash canceling. So
Yeah, that's like still up in the air whether that character's good or not. I'm waiting. Someone tell me.
I've only seen like Queen 9 played by like Java in. He played a little this tourney, but he played it in Moose Wars.
Fozey played it on stream.
That's right.
Fozey opened up with Queen 9 every game, lost, and then switched. That was the thing that happened. And I think Fozey and Hughes did double Queen 9.
Yeah,
but either
double
way,
Queen 9.
We've got West versus Lores coming up here. Game number 1. Winner of this will be getting in the top 4 and fighting against the winner of Impala versus Sgrape. So then we'll have at least 1 NA, 1 EU, 1 SA going into this top 4, and then that wild card will be the last set that you and I will be casting before top 4 comes in. Really excited for this game 1 that's coming up. Wes apparently is winningest in this matchup, but Lores has got the craziest elimination bracket run coming in right now.
Yeah, I mean, Lores is playing crazy good right now. And starts off, he's going to get the weapon. Spear in hand. Gets that side air into the D-Sig. Ooh. Huge start, but West answers right back.
Yeah, no, this is a really aggressive start here. They're both just trying to read the landings. What, down like ground pound, weapon throw, ground pound? West did it. Somehow Lores touched it between all of that. I didn't even catch it.
Yeah. I seriously thought that was the stock, but Lores makes it back.
Oh, Phil, my brain's breaking. Is this what South America looks like all the time? What are they doing? They're playing so fast. Okay, I gotta like keep track of this. What? Dodges the down light with gravity cancel, pivot, neutral light, makes it back to the stage, puts up the side stick, side light interrupts that, dashes back, D-light side, okay, side light side air, takes him off the left side of the stage. What a fast first stock there.
Crazy.
Non-stop back and forth wake-ups.
Lores answering back there. It's a Sair.
Down to comes through, dash jumps all the way over, looks for the down air, West dodges right through, but the recovery will disarm him. Now the spear's picked up, down takes a pretty good landing move there. He's trying to snipe a lot of West's movement with the side stick, and that will do it. That was like a stack down stick. That was the fastest I've ever seen that come out.
He definitely uses that like very well when he's stacked, because Spear doesn't really have a stacked option besides like jump there.
Yeah.
So that D-Sig is super good.
West.
Oh my.
Oh, he's got all the dodge queens in. Okay, recovery came through. A little bit of a clash at the end. Lores' turn, maybe. No, sidelights him off the stage. Gravity cancel, downlight punish, no dodge. Means Lores goes for the double dare. West makes it back. Side airs. Slide charge fully pivots the neutral signature into the side air. Strong hit. Doesn't take him off the side of the stage. And Lores just goes down. Wow.
The boots was crazy there. Like, he just took him all around the map.
All right, if you were wondering how to play battle boots, you should be watching Wes here at Dreamhack Valencia. It has been fantastic what he's been able to do with it. Lands so good here. Uses these downlights as a low damage option. Dare catches Lores right at the peak of the Demon Island on the edge there.
Like, gonna catch the dodge there. Oh, but he touched the ground, so he's able to get the dodge back.
Yeah, a little greedy there with that double D-light, but you kind of have to be when you're behind this hard.
Yeah, I mean, you see him, he got so close to the ground, you don't know whether or not he actually did touch or not.
Okay,
if he didn't,
Lores just wants Spear in this matchup. He threw the bow away. Weapon spawn is coming in. Even if this Spear gets knocked out of his hands, he's going to have a new one. Wes misses the jump, actually. Falls down. Gravity cancel, I think it was like Endlight. It didn't matter.
I think it's NC.
Okay. Well, Pogo interrupts it.
Yeah.
He was sweating when it happened.
Yeah.
So now we're down to an even game once again, and Loras starts covering the air with those airs. Wes so good with downlight at low damage. He loves that option.
Yeah, I mean, this gameplay is like explosive. They're just going, back and forth. Crazy combos.
Okay.
Though.
Recovery comes through. Both players trying to catch a landing from the other, and neither one's willing to land on each other, so Loras just calls out the anti-air. But Wes gets the side air, lowers low and jumps, goes for a really hard read on the ground pound. The Pogo comes through, that could be it. Wes gets hit by one dare, and you see him facepalm after that. It was such tight play, and then he goes down to one little dare because he wasted that movement, right? You got to be careful about buffering jump inputs and dashes. You can jump really quickly 3 times in succession without getting the full distance from that jump, and that can cost you sometimes. I'm not exactly sure what happened to Wes there, but I do know that he didn't get those resources back after that dare, and that was it. Game 1 goes over to Loras.
Yeah. I mean, the gameplay was crazy fast there.
This is about as camouflaged as you can get in Brawlhalla.
Yeah.
Demon
seriously.
Island double black color scheme, right? Like now I know how South America's been playing it. That's crazy.
Yeah. And I mean, one thing you can do is you can blur the backgrounds. That's like a thing Brawlhalla added, which is super nice.
Yeah,
like
but
that
here on
helps.
stream we want to see the pretty animations.
Yeah.
Okay? So now we've got that going into game number 2 here, where Wes, I honestly think looks at that last Pogo and goes, I should have won that game.
Yeah.
Let's run it back. And I wouldn't be surprised that between these two, they've probably played so much that they're just going to be on Demon Island every single game. Laura's having a lead, though, is uncharacteristic for how these sets end up being, with Wes usually getting the victory. D-Light recovery not going to knock out this early, especially on Kaya.
Yeah, and especially on Demon Island. Huge blast zone.
Ducks both weapon throws, gravity cancel sidelights. The Sair. Wes is so fast.
Yeah. Really matches the character well, too. I mean, 9 speed or...
Yeah,
I'm like...
I thought Teska was going to be Wes's perfect character, but really Thea's just looking like it right now. He's so acclimated to how the character plays. Double recovery does not connect. Wes tries to get the backswing of Boots Nair. Spot dodges the Mammoth bravely. Oh, whoa, no, okay, he had to get his resources back. He had literally nothing left to play with.
Gonna KO, and he makes it back.
Beautiful dodge, too. He dodged in a way where he didn't run to the side of the wall.
Yeah.
So he was able to land and get some extra credit before Laura Sares him off the right side of the stage. Evens it up 2-2. All right.
It's the Nair. Wes has the boots in hand.
Yeah, he loves using the recovery at low damage to get Laura's airborne. It just sends them so far up, and then he has so many opportunities to follow up with Nairs, gravity cancel downlights if they try to fast fall or dodge down.
Yeah, it feels like every time Wes gets a hit, like on boots, he's getting a couple more. He's got the reads down, but now Laura's kind of dancing around him, slowing down the pace.
Tries to get that neutral signature, which we'll only ever see on the left side of the stage. Can't change the direction. It's not like Barasa neutral signature where you can like pivot it and it spikes the other way. Dia's always sending to the left. Nice falling Sair. Uses the drift. Try to get the drift there too, but Laura's drifts out of the way while sweating. Great use of that aerial momentum. Avoids what could have certainly been the knockout. And Wes looking for the end light here. Down to come through. No side stick. Wes so brave with putting that out, and the movement just explodes after that knockout. Wes up 2-1.
Yeah, he has the lead here. Lands in hand. Laura's gets the bow though. Answers within there. Side zig, GC side zig. That's gonna KO because of Thea's low defense.
Yeah, and that's one of the reasons why I'm like, at least we're not on Brawlhaven here.
Yeah.
Although I think Wes would prefer it. Weapon throw. That stuff recovery was terrifying. Didn't panic though. Managed to touch the wall. Got everything back. Recovery comes through and the damage is even. But just remember that for every 2 hits that Wes gets on Laura's, it's like 1 hit in return because of that defense differential.
Yeah.
Nair's coming through. Nice neutral aid. Side sig.
Ooh. D-Sig's gonna catch.
Oh, man, you have to end with an N-Sig, right? You have to use all 3. Nair comes through. There it was. Okay, maybe you shouldn't have. Maybe don't listen to me. You just go back to using the good ones. Wes tries to go back out to the stage. Falls with Nair. Has him airborne. Oh, he avoids it. He burns him. What does he do? He just waits up for a down air. Amazing patience coming up from Wes, and the head nod as the dare is casting comes him out. No, he knows that was going to be the knockout there, and he evens it up 1-1.
Yeah, that was a thing.
My favorite Brawlhalla combo: down sig, side sig.
Almost got it with the N-Sig. Almost what you wanted.
I mean, at that point, you might as well, right?
Yeah.
Go around the world, show him every single trim
3,
kit.
2,
And he tried. We're
did
going.
try.
We're going to a platform stage here, which is a little unusual to me. I thought we were going to be on Demon Island every single game, but here we are. Lores must have gotten rid of Brawlhaven, Demon Island, etc.
Yep.
And this is the closest that you get. When you like your flat stages, you pick APOC or you pick Fortress Alliance. The ground pound came so close. Stuff recovery, that's it. West, you can't. Oh, he's shaking his head after that. When you winning the entire stock and then you're down to stock.
That is terrible. Like
That is something that I've noticed from West and Sandstorm alike, is that they are so gung-ho about getting every single extra hit that they can with boots that they're sweating and then they just can't back the stage. And then they get reversaled by like the lightest hit ever.
Yeah.
And suddenly they're losing the game.
I mean, West has still not stopped putting out this damage.
Right, but
He's in the orange, but like after dominating just like that and then get killed by one there.
yeah, it is. It's difficult to come back from a deficit in a matchup like this when you lose it that early on. And Lores playing correctly here with these nairs, staying around that platform. Down to come through. Okay, surprises to me that has enough force to knock him out. Evens of the stocks, but that's like what a change in pace from that beginning of the stock.
Although here we go, West with the boots. Okay. Lores really wants to get this.
West with the boots
this
getting
thing.
comboed by Bo. That's what it feels like. Oh, nice punish. Spot dodge is in place. West doesn't want to go for anything more because he's just waiting for the weapon spawn. And the lance is now picked up once again.
Okay.
Nice there. Ground
Ground
pound.
pound.
Dodge came through. It was close. Down sig will do it. And Lores takes the lead again. And
Yeah.
that time it wasn't off of some cheeky reversal. He just racked up the damage and got it.
Yeah, and it's tough for West here. I mean, he should be, if you're thinking about it, he should be even right now, but
Oh, Pogo, wake up.
yeah.
I bet you West would have gone exhausted recovery 2 more times if he could have there. He was playing so aggressively. Falling Sair, nothing afterwards, reading to the jump. West waiting for a weapon spawn. Lores has done a great job starving him out here.
Yeah. He's like, oh!
What did he use? Did he side?
Yeah, he tried to side sig.
He tried to side sig, and in the act of crouching down, put his hands in range of the down sig, right? Is that what happened?
I can't.
Oh,
I'm
and
not
then
sure.
How can you be West after losing like that?
Yeah.
Look at him. He's just kind of like, yeah, I deserve that. That was brutal. Lores put out 2 down sigs right in a row, and he's on the match point.
Yeah.
And so Lores is 1 game away from knocking out everybody out of South America except himself.
Yep.
And getting into top 4 here. And West runs it right back to Fortress Alliance.
Double there.
I think that's twice now that we've seen West just throw away stocks and then lose the game. Those are the 2 losses that he's had.
my.
That down sig is going to be his bane. I can't believe it. It's kind of amazing against Boots when you think about it, because Boots just like send you flying so far into an active chainsaw hitbox. It's kind of crazy.
And it's catching West too, because he's dashing back and forth a lot. He dashed away from it, back into it. And
Oh.
wow, Lores is just
4 down sigs in a row now.
hitting that. He's hitting that.
Yeah, and he's barely taking any damage this time around, and I can't even say it was because of a reversal. Downlight down air comes through, picks up a fresh spear. He had it primed, of course.
Yeah, Lores
West
is
waiting
playing
for a
this
weapon
great.
spawn. Sidelight comes through. Lores is fine taking punishes like that, and West is going for these desperation ground pounds. Tries it again after the weapon pickup. He's probably going to go for it again at this rate. Side air comes through.
Yeah, Lores is just playing his game, you know, waiting for West. West makes a mistake, Lores gets it, getting these big reads.
Oh, and the nairs hitting.
Nairs coming out from both players. Double nair from
Yeah.
Lores.
It's just
Recovery.
Lores' nairs are keeping West airborne.
Uh-huh.
Was that stuff recovery, or was that weapon being knocked out of his hands? It was the weapon.
I think it was a weapon.
Yeah. Down to came through. West went all the way around it. West, you're fighting unarmed, man. You gotta find a weapon.
Yeah.
Oh, Lores sides it the wrong way. Does get hit, and West going off stage for an edge guard there. Picks up the boots. Lores can't get him with the gravity cancel neutral signature, and that neutral sig from West means he's without a dodge too. Lores still hasn't lost a stock. Brings West down to tournament stock.
Wow. And he still has 3 stocks left.
Yeah. All
Lores is
right.
looking confident.
We've seen reverse 3 stocks against Kaya on
true.
the stream
It's
before,
true.
right? We saw it with Luna versus Impala. Can West do the same against Lores here on Fortress of Lions? It's going to be tough. Lores already getting some extra damage in there, and that downlight was not what West was looking for.
No. Throws out the side sig. Not going to hit, though. Lores is just getting big damage.
Air weapon throw, pickup, down air, recovery on the end sig, puts out the exhaustive recovery to keep West airborne. This is all Lores. He's on the verge of a 3 stock here. Sidelight comes through recovery. He's punished by the Nair, but that's barely a punish at all.
Can we get the 3-stock?
Oh, recovery sends it flying. What's Laura's going to go for there? Gravity cancel neutral light into the flag. Okay, Wes saying you didn't 3-stock me.
Yep.
Right, and Lores might just try to finish this off unarmed. This has been dominant.
Okay.
Cider hits.
Yeah, it's just...
D-Light recovery would just do it, right? I mean,
Definitely.
Bo Sarah's doing it.
I feel like D-Light and Light might just do it.
Oh, you think so?
I think so.
Yeah, Cider.
Cider, that's
bouncing
gonna be
off the stage, knocks him off the right side of the stage. It's
600
not how I'd
damage.
like to see West go out, but it looks like they're already in good spirits about it. West out at 5th. Lores in top 4 here at Dreamhack Valencia, knocking out Hughes and West and a whole lot of other players that are incredibly good. As he's basically just saying, okay, I'm the best. No, yeah, he's the best performing singles player from South America here today.
Yep, definitely.
And I think everybody was expecting Hughes to be in that position instead of him. What an incredible performance there. And now he's got to wait for either an NA or an EU matchup.
Yeah.
And the match is going to be coming right after this.
I think we're about to see that, right?
Yeah, that's going to be. I see them already taking their places. They're right behind us.
Yep, Impala versus Sgrape.
Okay. This is interesting.
Yeah.
I haven't watched... I know that Impala traditionally beats Lance in North America. I don't know how it's going to work against Sgrape here at EU because Sgrape's got so much momentum against him.
Yeah,
it
the
could
only
just
people
be
like
destruction.
the only people that come to mind when I think of that have beaten Impala is Hughes and Luna. So that's Lance is one of them, but we'll see if Sgrape has the same Lance at the same level as
Well,
Hughes.
I definitely think that he's got a very different Lance than Hughes.
I think so too. Yeah.
As for how that's going to play out here, we got these replays at the very end. West going down to that side air. Laura's just having a really... It was anticlimactic, but it was a very solid set. And West had opportunities where he was like... I think after that game 1 where he had that baseball, I was kind of like, all right, he gets what is going on right here. The boots still need a little bit more work. I feel like once he's got it figured out on how to play off stage with boots so that he doesn't get reversaled like that, he's going to be a terrifying player.
Definitely.
Moving forward in the year. I mean, he got 5th and he beat Sandstorm in the Boots Ditto. He's already a terrifying player. He's just losing to his own region.
Yeah.
When I think about it, that's just unlucky.
And I think that's the first time Loris has beat him in a...
At least in the head-to-head, yeah, it was 3-0 in West's favor.
Yeah.
The PR there, at least in their own region, a little bit in Loris' favor just because of the wins that he's been getting at lands over West. And now this might skyrocket Loris into #1 in South America. Because Hughes, he was beaten by Loris, and Hughes didn't even get in the top 12.
No, I don't think so,
Yeah, this might actually just, like, Loris is probably just the best player in South America after this event, once it's all calculated.
Yeah, because, I mean, who's #2? Is it Kaina? Or is it Power? No,
I don't recall.
I think it's Power.
Yeah. Whatever the case is, he's not going anywhere higher after this event. So that's going to be crazy. Here's Impala, #2 in NA, recently usurped by Luna. And fighting to make up for that.
Yeah.
Right? That loss to Luna over here wasn't doing him any favors, but he's not out of the tournament yet, so he can go get that win, and then he can take that spot right back. Sgrape on the other side, PR #6 in Europe. Earnings growing, right? Basically was unheard of before 2023. It's a great population. Made it to 1 Royale, and all of a sudden he's the best Lance player in Europe, right? And that's incredible.
Yeah, that is crazy.
And he's already taking an initiative upon himself to start coaching and training a lot of other players and the stuff that he knows about when it comes to playing Brawlhalla, and it's pretty incredible to watch. And now here he is at 2 top 8s in the same weekend, getting 3rd in doubles, I believe, with Machete, which nobody even was looking at as a possible team.
Definitely not.
And now here he is in top 6, possibly top 4 if he can get this win over Impala. But beating Impala is going to be tough. I think the lowest placement he said he had was 3rd at a LAN.
If he lost this would be his worst placement at LAN.
Yeah, which is like 5th being your worst placement at LAN is a funny sentence to say.
Pretty crazy.
But it's very true for him.
Yeah.
And so he's not going to be satisfied with that result. I think the difficulty with this coming forward, right, is that Impala is still the person to upset. All of the pressure is there. Whereas as Sgrape goes down here, he's already kind of done what he needed to do this weekend. He just can only do better.
Yeah.
So that dynamic between the mentalities and the pressure between these two players is going to be really interesting to see.
Yeah, I feel like Sgrape definitely has the crowd buff here. A lot of people want to see him win. And I mean,
and we get to EU in the top four.
Yeah.
Right? And that's the battle between this right now, is you're just trying to increase those chances of having an EU victory here at Valencia.
Definitely.
And how cool would that be? We talked about it a little bit before, but from the 3 lands before BCX, we've had a North America land victory, and then used with the South America land victory at Dallas, and in EU winning Valencia means that we've got a champion from every region going into the biggest land of the year, which we just announced to be November 3rd through November 5th. So here we go. Sgrape fighting for Europe up against Impala on Brawlhaven. Impala trying to get in that top 4, and already so much damage coming in through. Gets the recovery towards the top of the stage, had nothing else to play with there. Gets that dash jump. Nair charges the end sig as much as he can off of a gravity cancel. You can do half of a charge while airborne.
Okay.
And it's been all Sgrape so far at the beginning of this game.
Sgrape is popping off here. I mean, he is getting tons of damage. Already has him fallen. The red D-Sig, not going to be enough to KO.
Has the fastfall beneath that weapon throw. Lance picked up, dash jump Sarah, and Impala's out of there. Left side of the stage, Sgrape nearly 0 to knockouts him there in game number 1.
Wow. That was...
all on spear. The lance was the finishing Sarah, right? It was all spear there. Nairs are coming through again, and he's looking for these landings, and those neutralites are coming through, and Impala is still trying to get something started here. Ground pound could be it.
Yeah.
Goes for the pogo. Second pogo, weapon throw.
Hasn't touched.
Oh, that egg drop into weapon throw. Is that going to be it? D-like ground pound. Impala.
Oh, wow.
Answered back so fast. That was so amazing, actually.
Yeah. I mean, that was just a full stock gone. So fast. Both of these players in less than a minute.
Okay. And now I'm wondering where the momentum is after that, right? Because Sgrape did it completely off of his neutral game, and Impala did it completely off of his edge guard.
Yeah.
And there was a sense of urgency with that edge guard, too. Goes right back with the spear, doesn't get the weapon throw right afterwards. Dare in a neutral light sends him off the side of the stage, and Sgrape with the lance now being picked up. Ground pounds in neutral. Those never fail to amuse you, Phil. Every single time you're like, what? Punish him with a lance ground pound?
Yeah.
It's just so goofy seeing it hit above stage.
Yeah. It's so fun. So fun to watch.
Oh, but the down stick comes through. And we saw Laura's with great success with that, and we're not going to see, we're still going to be seeing it there. Like you said, you made a really good point. Spear struggles at covering stacked like that, and the down sig is perfect for that.
Both characters right now have a very good stacked option. But I believe that Kai's is a little bit faster.
Maybe a little bit stronger and consistent. Well, I don't know. They're both really strong.
They're both great.
Let's face it.
Yeah.
Oh, recovery. Early damage. Sarah's him off. I don't think he's got any jumps.
That's it.
He got Sarah to cross the stage, but he never landed on the stage, which is why he was sweating so soon back to the stage there. So it's 1 stock to 1 right away. Really weapon starved. No, Impala picks up the spear. Ooh. And Sgrape, I think, tried to pivot sidelight and just fell off the side of the stage with that stair there.
Yeah, I mean, he's been outspacing right now very well. The gameplay has been super explosive.
Nice down sig. Just trying to break up the pressure. Ooh. Both players looking for the anti on the down lane, and Impala ends up winning out. All those sidelights are going to work when Impala's that airborne. He's not trying to fastball there. That's a good Sarah punish, but he's going to need more than that.
Yeah.
Nair dashes forward, has Impala off the side of the stage, dash jumps, dodges backwards.
Okay.
Pogos are coming through, and Impala's going to have that wall slip activating sooner and sooner, but they cross each other up, and the down sig, just like the stock before, takes Sgrape off the left side of the stage. And that was a really great comeback coming out from an Impala.
Yeah, that was insane, honestly. Like, Sgrape had a huge lead at the start, all the momentum, and then Impala just shut it down with that edge guard.
Oh, yeah, and it wasn't a total shutdown, right? It was like he sapped some of the momentum out of him, and then Sgrape still had stuff going on.
Yeah.
It was that down sig that hit that I think really solidified the momentum being in Impala's favor, because once Sgrape tried to go for this edge guard again, Impala was just able to land onto the stage and get the down sig right afterwards, right? Like, he's putting up these downers, trying to bait some reactions from Sgrape, and Sgrape goes for the weapon throw. That's what it was.
Yeah.
He didn't toss it over the stage, but then he continued his movement right afterwards, and Sgrape on the Nye.
Swap to the Queen Nye.
Wow. Okay. Not feeling the Lance in this matchup. We're talking so much about how he's the best Lance player ever, and now he's on the Nye here on Brawlhaven. So it's like, I mean, I guess one way to deal with high defense is even higher force.
Yeah.
Right?
And high defense, too.
And if you're just doing that well with the signature kit, I mean, why not? Try it out here in game number 2 in the quarterfinals for elimination bracket. Impala adapting faster this game than he did the previous one.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like Sgrape, his spear was doing really well last game, and
The guitars. What?
the Katars are doing really well this game.
Sgrape just has every weapon in the game on lock.
Yeah.
Okay, Qatar's taking him off the top. Let's see if Impala can answer back as quickly as before. He's got the spear. Down sig is absolutely an option here, but he goes for the ground pound instead. Knocks Qatar's out of Sgrape's hands. Great exhaust recovery. That was so quick.
Oh,
dive kick. Does he fight back again unarmed? He is. He's just fighting unarmed. He's not going to go for the weapon at all. Impala doesn't know what to do. Dive kick comes through again. Pivots the Nair so that it avoids the ground pound. Spot dodges the Mammoth, picks up the guitars, goes straight over to the spear. D-Light side air. Sgrape moving phenomenally here. Finally, D-Light recovery will break up that pressure, but that was an amazing stock from Sgrape.
That's a great extension for Sgrape. I mean, he really put out some damage there. And, I mean, a lot of it was unarmed. Like, that was crazy.
Did you know Queen Nai is the lowest movement speed legend in the game?
Yeah.
Because Sgrape's making me believe otherwise with how fast he's going.
The dash changes are like insane right now.
You still feel it in the air though, right?
Yeah.
The movement speed, you can like see when Sgrape's airborne. That's why he's really trying to go for these dash cancels, because movement speed affects your ground trajectory as well as your air trajectory, which is why Queen Nai for a while has been so unpopular, despite how overloaded every other stat is for her.
Yeah.
Down to comes through off that dash. Wow. Okay, he's one stock away from even it up 1-1 on the Nai of all characters, and the spear was what he was doing the best with in the game before this.
Yeah.
So it's not totally out of left field. I mean, it's pretty wild.
Okay, Impala though, getting some good damage here. He needs it. Throws out a D6 to get punished. Oh
Dude,
my god.
Impala's so good at adjusting after missing one signature. He's like, oh, that down sig didn't work. Okay, I'll try again with the side light. And he evens up right away. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, Sgrape had like a full stock lead, but now it's down to even. Impala starting to get carried like a lot of momentum here. And
yeah, neutral sig, great punish. One of the biggest weaknesses of Queen Nai is as strong as those signatures are, you are in lag for like 2 hours. Still see people get caught by it anyways.
Yeah.
Oh, great string starter. Goes for the end light. Dare sends the guitars out of his hands, has to pick up the spear. Let's see what he's got. Side sig would be crazy here.
Yeah.
Oh, surely. Oh, he tried for it. He tried for it. He can't do it again, right? Putting up the down sig there. Oh, he might be fishing a little too hard now. Nair comes through. Impala throws the weapon down, doesn't pick up a new one, tries to cover it stacks. Guitar's picked up. Sidelight gets hit by the Sarah. Now Impala's got an edge guard opportunity. Weapon throw into recovery. Gets the Nair. One recovery will do it. He gets it. Sgrape popping off for that victory. That was it had to have been the one less damage and that recovery would not have knocked out.
Yeah.
And that's what it felt like there. That was so clutch coming out from Sgrape there that he's got to take a moment to breathe after that one, because he's bringing it to game 3.
I feel like the Queen Nai stats definitely helped there a lot, keeping him alive and getting that KO.
Yeah. No, he played fantastically. I mean, it's dependent on his ability to utilize the dash movement with the character, because otherwise you're just not you're not fast enough to be able to do it. And he was good to not fall into that Queen Nai signature spamming mindset, right? When the side tick came out and the down tick came out, I was like, dude, you can't do that. Impala's going to destroy you for it. And he stopped it right afterwards, went right back into that flow state, and was able to get that recovery. That's like the best way that you can catch somebody out of the air. We see guitar finishers like that all the time, right? You get your nairs, you get them airborne, you babysit their landing, and unlike a sword nair, guitar recovery will actually just knock out what it needs to.
Yeah. Getting game number 3 here. Sgrape with the spear in hand. You going to weapon starve? No. Yes, there we go. Guitars to build up damage. Although it's fairly even here. Impala fights with the unarmed, doesn't go for the weapon.
Yeah, I'm surprised he's not. Okay, there, finally does it. Clashes with the side light.
Yeah.
Lands the side air stacked, and Sgrape takes advantage of that. Neutral light into recovery. Tries to find some nairs of his own, and Impala's got him with that landing side air side light dodge in place. Goes for the anti-air on the neutral light, and just whiffs. No, an amazing wake up. You wake up GC side light to avoid the precise D-light hitbox, and then still get the punish. Really clever. The down sig disarms him.
Spear.
Oh, there's so many. Haymaker hits. Queen Nai never die. Makes it back.
Yeah.
Weapon throw up. Oh. Right around the toss of the spear. Gets the pogo and the knockout. Really great edge guard from Impala. That was tough to do. Most players just get hit by that and they go back to center stage.
Getting some good damage here. Sgrape needs to get this stock back quickly, and the Haymaker does it.
It's a good way to do it. Wow. Got hit by one on the previous stock and was like, here, how does this feel? Not great, Impala's probably thinking. But he's fighting back just fine.
Yeah.
Oh. I'm realizing more and more that, at least in this matchup, being off stage against Impala is way worse than Impala being off stage against Sgrape.
Yeah.
With how it's playing out. Sgrape's not playing the kind of Queen Eye guitars where it's like you're off stage and you might lose your stock at yellow. He's trying to get these neutral wins whacked up so he can take them off the top.
Yeah, it's tough playing off stage with such low like speed. Because if he sends you off, it's hard to get back. Very difficult.
Light. Impala not falling for it. Side take punish. That was so rough too.
Yeah.
The power of the neutral sig there for Kaya is that you could slide as far as you need to, so you could cover those dodge, like those jump backs that he went for there. Because I thought Sgrape had the right idea. He just didn't fade back enough.
Yeah, and that might have been because of the low speed from Queen Nine.
That's actually a really good point.
Yeah.
It's something that we're able to see there because you can't get that dash. You can't dash jump backwards.
Yeah.
Side stick, it's whiffs, D-Light side air. Neutral stick comes through again. One more of those will do it, and Sgrape might be like, okay, the Queen Nine may have run its course.
Yeah.
Side light in the pivot side air, Impala sends him off the right side of the stage. Down tick could do it here, recovery could do it there. D-Light recovery is not even going to be enough.
I think there it is.
Nice. Queen Nine, one of the few legends that has the actual range to be able to deal with that.
Yeah.
In a way that's going to instantly punish. But D-Light neutral stick will take him off the top, and Impala JV2s into game 3 and is 1 game away from having 2 and 8 players in top 4.
Yeah.
Really, really big deal here. Sgrape, what does he have? Do you look at that performance with Queen Nine and go, that could do it, that could win again?
I know he has the Mirage in the back pocket. That's one thing I've seen him play. He played it at the Royale.
Think he's going to pull it out here?
He could.
It's been a bit.
The Queen Eye was working out super well though too.
It worked out super well, I think, because of the stage we were on, which was Brawlhaven.
Yeah.
I don't think it worked out super well here on Apocalypse.
No.
As long as Impala takes Brawlhaven away from him, I think he might just be best going back to what is tried and true on the Orion.
Yeah.
And I think he's thinking about that right now, because that's going to be a tough call. All right, it's the Mirage that you said. Donatello. Epic crossover with Mirage. So we've got Scythe and Spear coming out here. So Spear has been, you know what, Sgrape truly is Stingray, now that I think about it, right? Yeah. I think about them as Lance players, and then all they do is play a Spear.
Yeah.
But in this case, the Mirage very unique to Sgrape's play style here. One of the few players that's willing to actually lock in the Donatello. I respect it. Here we go. Game number 4 on Miami Dome.
I mean, he's putting in work here. Hasn't pulled it in the orange and has barely been touched. Ground pound.
Oh, you know, Sandstorm's idea against Kaya as well was also the side. What an awesome pickup. The neutral gets him. And this is as dominant as a first stock as it was in game number 1. Remember, game number 1, he lost that.
Yeah.
So we gotta be a little wary here. Let's see what Impala's going to answer with back. He had a crazy zero to knockout edge guard last time, but that's a lot harder to do when you're against the Scythe. And Sgrape can't be touched. What is this, Phil?
Yeah, this is crazy. But I mean, you can't count Impala out. He's made pretty crazy comebacks against Sgrape so far.
Yeah.
But
I'm waiting for him to win neutral more than twice, because Sgrape
is just dominating right now.
Okay. Silas coming through.
Oh.
Falls with Sair. Down air comes through. Weapon throw. Catches the jump, I think. Has to dodge back. Do you like ground pound? He's up 3 stocks to 1. Sgrape may have found the answer to Impala because he wins this. It's game 5. There's no more switcheroo there.
I mean, he's only an orange here. This could be a 3-star.
I thought it was going to be another nair. He got the spot dodge read, but he went for the gravity cancel end light instead. Guarding that weapon.
Okay.
Putting out a wall of end lights. D-Light back to the stage. Chase dodge is right underneath Impala. Looking for that dare to pick him up. And Impala uses that dash pivot cancel. Goes back to center stage, but not being able to do anything with the movement. And it's going to take a lot more neutral airs from the boat before that knocks out off the top. That side stick will do it. First stock taken from Impala.
First stock.
Can you do 2 more?
We'll see. I mean, Sgrape has been playing fantastic right now on the Mirage. And he hasn't even, really even used Spear at all. It's just been the Scythe. But Impala,
No, okay, end light nair, side air. Doesn't catch the landing. Oh, can he get the nair? No, Impala goes to the gravity cancel neutral signature. Sgrape doesn't punish. There's one neutral light. Doesn't get the nair afterwards. If he drifted a little bit further, he could have, but that nair will connect. Does he go off stage? You should. You've got 2 stocks to 1. Pressure Impala. He's off stage and wall slip. Side light hits. Puts it that down light, neutral light, side air. Impala off the side of the stage, goes all the way out there. Dare and nair, both would be fantastic, but no, he's just going to play a patient game here, continue hitting Impala on his way back to the stage, goes for the recovery, doesn't get anything else afterwards, and Impala manages to make it back.
Okay. Sgrape has to be careful here.
Yeah.
He has 2 stocks to play with, though.
Oh, but the way that Sgrape's playing feels a little He's got a little trepidation.
It's calmed down.
He's calmed down, but he's also playing a little too careful,
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah,
Impala was vulnerable on the side of the stage there. He's up 2 stocks to 1 in orange, and yet Impala somehow makes it back and takes the stock. It's now 1 stock to 1. Can Sgrape finish off this stock? Scythe picked up. Let's see what he can do. He's looking for that side. That's it. Okay.
Perfect.
JV2.
Wow.
Sgrape has run the gauntlet with all of his picks, and you said he had the Mirage in the back pocket, and he brought it out, and it looked dominant. If we looked at the stats there, I feel like it's like 526 damage on Scythe, maybe like 40 on Spear. It was
it was
not
domination
even
on Scythe.
There's that D-like.
Oh,
I didn't
what
even
a
realize
dodge.
that he spot dodged.
Yeah, that was
the Spear Nair,
that was-
and then canceled the dodge into a gravity cancel downline to get the ground pound. That's actually incredible.
Yeah, that was great. There's a great performance there from Sgrape right now, and we're going to the game 5 versus Impala.
We're going to game 5 against Impala, and it's Sgrape. What? And it's on Brawlhaven? Okay, here we go. Impala, though, with the cosmetic switch. We saw what happened last time. It gets a little tough.
Although it didn't work.
It didn't work. It didn't work last time. We got reverse 3-stock last time. So let's see what happens here. Sgrape opening it up with the spear into the Scythe. Weapons starving there, at least attempted to. And Impala picks up the bow, 1 Sair, D-Light, neutral light, goes for the recovery. Sgrape tries to reverse. Look at him with the dare. It's so back and forth.
Oh,
but that
the
down
D-Sig.
almost just knocks out on its own.
And it feels like Impala's figured something out here.
He can't land. D-Light recovery, that's it. Sgrape spent that entire stock trying to get back to the ground and never touched it.
Yeah, you're right.
He literally needs
just could
iframes
not.
and a sidekick to be able to get back there.
That is the first time he's touched the ground. He did not touch the ground that stock. That was crazy.
Yeah, and now Impala's trying to get that juggle happening once again, but Sgrape says, no, it's my turn, unless Impala covering the ground with these downlights. That's not safe. No dodge there, but Impala doesn't get the best punish in the world. Can Sgrape answer back? He's already at the same amount of damage as Impala. D-Light Sider open off stage. He's got to go for something risky here, and that was risky. Nair, recovery. Oh, he goes for the Sair instead, and Impala just waits it out. Down sync doesn't hit stack, and then D-Light. Oh, Side-Light, D-Light, End-Light. That's so much damage, Phil.
Yeah, it's feeling like Impala's running away with it right now.
Okay,
Dash into the D-Sig, though.
Yeah, that is really tight timing there.
Sgrape needs something huge here. Gonna stick with the spear.
Favoring spear. I'm surprised by that. I thought he would go for the Scythe. Weapon spawn comes in. D-Light ground pound. Max damage from Impala there. D-Light Cider and D-Light recovery would just do it here. Another Sidelight. Dodges through. D-Light Cider.
Yep.
Tournament stock for Sgrape.
Yeah.
We've seen him get these 3-stock leads, though.
Yeah,
we know he could do it.
We've seen him do it on the first stock, but not on the last yet.
He caught him out of iframes. Impala is just dominating the skies here. Endlight after Endlight, End-Sig after End-Sig. Down air lands. Sidelight waits it out with that Cider. Caught him on the wake up. And the side sig disarms him. Sgrape getting destroyed here from the last stock. Does he have a chance? Impala now with the spear. Hits him with the Endlight. Oh, the weapon throw hits, and Sgrape trying to get back in the stage. D-Light side air. Weapon throw forces him down. Impala goes out. No, doesn't get the edge guard there. Down to could be the finisher there, and he's just throwing the weapons off the stage. He just doesn't want Sgrape to pick up anything. Oh, landed there. No dodge. Weapon throw. Doesn't get the downer as well. Sgrape just can't get back on the stage. Recovery hits, and that's it off the top. Impala with a dominant 2-stock in game number 5. Secures top 4 here at Dreamhack Valencia, and gets closer to not having that new record low placement for that lands. Right? We were talking about that. Lowest he's ever placed at a land was 3rd.
Yep.
And that was the last land that he went to.
Yeah.
Now the lowest he could possibly place now is 4th.
4th.
But he's going for that win. He wants to be able to get that PR1 back before going into BCX. What a crazy
that set was insane. Like, it went back and forth so much. Impala started off, I think he won game 1, right?
Yeah. He won game 1 after Sgrape
started off crazy.
Yeah, it was a full stock lead.
Yeah, and then Sgrape swapped characters.
Yeah, there's that pop-up from the Queen Eye victory.
Yeah.
Right? And that was crazy because we looked at Queen Eye and we were like, what?
Yeah.
What was this ready for?
It felt like every time he swapped, he had like a sudden burst of greatness.
Yeah.
But then after the second game on that character.
Yeah, the character was developed enough that Impala could not adapt in the middle of the game. But the second game afterwards, Impala completely changed how he played. Like, that Brawlhaven game was like, wow, how did the Mirage even win to begin with? And it was because he never let him land. He had a completely grounded play style. It was like End-Light, neutral sig, End-Light, whatever have you. It was so difficult for Sgrape to come back into that game. And Impala gives NA 2 players here in top 4, with 1 EU representative, that being Godly, undefeated so far in the bracket, and 1 from SA, which is Lorez, who has just barreled his way through the elimination bracket. And Sheepy, you're here back to talk about the matches that we just saw. This top 8 has been an incredible
phenomenal. Yeah, phenomenal. I can't even talk right now because that's how amazing it is. Yeah, I thank you for breaking it down of what region is still represented in the bracket, because I was just looking at that, and it's a EU land, but we only got one EU representation here. Wow. Anyways, I'm just kind of like speechless of all the different things that we've seen so far. Maybe we can talk a little bit more about like some of the matches that you guys have been casting this whole time in a little bit here. Phil, I do want to get your thoughts on everything thus far. How's it been?
It's been good. It's been good. I mean, twos was a little disappointing. EU kind of dominated that. I was hoping that Java and Luna would do better, but it's okay. Luna's doing insane in ones right now, so that's making up for it.
I love how you're talking about this to an EU crowd right now. You mean twos was incredibly rewarding, right?
Yeah.
Having 7.5 EU teams in that top 8. That was so awesome to see. And EU has been traditionally very good in doubles in international play. Seeing them here do so well in doubles of Valencia was very exciting.
Yeah.
And then at least here in top 4, I know that when it came to everybody that I was talking to out in the crowd today, when I was asking them what's their tag, how'd they do in bracket, all that sort of stuff. When I asked who they thought was going to win today, it was Godly that they were saying that they wanted to win it, right?
Yeah.
So if there was one EU player that had to be remaining, Godly would be the one to do it. And so I'm excited to see him up there. And I know, Phil, you're just happy that Luna's on that winner side as well.
I was like, I'm sure, Phil, you're really proud of Luna and where he's at right now, sitting nicely in winner's final here.
Yeah.
But we're going to take a quick break. Thank you so much, Phil, for joining us here on the lounge. But yes, one short little break here before we head into our top 4. Stay tuned. Don't go anywhere.
goes Luna. Another Saturn experience with back-to-back 1v2s. 3-0s, Luna and Pugsy.
And he still has a chance to get the W. Are you kidding? It's just struggling. They're doubling up. He goes all the way out there. What a ridiculous.
One of those barely situations. Team combo. Oh, the down stick into the neutral stick. And Pugsy.
Are you holding on the down air?
In the middle of two gauntlet players, this could turn bad, and there it is. It's gonna hurt. It's the worst. You are gonna lose game number 2.
String so many things together, both of his weapons looking good. My man is still sweating. He's dead. He's dead.
Hughes has done it. He has unseated Luna.
Vamos, Brazil! Oh my, oh my, oh my. You didn't need the extra hits, but he wanted them.
Headphones on. Impala. What an incredible performance. He is your 1v1 Brawlhalla World Champion.
Welcome back, everyone. BCX.live. You want to join in on that excitement that you just saw during the break. But guys, it's finally time to head into our top 4 of our singles competition. And soon, we'll be crowning a champion for Dreamhack Valencia. I'm joined by, of course, Duke and Sparky. Guys, what are your thoughts so far on this competition?
Well, the worst timeline is still possible. Godly's still here playing,
Okay.
but of course, we've got an awesome roster of people. Yuz is knocked out, so we're going to get a new champion here in just a little bit. But there's potential for Impala to reprise the crown. The storyline that is being developed right now is absolutely amazing, and I'm looking forward to seeing how it concludes for sure.
How poetic it is that it's still, at the end of the day, the EU dream in 1v1s comes down to Godly. What, EU out there, how y'all feel? Make some noise for Godly, y'all. Come on, it's your boy up here. He's representing your whole region. Everything's on his shoulders.
I feel like they would have popped more. Hey, if that was Moonier instead of Godly, how would y'all feel? They don't care.
Bro, they hate Moonier now.
They were hyped for Moonier earlier,
they
and they just
switched up
gave up.
so
Okay.
fast.
All right,
Fair
you're
weather
fine.
fans.
Never mind. Okay.
Fair weather
All right,
fans. There's
Godly's-
Godly.
I guess that's how hype EU gets for Godly, though.
On the screen right now, Godly. He said he's just got to lock in.
Yeah.
He was standing behind me while we were watching some of the other sets. He said he's just got to lock in. He's going to have to play against Luna. He said Luna is looking really, really strong today. He's also said that about Impala as well. Of course, both of those players are still in this bracket. Also said Lores is looking really good as well. I think he did. That might have been someone else. I don't remember. I hope I'm not putting words in his mouth. But man, this is our winners finals. This is another one of those times that Godly is really, really, really close to it.
It's so cool that it's kind of coming back down to this, something that we've been, again, wanting for so long. Going into the World Championship last year, we wanted that Luna versus Godly head-to-head. It went in favor of Godly, but he ended up getting knocked out by Impala. Then we continue on, and then like Godly has not been making it as far. We even still got to see them fight against each other, and Luna has been starting to beat out Godly, and now we're here again, but this time it's on EU turf. This time Godly is locked in. He's ready. He's put in the practice. Can he defeat Luna this time?
I'm saying no.
Ooh.
I'm saying he can't do it.
That's my job.
I'm
the one
saying
who's
he
supposed to
can't
say
do
no.
it. Well, everybody knows I'm a Godly hater.
Okay.
I'm a Godly hater through and through because I'm a Godly hater, but I love the guy.
Yeah.
He's one of my favorite players in the entire game. He's so fun to riff with. He's such a strong talent. Let's see what he's got for us here. We're moving in to the winners finals at Dreamhack Valencia. It's time.
It's time,
Ladies
guys.
and gentlemen, make some noise for winners finals.
Woo! Take it away, Duke, Sparky. The game's about to start here.
Thank you, Sheepy. We got Luna. We got Godly. No surprise that they're locking in with these characters. Luna, of course, on the Lucian. Godly has been playing this Chun-Li today.
Yeah, that was when we saw some Wushang in 2s. We were wondering, is he going to move that over into the 1v1s as well? So the fact that he has I mean, the experience that he had yesterday, he's bringing that practice over. Man, but Luna, dude, it's Luna. Come on, who are we talking about? We're talking about one of the best clutchers in the entire game right now. We saw his blasters earlier. They were going crazy.
Yeah, his blasters were looking so clean. I even saw on Twitter, like, after he got that reverse 3 on Impala, that people were like, yeah, Luna's kind of got this. He's playing on a whole different level right now. And you know, both of these players want to be going into the grand finals. Neither of them are yet to take that land victory, and both of them want it so bad. Right now, Luna back onto the stage with the down sig, but Godly had the control, got some good damage off of it.
Now, based on what I saw from Godly yesterday and what I've seen from Luna today, I would say the average of Godly's weapons are probably better than the average of Luna's weapons because of his Katars.
Okay.
I think the blasters, though, are better than both of Godly's weapons right now in Luna's hands.
Yeah, Luna's blasters are something special for sure. When he has that, when he's able to get that momentum with it, definitely an impressive weapon in his hands. His Katars, sometimes he's not able to get those reads as frequently, which makes them struggle a little bit more. Right now, definitely wants those blasters, wants to find that downlight for the KO.
Looking for the recovery, didn't quite find it. The neutral air. Godly spending some time over on the edge. Now he's back onto the main platform. D-Light into the recovery. Not going to be enough just yet. That defense just barely holding on from Luna's Lucian. Had plenty of room to find the follow-up. Neutral light after that. Didn't risk anything after that whiff D-Sig.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't have a true option off that blaster's neutral light, so went for something relatively safe. It's going to be a falling side air to finish off the stock, and just waiting. He has this timing. This is how he actually delays weapon spawns. He waits for the opponent to come in close, and then he starts doing that charge up. Like, he has a practice timing with that.
Now, one thing that I think will work in Godly's favor, maybe more than Luna's favor, is I would say the signature kit in terms of like safety. He didn't use it there. All he needed was light attacks on the gauntlets. But specifically the spear is like the spear side sig, dude. It is lightning fast. It's essentially a light attack, and the ability for Godly to just turn things around with that, it seemed like Luna was going to get something started there. I mean, he's continuing double dare 2000 coming out. The neutral air, though, from Godly's going to interrupt it a little bit, but he's taking some damage. That soft platform playing here for Luna. D-Light's the wrong way. Forced into the offstage. Godly's not going to pressure too much.
Yeah, that D-Light can be so devastating, just how many active frames he throws out there. Just huge punish windows for Godly. There's the downlight into the recovery, but the high ceiling. Luna not able to get the KO just yet. Chase dodging for the gravity cancel neutral sig.
Godly tried to punish high, but Luna was able to get back down on the ground and underneath it. Now Godly at the weapon disadvantage, finds his way up onto the soft platform around. Grabs the spear, the neutral signature, very solid, very safe as well. No, the down air was so late. I expected it so much earlier, but maybe Godly was trying to delay it, thinking that Luna would think it was coming. Ooh. There's that side sig I was talking about. This time it was from the far side of the stage. Back to the gauntlets, went for the GC in-light, gets punished.
Now Luna staying just underneath it. Managed to find that uppercut. Not enough to KO, but the Blaster's Sair will do it. But it's looking like a repeat of those starting stocks, because Luna, again, pretty damaged. Godly could come in. Not sure if a gauntlet neutral idle KO this time, but still, one hit away.
Luna's finding those pokes. Those follow-up side lights are such a safe option. He missed it, did get punished with a side air, but the damage he was able to put out, the pressure he was able to put out beforehand, the neutral lights, like you're seeing, those moves are not going to be the KO moves that Godly's needing right now. Is he going to try and go in maybe with a neutral signature? Has a lot of movement in it? No, just going to be a raw recovery as he's falling down onto a stacked Luna. Luna coming back in. No major time spent on trying to juggle those weapons and delay that spawn. Luna's Katars are coming in. I bet he's going to want to switch him out, but maybe he's going to go for the signature since he hasn't really relied on that too much this set so far. He's starting to take some damage. He's got to be careful. He's in the yellow. Godly's in the orange. Godly has stage control.
Still doable for Godly. Far from over. Luna kind of backing away. He's on those weaker weapons that we were talking about, right? He tends to be better when he's got those blasters in hand, so he'll make the swap. Also denying weapons from Godly. It's a good spot for Luna to be in.
Nice pivot on that neutral air so that he could hit the back side of it first and actually drift more to the right after he was finished. Had plenty of room, so he didn't get punished. Nice falling Sair, sending Godly over to the edge. The fast fall over onto the wall. He tried to do a little bit of a Perka pivot there. Didn't quite get it over the corner. It's a footsie game. Ooh. It's a poke game right now. There's a sidelight D-Light into the recovery. Didn't quite pick it up high enough for the KO.
Oh, but he reads the movement. Godly going to take game number one. Getting that recovery on Luna.
Last time they met at the Spring Royale, it was a 3-0. Luna on the Lucian forced Godly onto a Lucian pick, a Petra pick, and a Mordex pick. He had to run the stable and didn't find a single victory there.
since then. He's clearly picked up the Wushang, he's put in the practice, he's playing the Chun-Li, and it's definitely not like all about that signature K. He just likes both weapons a lot right now. His Gauntlet's looking clean, Spear looking clean.
Of course, Mordex is one of his most reported legends. Petra, one of his most reported legends as well, so he has that coming out. Spear, I'll say it a million times until I'm blue in the face, one of the most straightforward weapons in the entire game. Has an amazing light attack kit, has amazing KO options. It's truly such a rock of a weapon, like Sword, but you also have the added benefit of a lot of range there, giving you a lot of safety.
A lot of good tools inside that Spear kit. Also ends up having that Spear side signature that we were talking about. Such a good weapon, and we're getting into this next one.
3, 2,
no swaps on the characters.
brawl.
Oh, Godly went straight in for the neutral air, unarmed, didn't want to grab that first weapon. Luna's going to strip the second one away, even though it means he's on those Katars. He almost gets the third weapon spawn as well. The weapon toss was a little bit too close. Didn't want to risk being disarmed, so he took it back. That let Godly grab the spear. D-Light into the side air. Godly with that corner guard coming out. Nice spot dodge to get through the weapon toss. Luna without a weapon. Luna snakes the blasters out. Now he's in the territory he wants to be in.
No, but Godly is getting more neutral wins. Luna not getting as much damage onto Godly right now. Godly ends up catching him with that falling neutral air. Lots of floaty coming out from Godly right now.
Godly's not wearing the headset.
He can hear us. That's cheating.
That's wild.
Mid-set coaching.
It's working for him.
He
So
does get that
either
recovery.
we're saying the right things, or maybe Luna can still hear us through the headset, and maybe we're saying the wrong things for him. Out come those Katars for him. Man, look at that color scheme. Banging.
On who?
Who do you think? On Luna, of course.
Okay,
You think I'm just going to be like, yo, Red Chun-Li, though? Red Chun-Li, though. That's bussin'.
I've seen the Twitter pics of don't steal the fit, all right? I don't judge, all right? Still, Luna needing to find that finishing blow here onto Godly. Godly not quite in that KO percent where just like a raw recovery would do it. And Godly's also getting more damage put out on the Luna's second stock.
There's that falling side air. He tried to push the edge guard because it's side air over on the edge. Would have done a great job. Picks up the down air, bounce, side air. D-Light over the corner, had plenty of range, so wasn't worried about getting punished on that, even if Godly came over the corner very quickly.
Went for the down sig, but Godly's weapon toss actually interrupting there. Godly doing a really good job of jumping and then fast falling down. He was avoiding the startup of those down lights.
Oh, just above! That gravity cancel with the D-Light got him right above. The D-Lights are not hitting so far.
He's playing so well around Luna's blasters, not giving him any of the startup. Ooh, good movement. He gets underneath it, but he still needs his KO.
The timing on that, his fast fall to get down there and below, just touching that like tiny corner of the wall. On a lot of other maps, that wouldn't be that tough to do, but on this map specifically and other small sidewall maps, very difficult to get that and not go into all of the active frames on the GC down heavy.
The dodge up to avoid the end light. Godly falling down with the side air. Almost a full stock advantage over Luna now.
Looking at the potential for a 2-0 here as we push into game 3. If Luna doesn't find something and find it quick, he's not finding a weapon. Godly goes for the D-Light after the side light. Doesn't find the connection when he goes back to the stage. The weapon-starving game from Godly. Smart choice from him so far. Though the unarmed kit from Luna, it doesn't do the most damage per hit, but he's still finding some damage, not taking too much, but now the spear comes out from Godly. You got to worry about that range game, worry about the safety. Throws away the Katars immediately, and he's back to being disarmed.
Yeah, did not want those Katars at all, waiting for those blasters. Finally, they're going to spawn down, but a little too late. He's still a full stock behind. All these trades with Godly are not in Luna's favor.
Oh, he chase dodged up
triple!
the triple D-Light for the KO!
Godly saw the opportunity and he took it completely. A triple down light, getting him as high in the sky as possible and then leading into that recovery. Godly's now up 2-0 over Luna. The last EU hope is one game away from going into the grand finals.
Are they loading in yet? I hope we get to see the replay before they load in. If Godly, if you can hear me, delay loading back in. It's important. There it was. Absolutely beautiful. Now, Godly did say earlier that Luna's his demon. Luna is his demon, and he's excising that demon right now.
Yeah, he got the holy water, he got the cross in hand, even garlic, even though that's not really for demons. He's gotten everything that he could.
Pressure building.
What map?
On Luna right now. You can see basically all of the top line, except for Small Fortress of Lions, is on the board. What Western Air Temple? That was an easy choice for Luna.
He's minimizing the platforms right now.
Crazy that Enigma is still on the board. Enigma's still on the board.
Don't give him ideas. You're getting into his head. Okay.
Okay.
It's going to be Apocalypse.
I was worried. I was worried we were going to be looking at 3 soft platforms.
With the way that so many players like very adamantly don't like multi-platform maps, it's almost like a free ban sometimes.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like he's like, Godly's not going to go there, so I don't have to ban it. As we get into game number 3, Luna hoping to reverse 3 to get into the grand finals. Godly with the spear in hand.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, maybe he should have gone to a completely flat map here, but then you have to deal with like the poke potential. Okay, never mind. Qatar's coming alive here for Luna. Oh, he even hesitated on that one instead of immediately going into the down air the other direction like he did previously.
Good movement from Luna. He's forcing Godly into these sidelights, and Godly's picking the wrong direction on that 50-50.
There's the down air. Godly just lands right back on the platform.
Ooh. Missed the recovery, though. Luna lands down, picks up the blasters for a neutral light. Both of them in the red. Down light into the recovery. That's going to KO Luna with a slight lead.
45-second stock here. Has his choice of weapons, is actually sticking with the Qatars here. I mean, that's what's been working for him so far, specifically this game. He's found many ways in. He's found those long extended strings. He's found everything that you want to be doing with Qatars. He's done all the Qatar stuff already.
He's got a Qatar checklist, and he's slowly checking all the boxes. Has he gotten a neutral light into a read? Has he gotten just a raw nair while moving in the sky? Oh.
Now, we haven't seen too much off stage from these players. We've seen a lot of vertical KOs off the top. We've seen, of course, some far KOs off the left side and the right side, but they're always like above the main platform, really. No extended offstage engagements. As I say that, we see a little bit of one here. D-like ground pound. There's a weapon spawn on the stage. Luna does not care.
Instead, going in unarmed against Godly. Now he's going to back away over to the Qatars. Ooh, just outspaced by Godly there.
See if he can force him over onto the edge. Godly going to that soft platform for respite. The soft platform on Apocalypse has been really interesting because we regularly see players going over to it like for that breathing room, for that safe space. But we've also seen both of these players right here use it very aggressively, use it very offensively, finding stocks off of it as well. Both players.
That Darren not going to quite do it. Yeah. Ooh,
nice.
There's the down sig. Yeah, Luna in particular really likes to do a lot of like dash canceling on the soft platform, and then he'll like fast fall off of it and then jump back up, dash cancel again.
Couple of chase dodges coming out from Luna. One of the last times he did that, he found himself getting in a little bit of trouble. Ooh, extending these. The swagger coming out from Luna's Qatars. Second pair, he actually swaps over back to the more damaged pair between the two.
Want some dirt on it, you know? Got to get some of that like extra damage that you get, some dot damage.
It's like when you get a new bicycle, you need to bed in the brakes. So you need to like run it really fast and then kind of put the brakes down. There you go. Luna might come out on top with a 2-stock here. That'd be a good way to fight himself back into this.
Try again. This time it will KO. Luna going to get himself onto the board.
Keep in mind, he was down 0-2. He needed that to stay on the winner's side of the bracket.
You can hear the bias in the crowd, though, for sure. Like,
yeah,
Godly gets a stock, crowd pops off, Luna takes a game, silence.
I don't know if Spanish crickets sound any different than American crickets, but it was definitely crickets out in this crowd.
I wish I knew Spanish onomatopoeia to give a good, like, joke, but I don't.
But I bet if Godly went on, people be going crazy. The EU Dream, man. I do love to see the EU Dream. I love how proud they are of their region, even in the tough times. And EU's had plenty of tough times. I love how they still root for their players.
Oh, you know they want it, though. To be able to go home with a gold medal in 1v1 and 2v2, something that has not happened for the European region yet.
That would be wild. That would be an amazing testament to the resilience of EU and how they've adapted over the years through all the different players. But now Godly's over on the edge. We're seeing Luna start to push these offstage engagements more.
Missed the downlight, though. Godly goes up high. Nice pogo. Gets himself back down a little bit closer to the stage. Still coming back up.
Now he's starting to nair more. I was talking to Sandstorm earlier, and he said, I'm going to go get water, count how many times Luna nairs. Oh, nice pickup on the down air. The side air as well. The weapon toss goes high. That almost picked up the hit onto Godly, but of course Godly had enough time to get to it. Blaster's coming out looking so good for Luna right now. Not going to get caught even with the whiff on the D-Sig. Godly really hasn't been able to punish these D-Sigs. He hasn't been hit by too many of them, but he's not finding the punish on them. Seeing the dashes really quick coming out from Luna. He's got to be feeling pretty confident, even though the lead is pretty small right now.
Okay. I like that Bakey, that jump, fast fall down, baiting out an action from Godly. Didn't get anything out of it, though. Nice pick up there. Going to punish that whiffed N-Sig weapon toss. Needs more. Godly covers himself with a weapon toss. He'll get back onto the stage.
The immediate pickup into the sidelight. The recovery does KO off the top. Around maybe 60 to 70 damage on this second stock. But Godly, I feel like he's just kind of struggled to get those big damage dumps really going, those long extended strings. Just found a nice 3-piece. Now it's a 4-piece, 5-piece.
Starting to get that momentum. Just needs to lock in a little bit more and finish out this game. He's currently up 2-1. If he gets these 2 stocks, he goes into the grand finals.
He's actually taking the damage lead here, so now he can trade 1 for 1, and it's going to be in his favor. Beautiful neutral sig coming out. This time, he ended up catching Luna high.
Yet to find any damage on the Godly in a hot minute. Finally starts to get some hits here and there. Dashing around a little bit, falling
nairing
neutral air.
more.
Down sig misses, though.
It feels like the more that Luna nairs, the better his Katars do, rather than just initiating with sidelights and down airs. He's playing Katars more like a Katar player.
Ooh, but he gets caught moving across that soft
Oh, yeah,
platform.
crowd like that one.
Spear
Oh, yeah, you
recovery.
guys like that
yeah,
one?
now that Godly's in the lead, they're feeling real good. Ooh, tried to...
He wanted another down air, for sure. Or maybe he wanted to catch the bounce, but it didn't have enough damage on him. Oh, he thought he could drift. He didn't touch the wall. He was out of in-air movement, and he ended up falling. Unfortunately, that's so unlucky for Godly.
Yeah, he definitely had more health that he could have played with, but gonna fall there now. Final stocks, game number 4. Determines if we go to game 5 or if Godly goes to the grand finals. Luna and Pogo, he is behind. The weapon toss doesn't go over the corner.
Godly still in the damage lead. Again, has about a 60 to 70 damage lead here. The recovery picked up high, does send off screen, but not into the blast zone. Luna does not want to commit to a recovery just yet. He's just throwing out those neutral airs. Completely different Katars than he was playing earlier.
I mean, they're safe. Not getting many hits on the Godly,
the
man.
The footsie game between these two players.
Just the raw wake-up neutral light. Avoids it. Just a tap from Luna, though.
Godly knows how close he is.
That's a dodge.
Still not enough. One more would do it.
The other one.
I lied.
Maybe a third one. The down air from Luna, though. That'll do it. Godly's going to the grand finals.
That is a guaranteed top 2 placement from Godly. Is this finally going to be the land where he takes a gold medal home? He's been waiting all year for it. And he just slayed one of his demons, but because it was on the winner's side of the bracket, Luna's gonna go down. There is another chance for Luna. There's also another chance for Impala and Lores, but that means there's another chance for Luna to come back and fight against Godly.
Yeah, I mean, 2 of the 3 people on the elimination side of things have been demons for Godly. But right now, Godly has to be feeling good because he's sitting in those grand finals. He gets to sit back for a little bit and watch as the action plays out.
Did you put Godly in your predictions?
I did.
Silly. I'm going to be happy if Godly wins. I honestly would be. I'd be really excited. I'm ready for a Godly victory. I mean, he's locked in.
He's been saying, again, that he deserves it. He's been working for it. A lot of people believe that he's the one who can be the EU Dream, and right now they got to be believing in him.
Godly going to be going, of course, into the grand finals. That means our next set, we're moving on to Impala versus Lores. Battle of the Kayas.
Yeah. So if you're a Kaya hater, this is your Band-Aid ripping moment.
Sandstorm.
Yeah. Sandstorm, that's Meg D as well.
Yeah.
This This is, you rip off the Band-Aid, because after this, there's only one Kaya left. You know, you got to get all this pain out now so that you don't have to deal with as many Kayas later on. But there you're seeing the stats from the last game. Godly putting out 614 damage versus the 466 from Luna.
That's such a disrespectful in-game screen from Chun-Li. She's cheesing there.
I think that's like from Street Fighter 2.
I believe it is as well. Look at some of the stats. See if there's any noteworthy out there. Going to be Luna putting out essentially 1/3 more light attacks than Godly put out. A lot of those were going to be those guitar nairs. On the signatures, 4 of them came out. I'm trying to think. I can't remember. Did he do any down signatures in the final game on the Blasters?
I think did maybe one.
Okay. Didn't end up hitting any of them. 466 damage came from Luna compared to the 614 from Godly. So it's about 205 on average if you spread that across the 3 stocks. But here we go. Impala versus Loris.
A lot of pressure on the shoulders of Impala. That's what happens when you get crowned the world champion, is basically every single time you lose a set, that person gets to feel like they are the world champion. There is a lot of pressure on Impala right now, and we'll see how well he can handle it. As up next, he's going into Lores, the up-and-comer for the South American region.
Now, one of the interesting things is they've never met in tournament before, despite, of course, both being at San Diego and Dallas. And even at Dallas, Impala got 3rd place. Lores got 4th. So they were really, hold on.
How does that work?
I don't know how that works. Hold on. Hold on.
How did he get 4th without
Let's get to the bottom of this real quick.
Oh, wait, no. If Impala went topside and then loses in winner's final, then he gets there.
Yes.
And
the stats are true.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Creed.
Well...
Nah, I'm not. I'm really not. No, I am. I love the stats. I love the stats. It's okay. It's okay. There's Lores. Look at his earnings, man. 20K. That's been a very recent development for young Lores, with solid land placements in both game modes with different teammates in 2v2.
Dude, he's been amazing in the 2v2 space too.
Yup.
His performance at Dallas and this weekend as well. Like, you got to give him a lot of credit for being a really strong 2v2er, but this is the 1v1s where he's also pretty good. So
he's been running through the bracket today, man. There were pretty much every player that he's gone up against in the top 8 side of things. Like, I was sweating a lot, and I was thinking that, yeah, this is, he's had a great run, but I think this might be the end of it. It happened with Sandstorm. Then when he went up against Wes, and I saw like game 1 against Wes, I was like, hey, I'm proud of him, but I think the road is over here. And then he finds himself against Impala here. It was a 3-0 against Sandstorm, a 3-1 against West. Meanwhile, once Impala got into the top 8, he lost 1-3 to Luna, went down into the elimination, 3-2 against Sgrape. A very tough game 5 there, but of course in the final game, he absolutely adapted. That Queen Nai just couldn't hack it anymore, and Impala came out on top.
Yeah, Sgrape really felt like he was starting to reach towards the tail end of that, right? Like, ended up pulling out the Mirage as well. He's really just trying to find which character was going to work well against Impala, but Impala just the type of player who likes to stick to his guns. He's a blobfish through and through, like
he's
you said.
He's the blobfish. This is his environment. We're 4,000 feet down. It's like 1.2 kilometers. You know how far down that is? It's really far down.
I understood it better when you said feet, because I don't really understand.
But like, we're here, so I thought it would also
you had to do the translation.
give the kilometers. And where is the Miami Dome? Like, it's
in
Miami.
Underwater.
Okay, it is underwater. So yeah, watch the blobfish, baby. He's underwater. This is his territory. You got to be careful.
Well, we'll see if Lores can take him out of his comfort environment as we get into game number 1. Lores and Impala again, the battle for the Kaya.
So yeah, this is kind of a dream set for the Kaya fans out there, because you're getting like essentially the 2 best Kayas in the entire game going against one another, and both of them, Lores already coming out early with this stock, just 35 seconds in, making a big statement here in game 1 in the elimination bracket.
Impala backing away, needs to get a lot more damage onto Lores right now, because Lores just barely ticking into the orange. Got the bow in hand.
These are 2 true Kaya mains as well. This isn't like Boomy playing Diana against like Nees' Diana, where there's a chance that they'll swap to any number of characters. Like, these are two Kaya players who have pushed this legend so far.
Falling there from Impala. That looked almost like a celebratory end sig.
Yeah.
How he was just kind of throwing that out there.
Could have been a bait, maybe expecting Impala to fast fall into it. Dude, Impala, he's got a huge lead now. Just in the orange, maybe around 60 damage on this stock. Impala's got some room to go. He's sitting in the middle of the stage, does get hit back over to it. That gives Lores time.
Okay. Just watching the reaction there off the side light. No true follow-ups, even though people will get caught by that bread and butter, the 3-piece from the bow.
We're just going to get some serious bow and spear gameplay here. It's going to be a lot of raw neutral between these two players.
No, but Laura's kind of winning out in the neutral again. Goes for that slide charge down sig. This time throwing out the elephant, throwing out the side sig. He's throwing out all the sigs, but it's the side sig that connects, and Lores is up over Impala.
Now, I like that he threw out the neutral signature first, because that kind of covers close and aerial, and then he also threw out the signature that goes far range, far away from you, but also low to the ground. So he's mixing that up, grabbing those two different options in case the Mammoth didn't hit, which it didn't, and then he runs away.
And recovery coming out from Impala. I think that's one thing we'll see if we look at just the stats at the end of this game specifically, is that Lores is much more willing to throw out those signatures than Impala.
And that's something that Impala does, and then he doesn't do. It's very binary in that sense of like, oh, I'm feeling really, really good, I'm feeling confident, it's signature time, or we're in this economy, baby. You can't just be throwing out signatures like that anymore. We're not in 2021.
Those signatures come at a cost, and Impala not willing to pay it all the time.
He's paying it for it right there after missing that, but nice turnaround into the side air. Again, the lead for Lores is a little bit bigger this time, closer to 80 to 90 damage. That means Lores might be in the red sometimes, or Impala might be in the red sometime soon. I'm going to get these two confused the entire time.
Two Kayas on the screen, but he avoids the down heavy. He's so close to that, but he manages to get around it.
I mean, who's going to know the absolute limits of that signature better than Impala, but he doesn't know it well enough to take the victory here. Lores. He's looking good. He's looking confident. I know he wasn't feeling well earlier. He may not still be, but I wouldn't be able to tell from his gameplay.
Yeah, I mean, if he is physically not feeling well, maybe that's the secret, because he's playing incredibly well this weekend, and he is up over the current world champion on the world champion's character.
That's like Remy. Back when he used to play twos, it's like if it was a land and Remy spit up, you know it was going to be a good land for Remy.
If he didn't throw up, then he wasn't going to perform very well.
You can see the movement there from Lores, and actually, you know, I haven't noticed as much dashing and all of the APM coming out from Impala. I don't know if that's him just like deciding not to do it because it wasn't working, or if that's him being like, I gotta save my wrists, I gotta save my fingers. It's not a sustainable play style.
But now we're seeing Impala make the aesthetic swap, but it's the swap over to Lores' skin.
Yeah.
Which has not been the one that he usually swaps to. I believe he swaps to like the Greek-looking one.
Still wanted to be there for some unarmed pressure. Didn't immediately go over to that weapon, but he did eventually end up there picking up the bow. Lores over on the edge. Impala basically playing at center stage, not wanting to pressure off stage whatsoever. Feeling confident in the raw neutral gameplay, although he is still behind here.
Pogo. Saw Lores do so much work with those pogos, but he eats the ground pound, eats the weapon toss. Impala in the lead.
Big into that first stock. Man, the EU crowd just doesn't want North America at all. Even after that KO, I heard like one person clapping.
Dude, the EU crowd, they're that guy in chat who's like, when's Pavelski play?
Lord knows we don't have enough of those people out here.
Oh, good
the
spot
dodge to get through the D-Light. Doesn't have a lot of active frames. He went for the raw side air after the side light rather than going for a read. He's still throwing out those side airs. Wants to find this KO to fight his way back into this one. He's very far behind Impala at this point. That bow ground pound really paid so much for Impala.
Now, Lores had the weapon advantage for a brief moment there, but Impala managed to pick up a bow of his own. Both of them on the outside, trying to just find the furthest hitbox they can.
Laura's starting to find some good damage, just barely gets away from that neutral light. Impala back over on the edge. No major commitment from Lores, but he's over there in case Impala comes back over the corner, whether he recovers high, whether he recovers low.
Ooh.
Nice.
Just raw GC and Sig catching Lores. That's something Impala's very willing to do. Utilize that kind of movement inside the NSIG and throwing out that hitbox. Oh,
nice pickup on that.
Almost evened it too, and it will with the recovery from Lores.
Is he going to stick with the bow or swap to the spear? He's going to be sticking with that bow. Impala without a weapon, tried to go in with an unarmed neutral light. Does pick up the bow instantly.
Lores from Lores.
He has so much flow in his bow. I absolutely love watching it. Impala's is fantastic as well, but Lores' bow is really shining right now.
Oh.
Down air?
Stage.
Oh, no, it's a turnaround side air.
Still touch, though. Gets back up. Ends up disarming himself. Avoids the side Sig. There's the weapon spawn on the right side. Impala backs away for it. Throws away the spear.
Gonna have to wait just a few seconds for that next spawn. It's gonna favor Lores, and he grabs the bow almost immediately. The neutral air off the top. Even hits with that just a little bit more damage.
Oh!
And that's gonna grab and scoop Lores in an amazing spot. You see Wes right there clapping.
Little bit of him might be sad because it's not him up on the stage, but he's also happy because it's South American representation, and Lores currently up 2-0 over the current world champion.
Because that ground pound, man, that ground pound was a tough start. Like, look at the top right of the screen. The lead that Impala had after he got the bow ground pound to finish off that first stock of Lores. He kept it going, and then all of a sudden, even with that, look at the lead that was there. Impala was only halfway through his second stock, and then this was huge. This was a pretty early KO, finishing off with that recovery, and then the final stock. That was the main evener right there. As he spawned back in, was white right alongside Lores, and then that final stock, that was Lores' for sure.
Game 3. Can Impala do it? That's twice now. He hits the downlight, but can't get that neutral light follow-up. Neutral light trying to chase for that recovery, but didn't quite get the hit. Down sig thrown out. Lores avoids it.
If I'm Lores right now, I'd be looking for a bow. I think the bow v bow gameplay really started to favor Lores, especially there at the end. And he's going to swap immediately over to it. Neutral air, juggle attempts, okay. We're seeing some of those really fast inputs again coming out from Impala, maybe feeling a little bit more comfortable. He knows he's down 0-2, so at this point, it's do or die.
Got to use everything in the toolkit at this point. Down here's into the ground right there. Good spacing. Down sig will connect for Impala. He takes the first stock.
Had enough active frames to get through the dodge. Laura's going to be spawning back in. Impala going to be relying, of course, on that bow. Nice lead here, only about halfway through his first stock. Trying to keep the pressure going off stage. The recovery gave Laura's enough room to get back on the stage. Going to try and slide charge the D-Sig there over on the corner. Oh, those exclamation points started to come out for a second, but Laura's able to get back. Nice downer. Can he end this quickly? Again, a D-Sig. Again, a D-Sig.
Wasn't able to slide charge it. Was expecting for the dodge in. Impala with the dodge down. This time the down sig connects, but it's not going to KO.
He gravity canceled that one. Got right over the hitbox from Impala. He's playing this low! And Impala now with a 2-stock lead. The major commitment on the edge. He saw Lores dip like right under the stage, right around that corner. Knew he was going to be recovering low and absolutely destroyed him.
Impala really starting to pick apart Lores here, but Lores with the side sig. Catching that backdash movement from Impala.
Lores again, 3-0'd Sandstorm, 3-1'd Wes, and now he's up 2-0 against Impala. But Impala has a massive lead here. Lores is really starting things off. He did drop that side air. The spot dodge is able to get through the final frames because Impala pulled out of that ground pound early.
The pogo there. Nice recovery. Lores top of the map. Here's a dodge, but Impala not in position for it. Pogo and Impala going to put himself on the board.
Keeping himself in this, he needed that victory. It's now 1-2, and we're going to head into Game 4. Lores needs a simple I say simple.
Simple. You just got to beat the world champion.
It's just 3
one
stocks
more
at the end of
game.
the day. You can't look at it like that. You know, it's 3 stocks. You gotta live your life a quarter mile at a time. You gotta live your games 3 stocks at a time. And we're going back to the dome. The Blobfish, hoping he can take a victory here. I hope he doesn't hate that. He might hate that. He probably hates that. I should probably stop saying that.
You got to get his approval for the next metaphor you want to give him.
I mean, I feel like it's only fair. Like Cody Travis didn't like Big Bite Cody Travis.
Did he not?
No, he did not like that. That didn't stop me though.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Here on Miami Dome, Impala again starting off with the bow. Lores hasn't swapped over to the bow of his own. There is a weapon spawn on the field, and they're just kind of playing around it. Almost playing like it's not even there. The neutral light coming out from Lores. Ooh, the dodge down from Impala after that side light.
Talking about the APM from Impala, like it just keeps increasing. His dash canceling, he'll do those dash jump, dash cancels so often. Really trippy, but Lores does find the hit. Downlight side air, doesn't hit the down sig. Oh, that time he does. Catches the dodge in from Impala.
Lores probably, I would say, uses that D-Sig probably just a little bit better than Impala, but I don't think it's going to take very long for Impala to really notice that and be like, oh yeah, that's a tool I'm going to put in my toolkit from now on.
Corner, down sig, Lores manages to come up, but the end sig will connect. Not enough to KO though.
Covers low with the D-Sig, then covers high with the neutral sig.
Oh, and covers the middle with the side sig.
Where it's such an even game, man. I love watching this. I love 2 masters of their legends just absolutely going at it.
That they are right now. Lores on the spear. Generally does better in the bow v bow against Impala, but there's no weapon spawn, so he has to play this spear matchup.
He's really started to rely on the spear more. As Impala has really leaned into the bow, it seems like Lores has really been focusing on the spear quite a bit. Back-to-back inlights, goes for the jump, neutral air, doesn't actually make a connection, gets punished for it, just barely gets through that ground pound. I was seeing shades of one of the previous stocks that Impala took.
So many jump scares, nobody gets KO'd just yet. Side sig thrown out, there's a punish from Lores, and it leads to an end sig, but it's not enough.
Impala, without a weapon, he's going to be able to grab that one very quickly. Down air, bouncing off the stage. D-Light into the recovery. That barely KO'd. I almost thought he was still going to be living after that, but no, it was just enough. A small lead for Lores here. One more stock separates him from victory, but one more stock separates him from a Game 5 if we're talking about Impala's POV.
Impala with the damage advantage, weapon advantage, had the center stage control as well. Gets a nice little neutral light. Lores again in the spear versus Impala's bow.
Just a cheeky down air over the edge. He did stop and land right on that corner, but no punish came out from Lores. There's the side light. Ooh, just waited for the in light. He was going to catch Lores in the air.
Jump over the nair from Lores. Another juggle. Ooh, just narrowly avoids the end sig.
Recovery coming out. The nice 2-piece from Lores. The D-Sig coming out. Impala stayed away from it. Neutral signature from Impala, and that's enough. We're going to Game 5.
Game 5, momentum on Impala's side. He's won the last 2 games. Lores gets it close, but Impala's the one to finish it out. Who's going to be the closer for this Game 5?
Seeing the replays from the last game on Miami Dome. It had to come down to a Game 5, of course.
Had to. In a battle of the Kayas, has to go to Game 5.
Who will be able to survive the long winter, even though it's a gorillion degrees outside and a gorillion degrees -1 inside? Who can beat the heat? Who do you think?
Put me on the spot like that.
Well, yeah, here, I'll help
Team
you
Impala.
out. It's Lores. The answer's Lores.
Okay, well, I'm Team Impala.
Because he's my guy, even though I said Impala's going to win the tournament.
Yeah. Well.
3, 2, 1, brawl.
We're on Apocalypse, baby. You can see the fire in the background.
Last opportunity for both of these players on the elimination side. Who's going to make it into the top 3? Will it be the South American? Will we get all 3 regions represented in our top 3? Or will Impala take out the final South American? He's getting the juggles.
He's turning it up here. It's Bo v Bo this game. There hasn't been a weapon spawn in quite some time. Not sure if Lores is going to want to swap back over to the spear. He was playing a lot of spear gameplay last game in Impala's bow, and it didn't go well for him.
The neutral light just narrowly beating out that down air from Lores. Down sick thrown out.
The recovery's still coming out from Impala. He picks up the GC Insig.
Lores with a reaction on that one. He felt that one in his bones.
Impala starting to run away with game 5 here. He's barely in the orange.
Right there. Looking for more. Doesn't hit the pogo. Impala with the spacing in the offstage. Down sick thrown out. Lores not able to get the hit. Recovery. Not enough.
That's the defense of Kaya.
Oh, that's a punish.
D-Light ground pound. Decent damage given the unarmed kit. He's not even pressing instantly into that weapon spawn. He's backing up just a little bit. Lores can't find a single hit on him.
He keeps expecting Impala to get over eager, go towards that weapon spawn. He's covering, but Impala's really taking his time. He's very methodical with it. Doesn't even pick up the bow there. There's a weapon spawn. Lores denying.
Lores unable to find a Sair in the right position, unable to find a recovery in the right position, unable to find a D-Light to set up into the Sair or the recovery in the right position. Stuck over on the edge. He's now red. Impala with a complete full stock lead.
Oh, another recovery. Impala. Oh, there's no weapon for Lores. It's a downlight recovery. He finally finds a KO tool, but he is deep red.
Swapping back over to the bow. We'll see if he's able to continue the weapon starved game. Expecting a little bit of a dodge back in. Oh my goodness. GC side heavy from the unarmed kid of Impala. Back to a 1 stock lead.
Where did that come from? That's just out of nowhere. Jump, gravity cancel, side heavy to take Lores down to his final stock here.
It's so funny to see the moments where they're absolutely in sync with one another, doing the exact same move but mirrored the other direction.
There's those moments where just Kaya brain kicks in. Side light just going for the downlight. Downlight neutral light on Impala's side.
Just kind of trading back and forth. And that's not good if you're a Lores fan out there because Impala has a full stock lead. Now the juggle game coming.
Impala is just avoiding the signatures now from Lores. Lores has been doing those same reads that worked so well in game 1 and game 2, but Impala is now starting to be ready for them. Down sick thrown out, Lores goes in.
Tell you what, if there's ever been a definition of dodge circles, this game has a lot of dodge circles in it. There's the recovery.
Enough?
Even though it was over on the right side, not enough to KO. Lores following up with a side air.
Can he do it? Can he go untouchable and get the W here over the world champion?
Not sure if he's quite in the red yet. We'll see when he gets hit next. Whether or not he's past that 150 damage threshold. He hasn't been hit yet.
Oh,
I'm okay to not know that information. There's the recovery.
Sair launches Lores. Can't afford to take too many more hits. The recovery gets him back up, though. Side sig will do it. Impala gonna win out 3-2 over Lores. He's going into the top 3.
That was a reverse 3 from the world champion himself in the Kaya mirror match. That is going to be Lores finishing today in 4th place here at Dreamhack Valencia.
Still, got to give him so much love. An absolutely amazing player. Great representative of the South American region. But for now, his journey is done. He played so well. I mean, it's a Kaya mirror match against the world champion, and he was up 2-0 at the beginning of it. Like, you got to give him so much props.
He had some momentum on his side, but the clutch factor from Impala was too much. What a performance. What a player. Those D6 really on the bow, they just all of a sudden stopped working because Impala realized, like, I'm just going to get away. I'm just going to stay away from them. I'm not going to try and punish. Sometimes I know when they're coming, and I'm just going to completely overspace them so they don't make a connection. And once those signatures really stopped working for Lores, you really saw him struggle to find those KOs, to really have those, like, big moments where he was putting the fear in his opponent, saying, hey, you got to watch out because, boom, here comes a neutral signature. Boom, here comes a down signature.
Impala was just... He was able to stay in that pocket and just keep that pressure going on Lores once he started figuring out, oh, I need to make sure I'm dodging correctly. Like, even just a second ago in that last highlight, it was a dash jump forward into a dodge up diagonal away that really tripped up Loris, and then he ended up coming back down, coming in that jump, gravity cancel, side heavy. There you're seeing the damage put out, but what I want to highlight is Loris' signature accuracy. 0% of them connected onto Impala.
It's funny because you look at the light attack, and I mean, there's 4 light attack difference between them. 79 from Impala, 83 from Loris, and they essentially hit basically the exact same number of light attacks. It seems like it really did come down to those signatures. I mean, shoot, throwing out 7 and hitting 43% of them? You think Babe Ruth hit 50%? Ain't no way, and he's one of the best to ever do it. People still talk about him.
Wow. Now you're seeing that's the trophy, and behind it is Luna, but the trophy is obviously what they are playing for. They want to go home with that trophy. And shout outs to the audience. I know I've been saying it across this weekend, but like this audience has been basically full every single time a set has been playing. So EU audience, even though y'all are cheering for the wrong person, like shout outs to y'all.
The only time it hasn't been full is because like there's an amazing set going on off stream, and then like when that finishes, you see like you hear everybody yell, and then they come back over here and they sit down and they park it right here to watch the rest of the sets on the main stream. But we went from 2 players who had never run into each other in bracket despite placing in similar places to 2 players who have a lot of history between them. In terms of matches, it's 2-8 in favor of not the world champion, but Luna.
But in recency, how close is it?
Let's see it. Dreamhack Dallas. That was in January, February, March, April, May, June. That was June 2nd. That was a 3-2 for Luna. Before that, at Moose Wars Rodeo Rumble, a 3-1 for Luna and a 3-0 for Luna. Moose Wars Coral Clash, a 3-0 for Luna and a 3-1 for Luna. When was the last time Impala beat Luna, man? It was Moose Wars King's Crusade all the way back in March 19th. He beat him one of the sets they played, but the other 2, a 3-0 and a 3-1. These guys barely know how to go to game 5. Can they even count to 5? I'm not sure. It was back in February.
Look, Brawlhalla players don't need to count to 5. There are only 3 stocks.
In February, man, the beginning of February at the Winter Championship. That's like the only time they've ever gone. Yeah, that is. I'm scrolling. Yes, that's truly the only time they've ever gone to a game 5. And again, it went to Luna.
Luna has been doing better than Impala, although some might say, and the most important time is when Impala was able to get that victory. Again, he did knock down Luna in the World Championship, but since then, Luna's definitely had a target on Impala's back. He's been going into tournaments. You can tell, like, after online tournaments, he'll post, oh, I beat Impala, I'm feeling good. I want to take this energy into the next event, and he's trying to take that energy here and go on into Godly. Whoever wins this will be going into the grand finals to fight Godly.
So I'm really curious how the crowd feels about this. I want to hear a round of applause. I'm going to ask for Luna, and then I'm going to ask.
Round?
Well,
like a golf clap?
No, I just want to see who they want to win. Like, let's say, make noise if you want Luna to win this one. Wow. Make noise if you want Impala to win this one. The EU crowd just absolutely does not care about North American players whatsoever. And Goofy is right here in the front, and I'm making eye contact with him, and he's silent. Absolutely silent.
Is there a world where they both DQ out? Like that's
Can they break some rules up
here?
Can we just
give Godly the trophy?
Who would you rather Godly face? Would you rather Godly face Luna? Make some noise. This is
3, 2.
All right, we're just going to get into this.
In a lot of ways, that's an endorsement. They're afraid of him.
Okay, so do you want Godly to face Impala? Okay, they gave me something there. We'll work with that. So EU wants Impala to win because they think Godly has a better chance against Impala than Godly does against Luna.
Well, the stats do lean in favor of Luna, including the stats today. If I'm not mistaken, Luna did get that W over Impala. We'll see if he can do it again. Offstage opportunity, doesn't hit the dare, hits the Sair. Impala did get the wall touch though.
Oh, he almost got around it, but it still made contact. Impala just a little bit behind here. The Luna Blasters, man, they've been too much for so many different players. The fact that he forward dashed to get off of the platform. Okay, over on the edge, still picked up the neutral air.
Downlight side air, launching Impala away. Impala very damaged right now. A down air might do it, or just going to do it with weapon tosses. No, Impala gets back up safely.
Well-placed weapon toss is going to be a little bit smaller, not quite as small as Qatar's, but he wasn't doing that with a spear. He wasn't doing that with a lance or an axe. He was doing it with those blasters. KO off the top. Luna's going to have himself a nice lead just a little bit over a minute into this game. Has the weapon advantage as well, continues that, grabbing a second pair of Qatar's, this time fresh and new.
He's been very active traveling around the map trying to deny weapons from Impala, but Impala still manages to pick up a spear. No punish. Well, a soft punish. He gets that sidelight in there.
Man, everyone thought North America was cooked after yesterday, and we have 2 of the top 3, baby. It's feeling good. One of them...
Hey, kitchen's not closed just
true.
yet.
That's true.
The grand final still has to happen.
I'm not counting my chickens before they hatch, but still, 2 of the top 3, that's pretty dang good.
Falling side air from Luna. He still maintains this slight lead over Impala. Light, chase dodge up, but reads for a GC downlight.
Gonna need a recovery to KO. I don't even know if a D-Light neutral light would get the KO here. The weapon toss is just messing up Impala's timing on his movement. That is something he's gonna have to worry about. If he's dashing all over the place and doing what he was doing earlier after dropping, he even waited for that one. The damage is still being added up by Luna. He has almost complete control as he gets knocked out. About 110, maybe 120 damage lead in favor of Luna as he picks up a set of Qatars.
Impala maintaining that center stage control. It's going to have to figure out how to get in on him. Side light, neutral light, down Sig, and Impala down to his final stock here in game number 1.
It seems like Impala is desperately trying to slow things down. Very similar to, who did he play earlier? Was it Megd or was it Radish? It was Megd. Hoping to maybe get back to that pace, but like Luna, you saw him, he was spending some time in between his initiations as well and was still able to find the stock. So even though you want to slow it down against Luna, against a Qatar player, you think they're always, oh, Lucian, high speed, go, go, go. But Luna's doing a great job. When Impala wants to slow it down, he finds his way in, he finds priority even though he doesn't have the range.
Ooh. That pogo, you saw the stars come out. Luna still had enough movement there. That's one thing that's nice about the Lucian is you got enough movement speed, you can drift back towards the stage sometimes.
I thought he was going to stop on the soft platform, but he fell right through it, so he didn't get the touch initially. Now he got it, but he was in sweat beads, almost got the spike on the bottom side of the neutral air. Picks up that weapon as well, but the unarmed recovery from Impala. Still about 120 damage behind Luna. He had weapon advantage, still has weapon advantage, even after that spear toss-up. Spawn comes in, Luna grabs the Qatars.
Definitely still in the realm of possibility for Impala. Not quite KO'd just yet. Luna maintaining this corner, goes in, gets that down air weapon toss, and he backs away expecting the weapon toss up from Impala.
Okay, we've seen Luna burn a little bit of his dodges coming back in. You saw him as he went over that corner, was in sweat beads. Is he going to be able to confirm this edge guard? Yes, he is. Impala takes game 1 here of the elimination finals against Luna.
Luna got a little greedy there. He went in for that Qatar down signature, and Impala took full advantage of it. Sair, Dare, positioned perfectly for the ground pound to close out game number 1, which was looking pretty good for Luna up until that point.
Remember, the last time Impala beat Luna was in March of this year. And it wasn't on LAN. That was a community tournament online. The last time it happened on LAN, of course, was the World Championship. Every single set they played, and it's numerous, it's many different sets, Luna has come out on top.
Many sets in many locations, but right here now is where it matters the most. Impala, bow in hand. He's been doing so much work with it against so many opponents.
We'll see if we get more Blasters gameplay this game as compared to the last one that was dominated a lot by the Qatars. Going over the edge with the down air, trying to pressure. Ends up getting punished for it, and then, even before he lands back on the main stage, eats a neutral signature as well.
Goes in for the nair, ends up picking up the Qatars at least. Both of them in the red. Impala, a little bit more range advantage.
There's the weapon spawn coming in. It's back to the Blasters. Tried to find the neutral air, but the down air from Impala had the right timing and the right placement.
Down Tick thrown out. Impala stays underneath it.
That time, Luna's not able to cover his whip with a neutral light, but he does pick up the D-light into the recovery. Just over a minute into the game, a small lead for Luna.
Got the guitars. Generally really good against unarmed, but Impala out spacing down light. Gravity cancel neutral heavy. Wanted to guarantee it.
2 quick weapon spawns coming in. Impala's able to grab it, and Luna's just pushing weapon spawn on the soft platform. The recovery's coming out from Impala. He even extends off of the soft platform.
Dodge to avoid the GC downlight. Staying low there. Down air, offstage opportunity. Weapon toss, coverage for Impala.
After that weapon toss kind of cleared where Luna was, you saw him immediately move back over, hoping to find maybe another down air, maybe a spike. He's finding him on stage, almost picked up that neutral light after as well. He's done a great job evening this up. He's still a little bit behind.
Close for that side light to hit. It's got that dead zone inside of it. Down air, catching the movement of Impala, neutral light. It's getting good damage, but he needs to get that KO. Impala on the other side, hitting that side air, hits the side sig. Impala hit another one.
The aerial gameplay is too much for Luna's downlights. Even though it has a lot of range in terms of left and right, it does not have a lot of priority in terms of up and down. So you just got to be just a little bit off the ground. Perfect territory for a gravity cancel signature that Impala's been using really well on both weapons to get over that D-light, prevent the recovery from coming out after that, and also finding some damage of his own. But we are even on this final stock. Damage lead favoring Impala just a little bit.
Trying to catch that dodge up with that neutral air. Impala staying just below Luna, getting some good juggles.
Falling Nairs continues. Even got the weapon toss hit. Going back over to the blasters. Over on the edge, Impala. It's going to be really tough to find priority against blasters Nair with any move, even spear down air.
Trying to catch the landing, throws out the neutral light. Impala caught by the GC downlight.
Damage lead favoring Luna now. Just a little bit neutral signature. The defense of Kaya holding on. No pressure in the off stage. He just wanted to strip the field of weapons, but Impala is able to grab that second spawn.
Air?
Almost immediately. I expected the dare into the side air. That made a connection, and that was a KO. That must have been so close to not meeting the blast zone.
That had just enough behind it. 2-0 lead in favor of Impala. You said it already. The last time they went to game 5, it went in favor of Luna, but that was like a year ago?
That was a winter championship.
Okay.
It feels like 100 years ago at this point. After the 2 lands we've had this year at San Diego and Dallas, now the 3rd one this year being at Valencia. There's only one left, baby. It's the World Championship. Absolutely nothing from either player here. Complete focus, complete lock-in. Of course, absolutely nothing as well from the EU crowd.
They're also focused and locked in.
They're saving up their energy for the Godly set so that they can give Godly everything that they have. We're talking a lot of trash to the EU crowd, but yeah, they really have been great. Yeah. They really have been great. Honestly, I like that they don't care about North America. I think that's funny. That's cool.
Look, it's fine. NA just does it back to them whenever they're in.
They have their mission directive.
Yeah.
They only care about accomplishing the mission, and that is an EU victory. But before that, one North American player is going to go home in 3rd place today. The other one will be going up into the bracket. Luna has already lost to Godly today. Impala hasn't had the chance to face him yet.
Well, Luna also has the opportunity to double tap Impala right now, take him out in the top side and the bottom side of the bracket. Impala, though, has the chance for that run back. We're going into it. No character swaps. Impala versus Luna. Luna has to win the next 3 games in a row if he wants to go to the grand finals.
Blasters are first weapon for Luna. The bow is the first weapon for Impala. Luna giving him a lot of room, just completely backing up, even putting his heels on the corner. When Impala moved in, he jumped into the air. He wanted nothing to do with him right away.
giving a lot of breathing room to Impala, but that just gives a lot of room for Impala to go forward. Stays inside of that weapon toss so we can maintain the pressure. Down air doesn't connect. Impala instead turning it around, goes for the recovery. That's great damage for Impala.
And I love that after he hit the D-Light ground pound and saw that he might be positioning for another one, he didn't get too greedy and try to grab another D-Light ground pound. He just hit the D-Light and was like, yeah, the better option here is the recovery because I have a massive damage lead here. If I just tunnel vision on finding the stock right now, there's a chance I'll make a mistake. Nice dash into the side light to get through the D-Sig that Impala had on the spear.
Impala throwing everything he can on the offstage, hoping to catch Luna with the weapon toss. Has him in the red, but Luna still alive, means he can still do damage.
Feeling comfortable that enough like low damage was done on Impala that he could still pick up the side light after the D-Light rather than going for the side air as the option. Great recognition from Luna that he could still pick that up.
Recovery from Impala will give him that stock advantage. Gonna juggle. Likely will be sticking with the bow, yeah.
A 3-0 would go crazy here from Impala. I don't know if Luna can come back because he would have to force a game 5, and again, these players do not know how to count to 5.
They don't. Again, those weapon toss ups from Impala have just been shutting down the offstage. The recovery from Luna cleans it up. Didn't take too much damage to get there.
We're seeing the D-Stick start to come out again from Luna. Now back over to the guitars. Picks up a nice 3-piece to open up this second stock of Luna. Also got the weapon toss. Is able to pick him back up. It eats a side light from Impala. No major offstage engagement.
Air coming out from Impala. Side air. Ground pound. Another one. Impala could get it, but the recovery from Luna helps him chase dodge to get back up.
After that weapon toss, wasn't able to find any connections, but still. He put the fear in Luna. Now continuing the damage with the spear, with the D-Light side air. Again, man, such a safe move, Blaster's neutral air. That's going to be a better option for Blaster's players than throwing the weapon up as your sort of line of safety.
Too high.
Just a little bit too high. Couldn't quite make a connection with the D-Light that would have led into a ground pound. Likely taking the stock. Luna back over on the corner here. Has the guitars in his hands. Spiking. That took away the recovery. Oh, no. Picked up the D-Light just a little bit too high. Couldn't find the ground pound.
Rough drops. Down light goes for the ground pound there. Impala with the weapon. Throws it away. Both of them in the offstage unarmed. Impala picks up the spear.
Even that boat down air, bouncing off the main stage, almost took out Luna. He has so much damage on this stock. But Impala also has a lot of damage on his stock as well. The unarmed recovery coming out. Luna's going to spawn back in. He may go for the unarmed KO here. I think there's enough damage. Dude, the neutral light almost sent Impala off screen to the left side. That Blaster's down air is going to do it. He needs the victory here. Luna is on tournament stock.
Who's going to be going into the grand finals to challenge Godly? If Luna wants to do it, he has to get the reverse 3. Just a side air. Neutral light. Getting some taps here onto Impala. Impala tapping back.
So far, he's playing this very slow, and he's going to go in with the ground pound.
He
Tries to
can't
find a
dodge!
second one. Impala 3-0s Luna.
Impala is going to the grand finals. The EU crowd gets what they want, and now it's Godly versus Impala, but he's been a demon for Godly. He's beat him at the World Championship twice. Can he do it here at Valencia?
Impala just did something on land that he wasn't able to do on land since the end of last year at the World Championship. And he did it even stronger than he did at the World Championship. It was a 3-1 at BCX here. It was a 30 and a handshake, and Luna placing third. But that is impressive for kind of where Luna's been in the land space here recently. Like, yeah, he got second at Dreamhack Dallas, but even at the Spring Royale, he got 5th right before that. At Dreamhack San Diego, he also got 5th. So now he's starting to hover around the top 3 again as we get later in the year, as we get closer and closer to BCX. We still have 2 more chances for Royale visits from Luna as well, with the Summer Championship and the Autumn Championship.
We'll see, but for now, Luna is done for the day. His journey here at Dreamhack Valencia finishes with a bronze medal. Impala is going to be going on into the grand finals to see if he can crush the EU Dream by beating out Godly. In order to do so, he's got to get that reset. Remember, Sparky, double elimination bracket. That means you got to beat the top side person twice. 2 best of 5s for Impala to be crowned the champion.
Meanwhile, Godly only has to beat Impala once, but that's something that he's never, ever been able to do. When they met at the World Championship, it was a 3-1 and a 3-0. When they met at Dreamhack San Diego, it was a 3-2 in Game 5 to Impala. We talked about Godly being Impala being one of Godly's demons alongside Luna. It's absolutely true.
But here and now this year, Godly is playing better than he has at any of the previous LAN events. What were the placements at San Diego and Dallas?
9th and 9th. Outside of top 8. How wild is that?
But here and now in Dreamhack Valencia, a guaranteed top 2 finish for Godly. But you know he wants that gold medal. He has yet to win in an offline environment. You know he wants it.
I know everybody's excited to see this set. I am excited as well, but we have a short break and we will conclude Dreamhack Valencia with grand finals for the Brawlhalla 1v1s. Let's hear it for Godly, EU crowd. We'll see you in just a few minutes.
With back-to-back 1v2s, 3-0s, Luna and Paxi.
And he still has a chance to get the W. Oh my God! Are you kidding me? It's just struggling. There's double. It goes all the way out there. What a ridiculous.
One of those barely situations. Team combo. Oh, the down stick into the neutral stick. And Paxi.
Holding on the down air.
In the middle of 2 gauntlet players, this could turn bad, and there it is. It's gonna hurt. It's the worst. You are gonna lose game number 2.
String so many things together, both of his weapons looking good. My man is still sweating. He's dead. He's dead.
Hughes has done it! He has unseated Luna! Vamos, Brazil!
Oh my, oh my, oh my. You didn't need the extra hits, but he wanted them.
Headphones on. Impala. What an incredible performance. He is your 1v1 Brawlhalla World Champion.
I want to hear it from the EU crowd. I want to hear it from the people on the second floor of the Monster booth watching here as we get into grand finals. Impala versus Godly. It feels like there were two possible ways this could have ended. One of them was Luna versus Godly. The other one was Impala versus Godly. We had the second option here. I would have been happy either way. I'm glad to see Impala here in grand finals. And I'm glad to see what Godly's got for us.
This is going to be monumental. It is either going to be Impala solidifying his position as that top guy going into the World Championship, because again, this is that final open offline event, or this is vindication for Godly. Not only is it a repeat of that World Championship 2022 battle, but also it's his opportunity to finally go home with the gold medal for the European region here at Dreamhack Valencia. Let's get into it. We got the Chun-Li versus the Kaya.
Gonna be seeing some spear here. We're not used to seeing this option from Godly against Impala. Love the way he played it in twos. It feel like he really had a grasp on exactly what makes Wushang special as a character. They're just straight up going at it over on the edge. The down air's coming out, both of them looking for that spike. Impala has just a little bit of a lead here. He's about 110. Meanwhile, Godly's probably around 140, so it's not going to be too long until he's in the red.
Punish. Yep.
He just waited it out. That was a smart choice rather than trying to find priority, because I don't think he could with the side signature. So rather than leaving it up to the guesswork, he could just react to the second that down signature was over.
Nice the jump, Pogo. Gets the down air into the recovery. Godly going to take the first one.
Already coming out the gate feeling very strong from Godly. How quickly he picked up that recovery after the down air, almost instant. His reaction times seem on point. He had a little bit of a break, but he's locked in, man. He's looking really good today.
He's just got to win 3 games in order to be crowned the champion here at Dreamhack Valencia. Downlight recovery. Godly getting some good extra credit here onto Impala. Impala just staying right on that corner. Down tick thrown out.
Gauntlets in hand, he's not going to have as much range, but man, it seems like he doesn't need it whatsoever. He is going to fall there, but again, has Impala in the orange. A little bit over a 100 damage lead for Godly. Not choosing to immediately go back over to the weapon. Now he is. You see him hopping across the stage.
Here he comes out. Ensig not going to connect for Godly. Impala trying to catch the feet of Godly, but a nice jump gravity cancel neutral light.
That was so nice, because that gravity cancel moved him up just a little bit, but it also gave him iframes to get through that D-light just in case it was going to clip him. That's going to be the stock there. Nice spike. Godly now with almost a full stock lead. Now we're getting some life out of this EU crowd.
That was such clean babysitting on the offstage as well. He was just betting against Impala, like, all right, come on, try me. Go towards the wall, because I'll pogo you the second you do.
Instant wake up with the unarmed down air. He's still able to go over and grab the bow. Having to fight back against this massive lead that Godly has. He's doing a good job poking him out. It's 3 unanswered hits. That side air is going to set up potential edge guard. Nice spot dodge, gets through the weapon toss. Still in power position. Continuing that as he gets on the main stage. Neutral signature, not quite just yet. Picked that up while Impala was in orange.
Running out of movement, still enough to get to the wall safely, but he's taken so much damage. Another recovery. Godly could take game number 1 here.
Momentum 100% in Godly's favor. You see the confidence in the way he's playing. Beautiful end to that game as Godly takes game 1.
Crowd on Godly's side. Impala already going into thinking mode. Does not have a lot of room to play with right now.
And this has been Impala playing back-to-back-to-back brutal sets where even when he takes the victory, his head is still in his hands at the end of it. Each one of these sets just takes a toll on the physical, on the mental. And we mentioned this early in the day. We've been mentioning it this weekend. These days at Valencia, because of the computers getting stuck in customs, these days have been long. And these players, they've done a great job adapting to it.
Yeah, it's interesting in that, like, despite the marathon nature
Goofy.
of today.
I'm just gonna single you out every time. I'm sorry. You just happen to be the target. You happen to be the target, brother.
But despite the marathon nature of today, it's still kind of the same people we expected who managed to make it through into this top But it's only 2 now here into the grand finals. Impala versus Godly. No character swaps, not even a skin swap on Impala's side. Going into game 2.
Godly's going to grab the first weapon, coming out with the gauntlets. Again, it seems like he has found no struggles whatsoever. Despite all the range of the spear, despite all the range of the bow, his gauntlets have been on point today. The string potential almost taking out Impala there. Impala had to retreat over to the wall. The D-Sig sending off screen. Is he going to go for another one? No, not quite this time. Just put himself over there, throwing out a little bit of pressure. We're seeing the side sigs coming out as well from his gauntlets. Back over to the spear. That side sig, man, it is so, so dangerous for your opponent.
And it's so safe. You saw how quickly he was able to throw out that neutralite right after whiffing it. Goes in for the ground pound, and Godly with the punish dare. Stays outside of it. GC downlight into the ground pound. Godly up over Impala.
Got the dodge with the weapon toss. That was a free edge guard for Godly. He just had to place the D-Light ground pound at the right time in the right place. And of course, a player of his caliber, the way he's playing today, he's keeping this going. His gauntlets are absolutely on fire.
Godly is playing out of his mind right now. He knows he can do it. He can be the one to take it home for the European region. Pogo not going to connect. Godly still comes back up the side air.
Impala doing his best to fight back. He's adding up the damage, getting Godly into the red, hunting for these KO options, picks up that recovery about 2 jump heights up in the air, so he's able to get the KO off the top. It didn't take too long. He's about halfway through this stock, but as he gets hit, he's getting really red at this point. Gonna have to be careful. Here comes the spear from Godly. A side signature, picked up close to the edge, might be enough to do it, or at least set up the edge guard that will.
It's the side air. Godly with the neutralite. Impala trying to tack on some damage here, bringing this one a little bit closer, but Godly calls him out with the side sig.
That's exactly what he was waiting for. He saw Impala was playing really high on that wall. All he had to do was play back far enough that a dash side sig would be enough. Right as Impala got comfortable recovering high on that corner.
Side air. Godly beats the weapon toss. Impala's trying to cover himself. Side light. Tie.
Dude, his gauntlets are so good, man. Seems like he's not struggling at all, though things are kind of slowing down now. We're seeing a lot of whiffs coming out from Godly. Comeback potential from Impala as he picks up the GC Insig. Gonna have control of the weapons. If he can keep Godly off of the gauntlets, that's probably the best spot that Impala can hope for, because even if he gets the spear, there's a little bit of time before Impala's gonna eat a side sig and get sent into the blast zone.
Weapon toss opening up Impala. He's trying to bring this one back, but we saw how quickly Godly shut it down on the second stocks. Weapon denial. There's a weapon spot on the left side. Impala picks up the bow.
Impala doing a great job fighting his way back into this one. Godly has a lead, but we're not seeing the long extended strings, but a D-Sig from the right side of the stage, even sending to the left. Godly is 1 game, a mere 3 stocks away from a victory here. Zoom in on that. I want to see what that says.
What if it's a bad thing?
Well, I'm going to guess it's not. I'm going to pray it's not. Godly is just built different, and Godly EU biceps coming out here.
He's carrying the EU dream. You know, the people here in the audience are rooting for their boy. They want him to do it here and now, and he is so stinking close. He's just got to win 1 more game over the current world champion.
And that weapon toss ended at like the perfect spot for Impala to maybe feel like he's a little bit safe, but then it dipped down just a little bit so Godly could come in with the GCD light into the ground pound and not make contact with it. That edge guard was phenomenal from Godly. He baited the dodge, finished it up with the D-Light ground pound, and took the stock, eventually taking the game, picking that D-Sig up absolutely stacked.
Game number 3, Impala on the Claret Kaya, hoping that he can take this. He's got to win 3 in a row to reset over Godly. Bow in hand.
Going over to the Miami Dome, we saw Impala and Lores play on this stage several times, ultimately ending in Impala victory. He's going to hope to repeat that performance here Didn't find the bow ground pound just yet that he found against Lores earlier, but here comes the gauntlets from Godly. Starting off with the ground pound, second ground pound, the weapon toss goes down, he's waiting, stuck on the wall, GCD like ground pound.
Wait.
That's gonna be the stock. That is not worth.
Godly, he had it, he just needed to wait, but Impala ends up making sure that it's a trade, and now we're going into the second stocks, but still, Godly, he's just now even closer to being crowned the champion.
He's keeping the pressure up, though. You see him pushing that spear into Impala here. There is a weapon spawn. Honestly, I'm surprised to see the ladder coming out from Impala just because I feel like I've seen bow the whole time. Like, I just noticed that he's using the ladder skin because that's how little spear we've seen. Oh, over on the edge again. We know what happened last time.
Got away from it, went down for the pogo though, and Godly avoids it. Impala still taking the brunt of the damage here in game number 3. Toss, okay. Oh, Impala, the nerves!
That's tough. Now all of a sudden, Godly, it's a little bit harder for him. He does absolutely have the lead here, but it is a little bit harder for him to find a way in with his gauntlets into Impala's spear. Here comes the bow. Complete skin change as well on the bow.
Got the wall touch. Godly with the pogo. Weapon toss connects. Impala running out of movement. And Godly, he's one stock away from the EU dream.
He's so close. He can almost taste it, but he can't rest on his laurels. Gauntlets in his hands, his stronger weapon, throws it away. Impala gets around the weapon toss, now back on the spear. Gonna be another set of gauntlets coming in for Godly. Again, he's favoring that left side so much, stripping the field of the weapon. That's going to limit KO potential, going to limit damage potential, going to limit hitbox priority in terms of size as well.
Oh, it's the side sig. Godly still finding hits onto Impala. Missed the end sig. Weapon toss avoided. Godly finding more damage. Impala stuck on this left side wall. Godly with all the control. Impala gets back up. There's the weapon spawn, but Godly's got everything in his pocket. And the end sig. One more hit and Godly could do it.
He's so close. This is closer than he's ever been, and he did it! Godly, the first 1v1 victory for EU. Everybody's been waiting for the time that Godly would come in first place. It didn't happen at San Diego. It didn't happen at Dallas because it had to happen here, Duke. It had to happen in EU territory in Valencia.
He had to do it on his home turf. He had to do it for everyone in the audience who are rooting for the European dream. Finally, EU goes home with a gold medal, and I kind of spelled it out a while back. It's not quite what I spelled out, but every major region has gotten a gold medal in 1v1s at least. EU, South America, North America. This World Championship's going to be wild.
Godly did several firsts here. Of course, it's the first EU 1v1 victory. It's his first LAN victory. It's also the first time he beat Impala in tournament. It didn't happen at the World Championship, and it didn't happen when they met at San Diego either. But he is joining us here in the lounge. Congratulations, Godly. You can see it on the screen. Your Dreamhack Valencia champion. What a narrative we have here. Not even just going to BCX, but even just this one tournament
this
itself.
weekend.
We can look at this tournament in a vacuum, and that's huge. We're seeing Zyder coming up here. He's got the Yankee fitted on.
He's happy for
Everybody
him.
throwing out high fives. Godly had all the staff getting him set up for the interview here. Godly is essentially royalty right now here at Dreamhack Valencia.
Normally, when someone wins at a Royale, they have to pay for Fogo, but with what he's just accomplished, like all of EU has to pay for his food right now.
Yeah, hold on. How many people are we gonna? Let's see. There's 1, 2. Goofy's number 2, 3, 4,
Definitely a lot of
5,
people.
6. Like a table of like 80, I think.
Yeah.
Can someone
Table
call
of
ahead?
all of EU.
Someone call ahead so we can get a table for 80 people. Godly, what's up, man?
Took too long. It took too long to happen. It took too long to happen.
What was special about this weekend in particular?
Home turf, definitely.
Okay.
No jet lag I'm unbeatable with no jet lag. I'm not gonna lie. You can't touch me if I got no jet lag.
So what does that mean for the World Championship since...
I'm going to be ready there. Nah, I had a different game plan. You've never seen the Wushang before.
That was my next question. What made you... When did you make the swap to Wushang, and was it originally for 1v1s or originally for 2v2s?
Originally for 1v1. It happened like after last tournament, because you know I'm a gauntlet main, right? You never see me off the gauntlets, but I could never find that right legend. But Spear is just too strong. Spear is just too strong, and Wushang is too strong, and I just think that's the perfect balance for me, and it showed today.
Incredible work, man. So, okay, we're gonna move
you've
to
been on to me all this year, bro. You were on to me all this year about not winning.
Yeah.
Now it's what you talking, the tiebreaker. It's
What?
been the NA win.
Yeah.
The Brazil win.
Yeah.
Now it's the EU win.
Yeah.
Now BCX.
Yeah. This truly is the best timeline.
It truly is
as
the best
much as I love
timeline.
an NA win, this is the best.
This is the best timeline for sure.
Oh, shoutouts.
Amazing.
She's
drawing.
been drawing, but everyone hasn't drawn me yet, or
Yeah,
Starkey.
I really want.
So
I don't know where I am.
I want one of those so
This
bad.
is my
Please,
official request to be
please
drawn.
sketch me.
But also, I think Godly is the one who deserves the drawing the most right now.
Yeah, I gotta get that drawing. I gotta get that drawing for sure.
So before we got into the top 4 things, you said all you need to do is lock in. You're worried about your matchup against Luna because if you make a little mistake, he's going to take
Yeah, for
everything.
sure. The thing is that I like know I can compete with everyone in the world, right? I know like where I am, even though the placings like kind of look like I fell off type thing, but the whole time it's just I wasn't locking in properly, you know? Like it wasn't the right mindset. These tournaments, I was trying to get into the right mindset, but this tournament, something was just different. I played versus Luna and I was just so confident. I didn't panic a single moment. Like I didn't even think I was going to lose at all. Like I wasn't even worried. As long as I lock in, I win. It's as simple as that.
So if I asked you on Friday, before any gameplay happened whatsoever, said you were going to be in the grand finals, who would you rather face, Impala or Luna? Who would you answer?
Don't care, I'll beat both.
Would your answer change once the grand finals, or sorry, once the winners finals happened and you'd already beat Luna once? Would your answer have changed?
No. Because the thing is, the mental is to be ready for everyone. If I'm ready for one person, I ignore everybody else. I've done that previous lands. I've been ready for the big people. Then you see me at 9th. Didn't even make it there. So if you're ready for everybody and you see everyone as competition, it will literally just go perfect. And that's what I did today. And I'm just the GOAT.
What are you going to change from BCX?
I can't say that.
Okay, that's
I'm going to save that.
Can't leak the playbook just yet. But I got to ask. Obviously, you said home turf is an advantage. The crowd obviously had your back.
Yeah.
But again, we're going overseas. How many of these people have to go to BCX for you to be able to get that same boost?
Oh, you know what? Since I've seen them all now, and I'm going to get pictures with like most people, like it's fine now. As long as they're cheering for me on Twitter and everywhere else, it's fine.
Okay.
No switch-ups, no
It's
switch-ups.
spear bomb logic. Like wherever they are, as long as they put their hands up, they give you your energy.
Yeah,
Okay.
like that.
So how does what's the deal with twos now? What are you doing at twos? Still gonna team with Nees, or what's the deal?
Yeah, I'm staying with Nees. We just need to work on our gameplay. That's it.
Okay.
It takes time. Teammates take time, you know. Success takes a while. It takes time. I expected better yesterday, but it happens. You got to move forward from that. I'm gonna stick with Nees. That's like a new chapter. That's like how it goes.
So what are your goals? What's the plan between now and BCX?
To keep the same mentality, because I know what I did different today. I know what was going on different. I know what the thought process was different. So I just need to keep the winner's mindset, and I'll take B6 like how I took today. 3-1, 3-0. Simple as that.
Duke, do you have any final questions?
Well, I want to give you the opportunity, Godly here, the champion. You finally did it both for EU in 1v1s, but also you made it so that EU finally won in 2v2s and 1v1s at an offline event.
That's true.
Any final words you want to say to everyone?
Sorry it took so long. That's it. My fault. Sorry, EU, for it taking so long.
All right, guys, let's come on. Give us some love for Godly here.
Give him some love. We're gonna get the schedule up on because we got to see the path that Godly took. Currently, Goatly, you saw it on the phone right there. Again, congratulations to Godly, but you got to see the journey that he had to took. 3-1 to Luna to kick off our top 4 of things. We went down into the bottom side of the bracket where Impala went 3-2 against Flores. Continued that momentum, 3-0ing Luna, but ultimately it was Godly who was crowned our victor. EU is going home with a gold medal in 1v1s. The trophy case is no longer empty.
It had to be this way. It truly had to end this way. What a wonderful ending. What a resilient competitor that Godly is trying time after time after time, failing to reach that top spot, but ultimately never losing focus on what the most important part was. You heard him. He said he's figured it out. He's going to bring that ferocity into BCX, so the rest of the world needs to look out.
It's got some months to keep that energy going. But huge congratulations again to Godly. Congratulations to Luna and Impala. But Sheepy, you got to sit and watch. How'd you feel? Oh,
I was rooting for NA.
There she is.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Yes. Okay, great. I had to be honest. As I was sitting in the audience, I was rooting for NA, and hey, even though that didn't really turn out the way it did, I'm still very glad that Godly won, is the singles champion for Dreamhack Valencia. Everyone in EU was so proud of him, shouting and rooting. I mean, literally you could hear it all the way like throughout the venue, all the cheering. So very well deserved. And honestly, quite the timeline with each region winning a singles champion, you know, per those like lands. All right, guys. So I do want to get y'all's final thoughts before we start closing out today for Dreamhack Valencia. So, Duke, final thoughts.
Happy to be here. Dreamhack Valencia has been an absolute dream. The event has been amazing. Obviously, I'm a little salty because I just like seeing you lose, but I mean, couldn't have asked for a better ending. Honestly, like with this crowd here, it would have not. He had to win. That's just how it had to be. And huge congratulations to Godly. I'm so excited because, again, that storyline. We've got all 3 major regions, won the 3 big offline events. So going into the World Championship, who knows who's going to take it?
Sparky.
4 words. Lizzo said it best. It's about damn time. Godly did it, baby. I love that. He finally did it. I'm so excited. I'm so proud of him. I'm so proud of all the EU competitors that are here because we got to see a different side of EU than we're used to seeing. Like we got to see Moonier in top 8. We got to see how the EU crowd popped off for Moonier. We got to see so many different players. Chicken Chow Mein was happy to be up on the stage. All the different players that we don't normally get to see in a setting like this. We haven't been back to EU. Well, I've never been to EU except for Sweden one time. I didn't get to go to Rotterdam. I didn't get to go to the last time we were at Valencia, but Brawlhalla has not been in EU since pre-COVID, man. And they won this. The storylines are just, it's such a beautiful ending to a wonderful story here at Dreamhack Valencia.
I know. I feel like, you know, I remember yesterday I saw on like Twitter and stuff that some of the NA folks were saying, oh, this was a canon event. But I'm thinking this is maybe the true timeline, guys. You got to give it up and give respect where it's due. Godly did fantastic, amazing, amazing stuff here. All right, guys, I got some last few details to tell y'all before we close out here. Let me remind y'all that BCX.live, that is like live now. So you can get your competitor and spectator tickets right now if you go to bcx.live. This is our World Championship happening on November 3rd to 5th, that entire weekend in Atlanta, Georgia at Cobb Galleria. It's going to be an amazing time. It's the biggest, you know, Brawlhalla event. It's always amazing fun time. And we got, of course, the singles, the doubles competition. We got the expo experience. We're going to have panels, exclusive merch. Y'all know it's always a good time.
Who's that? Is that
Yoshi,
Godly?
who did you just doodle there?
Like Godly.
There was definitely more hair than what you had.
Yeah, it wasn't me.
All right, one more final thing is that merch. If you guys want to be here to commemorate Godly's win, please get that Dreamhack Valencia exclusive tee right now. I think we're already packed up here on site, so you got to go online, brawlhalla.com/merch, okay? Because that t-shirt is only available until tomorrow. So get it now. Dreamhack Valencia. Amazing, amazing stuff. All right, guys. This is it. It's time, guys. We have had our singles champion crowned here. Congratulations to Godly, as everyone comes behind me here. We've had a great time in Valencia this weekend, and while we're so sad to see it come to an end, we can't wait to see everyone at our next LAN, which just so happens to be BCX in November. And like I just said, guys, remember, tickets are now available online at bcx.live, so don't miss out on joining us at the World Championship. But before that, we do have Summer Championship starting soon, so be sure to check out Twitter for updates on that. On behalf of everyone at Skillshot, Brawlhalla, Dreamhack, and of course, for Sparky, Duke, Taza, Phil, Polly, Toast, Left Stick, Reed, and so much more, thank you for tuning into the Dreamhack Valencia Open. We'll see y'all next time as we leave you with the sights and sounds of Day 2 of Dreamhack Valencia. Good night, everyone.